Scorching heat clashed with radiant purple, sending hair and flame rippling outward in a violent tide. But then, the dragon paragon's eyes widened. He had been mid-transformation, and his body was cloaked in hardened dragon scales, denser than steel, tougher than most metals known on Eldoralf. A dragon's flesh was near unmatched, even among the superior races, only a few of them could rival their raw physical durability. Yet, a shudder traveled through his bones. Such strength. His trembling gaze snapped to Ozeroth, only to find him grinning even wider, as if the real fight hadn't even begun. Then came a scoff. Save your puny anger, who cares for something like that? Ozeroth said with pure disdain. And then he pushed. A blast of force erupted, blowing the dragon's arms aside in a flash. He barely had time to register the shock before. Crack. Ozeroth's hammer slammed into the side of his head. Dragon scales, scales that even paragons struggled to damage, shattered like brittle glass. The impact snapped his head sideways with abrupt force, his neck twisting violently before his massive frame followed suit, hurled through the air like a ragdoll. The grin on Ozeroth's face widened. Ah, I've missed this. He bellowed, voice rumbling across the skies with elation. There's nothing better than the battlefield. But then, the sound of air tearing apart exploded behind him, bloodlust thick enough to choke the sky. Jezaneth appeared, spear engulfed in a swirling storm of black and blood-red energy, thrusting forward with the force of a collapsing star. But Ozeroth's excitement only peaked. He didn't even turn. His body shifted, small, precise, effortless, evading the spear by a margin so slim it was almost arrogant, like he already knew where it would land. Ah yes, this bitch, he muttered with a sneer, the one who dared to run her mouth. His voice turned cold, dangerous. We should bend the knee. I'll show you what it means to feel regret. Jezaneth's eyes widened, but it was too late. Ozeroth dropped one hammer, and in a blink, his hand shot forward, grabbing her face in a vice-like grip. Before she could react, the world flipped. With a thunderous roar, Ozeroth plunged from the skies, dragging her down like a meteor. The wind screamed. The ground rushed up. And then, boom, he slammed her head into the earth, the impact ripping open a crater, the shockwave flattening everything around for hundreds of meters. But he wasn't done. Ozeroth was already on her, straddling her half-buried body, fists raised high. And then the onslaught began. Punch, 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 punch. Each strike was a seismic event, the ground quaking, mountains trembling, cracks spider webbing across the terrain. Dust flew, debris scattered, the air shattered with each hit as the world groaned beneath his fury. The battlefield thundered with chaos. And Ozeroth. He laughed, wild, proud, uncaring. The other paragons that chose to steer clear away from the fight had fallen utterly silent. Not only them, the entire survivors, the recruits, the sergeants, the apexes, Xenon, were all quiet. They were each being protected inside a dome that had been formed by Xenon, far away from the devastation that was the ongoing battle. One would think the dome was a grave. No one spoke, not even a gasp or whisper. To the recruits, to the sergeants, what was occurring was beyond comprehension. A recruit just like them, one they had spent 1 year with, was currently matching the overlords of Eldoralf. Not just one, not two, but 4 freaking paragons, of the superior fucking races. The apexes didn't know how to feel. Many of their heads spun with speed. At this point, even the protection they had from the leaders of their races had turned almost obsolete now. If Atticus could match them in strength, then what would stop him from coming after them? But the leaders of the races had different thoughts. They had thought they only had to deal with one monster, but it was in fact 2. 2 beings that were currently thrashing 4 of their equals. He hadn't even used his full power. Xenon's eyes widened. To think he had kept someone of this strength hidden even while fighting a Zorvan colonel, it was insane. But his eyes narrowed in the next instant. What? He had just felt something forming in his space. As he turned, he saw them, multiple echoes of Atticus, glowing with blue luminosity, slipping stealthily through the crowd like wraiths. What's happening? Xenon wondered, and then his eyes followed their trajectory. The humans. His gaze flicked upward, scanning the other paragons. They haven't noticed anything. They were far too engrossed in the chaos of the battle to sense the shift. In fact, the only reason Xenon had caught on was because everyone was under his protection, and therefore, under his aura. He's going after his close ones, Xenon realized, and he said nothing. He simply turned his head back to the battlefield, pretending like nothing had happened. He understood what Atticus was doing. And he allowed it. While all eyes were fixed on destruction, Atticus was planning their escape. Meanwhile, the skies had turned to chaos, firestorms tearing through clouds, purple and crimson light dancing like warring titans. Ash and smoke formed walls in the sky. Ozeroth's barrage of punches and booming laughter had finally made Jezaneth snap. Her crimson blood army surged to life, rising from the blood-soaked earth, millions of constructs forged from the blood of the dead, screaming toward Ozeroth like a crimson tsunami. But he only kept punching and laughing, as if nothing else existed. As they neared, his eyes flickered, and he grinned wider, locking gazes with Jezaneth. Blood construct, he said, voice reverberating across the battlefield. And then, the remnants of blood scattered across the field surged toward him, forming into millions of radiant purple constructs, mirror images of Ozeroth, each grinning, each wielding a hammer. Jezaneth's eyes widened. Attack, Ozeroth commanded. Blood construct clashed with blood construct, the sky erupting into a cacophony of explosions, crimson and purple tearing each other apart in an unending storm. Ozeroth's punches didn't stop, they intensified, thunderous and vicious, each one sending tremors across the realm. And then, a roar shook the heavens. Valkyrian, the dragon race paragon, had fully transformed. His body expanded, molten scales forming across a mountain-sized frame, horns glowing, wings unfurling with force enough to scatter clouds. His eyes burned like suns. He roared, releasing a colossal firestorm, a flame so massive it split the air in two and screamed toward Ozeroth. But Ozeroth only sighed mid-punch. You puny primitives and your primitive techniques, let me show you how to use it better. His blows still struck down on Jezaneth without pause, and then his gaze sharpened, a glow of energy igniting in his throat. Dragon breath. A torrent of purple flame burst from his mouth, clashing against the incoming inferno. The sky split in half, crimson fire and radiant purple colliding in a devastating blaze. The smoke had barely cleared before Valkyrian burst through it, massive jaws wide, glowing, trying to swallow Ozeroth whole. But Ozeroth finally paused, his fist stopping. Jezaneth, buried under debris, opened her eyes, only to find him gone. Above her, Ozeroth appeared in the sky, floating just above Valkyrian's head. His second hammer had returned to his grip. And then, boom, he brought it down, smashing it onto the dragon's skull like a divine judgment. The massive head jerked down, hurtling straight toward the ground, toward Jezaneth. Her eyes widened in panic. She summoned a blood-made shield, thick and glowing. But it wasn't enough. Crash. The dragon's head slammed into the barrier and shattered it like paper, the impact hurling Jezaneth deep into the earth again. But Ozeroth didn't stop. His hammer came down again. And again. And again. Smashing. 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 Bone splintered, scales shattered, blood erupted in geysers. Valkyrian screamed, his body writhing, unleashing blasts of fire in desperation. The earth turned into a sea of fire, stretching for kilometers, heat rising to unbearable levels. Lightning surged from the clouds, and the ground erupted as Valkyrian manipulated the elements in chaos. But it didn't matter. Ozeroth's aura crushed it all, snuffing it out like candles in a storm. His eyes had gone serious now, and he wasn't laughing anymore. He kept hammering the dragon's head, over and over, until its massive body began shrinking, reverting to its humanoid form, battered, bloodied, utterly broken. His head was cracked, blood pouring from his mouth and skull. He looked up at Ozeroth, eyes trembling. Who are you? Ozeroth stared down coldly. In your next life, learn to listen well. He raised his foot. I am Ozeroth. And then he brought it down, crushing the dragon paragon's skull beneath his heel. Blood, bone, and brain matter exploded outward, painting the battlefield in gore. Ozeroth's eyes flickered. From a distance, Jezaneth burst from the earth, eyes burning, body soaring into the sky, her blood-red energy now towering, overwhelming. Ozeroth's smirk returned. He brandished his hammers. And then he shot forward. But the dragon paragon and Jezaneth weren't the only ones facing their worst nightmare. If they had a choice, if they could control it, this was the last place Azrakan and Elitantron would ever want to be. Because Atticus's current form was the complete bane of the Dimensari. The fusion of four elements had birthed a new energy, an energy capable of erasing anything with form from existence. It hadn't worked on Zalzareth, whose power relied solely on pure, essenceless mana, but space was a different story entirely. Space had form. Even if abstract, it existed. And that was all Atticus's fusion energy needed. Barriers upon spatial barriers formed, dimension after dimension layered and twisted, worlds within worlds coiled to trap him, but Atticus tore through everything. Piece by piece, every creation, every technique, every dimension, erased. Unmade. Elatantran and Azrakan fought desperately, summoning alternate versions of themselves. Each one unleashed torrents of spatial shards, blades, beams, waves, but nothing worked. He had the fusion energy. He had the exosuit, siphoning power and fueling his every movement. He had his katana, a weapon that moved with him like thought, tearing through every clone, every barrier, every world. One swing, 3 Elatantrans vanished. Another, and Azrakan tried to fold the battlefield, only to be erased mid-cast. Regardless, they were Dimensari, and if there was one thing their kind could do better than anyone else, it was escaping. No matter how much Atticus overwhelmed them, no matter how much he cut, erased, and decimated, he still couldn't stop them from slipping away. Azrakan and Elatantran reappeared far from Atticus, just as a colossal explosion rocked the space they had occupied moments before. Their gazes met, a weary exchange that had repeated itself far too many times since the battle began. Their breathing came ragged, chests heaving, hearts pounding like war drums. Sweat streaked their faces, and both looked like they were straining to survive, or taking a particularly agonizing shit. What do we do? Azrakan asked, but Elatantran had no answer. He turned forward, eyes locking on Atticus, who now hovered calmly in the air, katana in hand, like a storm that was cloaked in serenity. But the killing intent in the air was suffocating, pressing down like an invisible mountain. Elatantran's hand clenched. He didn't know what to do. And that thought burned through him. The humiliation. His eyes sharpened. Focus on taking Carius, he said to Azrakan telepathically. Their eyes clashed once more with Atticus's. And then they all moved. Atticus vanished from their vision. Their eyes widened instinctively, and then they disappeared too, space twisting as all 3 figures clashed midair in a thunderous boom. Elatantran and Azrakan moved in tandem, launching synchronized attacks designed to lure Atticus away from where Carius's cocoon was being held. Flashes of spatial rifts, mirror traps, compressed dimension bombs, all flared in rapid succession, keeping Atticus on his toes. Elatantran evaded a burst of fused elemental energy and reappeared in the distance, only to feel it again, Atticus on him, katana flashing behind his back. Now, he cried telepathically. Azrakan's eyes sharpened, and then he vanished, appearing near the cocoon, eyes blazing. Carius. He sent a telepathic message, hand reaching toward the cocoon. But then, danger exploded in his nerves like lightning. He turned sharply, his eyes landing on what he feared most. Atticus. A katana engulfed in black crimson energy, descending with the weight of the world behind it. At the same time, the Atticus behind Elatantran dispersed into wind. An echo. They both realized in horror. He had played them. Azrakan's eyes locked on the falling blade, and intense dread anchored him in place. He could still escape. He could disappear now. But Atticus had predicted that too. Carius was directly behind Azrakan, suspended in place by Atticus's energy. If Azrakan escaped, Carius would die. He froze, teeth gritting, eyes blazing. His mind firmed, and then he created shield upon shield, wrapping space, layering defenses, bending reality, distorting dimension, forming barriers of pure spatial compression and kinetic force in front of him. No, Elatantran screamed from afar. But it was too late. Atticus's katana met the defense, and carved through everything. One by one, barriers crumbled, collapsed, disintegrated into nothing. The blade cleaved through Azrakan, slicing him in 2 clean halves. Blood, bone, and gore burst out, painting the space around him in crimson arcs as his upper body slipped downward, expression frozen in disbelief. The silence that followed was hard to describe. Words could not begin to describe the current feelings of the paragons who had chosen to stay out of the battle. Stopping a battle of this magnitude wasn't possible. It would only cause more chaos and would probably end up with even more paragons dying. Genera, this has gone too far. Orin, the regenerary paragon, said sharply to the Evolari paragon, who was looking at the unfolding battle with a serious expression. But even a blind person couldn't miss it. the excited gleam in her eyes as she looked at Atticus and Ozeroth battles. Janera. Oren's voice rose, causing Janera's head to snap toward him. Her voice was cold. What? Oren hesitated for a moment, taken aback by her tone. I said we have to stop them. We've already lost too much. Janera's gaze returned to the battlefield. Then go stop it. Oren's eyes narrowed. Do you even realize what we just lost? 2 leaders, gone. And for what? Only we can stand against those Zorvan colonels, whose numbers we don't even fully know. And now we've lost 2 of us. We need to stop this madness before the damage becomes truly irreparable. Janera didn't look at him. 2 are already dead. 2 more are about to die. How much more irreparable can it get? The other paragons remained silent, watching the exchange unfold. They all had different thoughts about the unfolding events, but it didn't change the fact that stepping up now was utterly risky. Oren clenched his fists. Exactly. That's what we need to stop. Then go. No one's stopping you. But I don't know if I speak for everyone here, Oren, I have no intention of interfering in that fight. The human apex made his stance very clear. He won't hesitate to strike down anyone who gets in his way. So we're going to be led by the whims of a child now. Janera finally turned to face him again. If that child is capable of killing 2 of our strongest, then yes, perhaps it's time we listened. We could gang up and try to kill him, sure. But it'll cost more lives. And frankly, he's in the right. They're in the wrong. I don't see how that's worth dying over. Oren's face twisted in frustration. He turned toward the other paragons, voice rising. Are you all just going to stand there and do nothing? There's no going back from this. After he's done with them, do you honestly think he won't come for us next? At that, the gazes of the other paragons shifted. His words struck a chord. Oren had a point. What would happen after this battle? Would the human apex truly walk away as a friend? They had all pressured him to sign a mana contract binding him to the alliance. If anything, Atticus had every reason to see them as enemies too. Then, finally, the demon paragon spoke. Regardless of the aftermath, it will all be chaos. No one responded, not because they disagreed, but because it was the truth. A storm was coming. War and chaos were about to descend upon Eldorolf. As they each fell into thought, the air suddenly shifted. A cold, suffocating pressure leaked into the atmosphere, turning every head. The paragons turned toward the source, and froze. Yun, the Nullite paragon, was standing still, yet his presence was anything but. His body was bleeding bloodlust so thick it felt like a storm pressing against their skin. Yun, Oren called out, but it was too late. A violent, darkened brown aura erupted from Yun, exploding outward and spreading across kilometers, distorting the very air. The eyes of the paragons widened in alarm. Without hesitation, they darted to the sides, retreating from the epicenter. Yun, Oren shouted, but before anyone could act, a massive hammer appeared in Yun's hand, so heavy it bent the air and intensified gravity across the area. His lifeless eyes flashed with eerie focus. In that moment, the world around him disappeared. There was only one thing he could see. One target. And then he moved. A trail of brown streaked through the skies like a meteor, and Yun appeared directly above the cocoon that held Carius, his hammer descending with a force that tore the sky apart. Expressions shifted violently. The recruits. The paragons. Atticus. A crack. A streak of black crimson. Then, katana met hammer. The collision erupted, a burst of titanic force. Black crimson aura and dark brown clashed, detonating into a concussive shockwave that rippled through the air, splitting the ground and scattering dust like a storm. A series of rapid shockwaves pulsed out, clearing the haze. Atticus and Yun locked eyes. Yun's face was twisted in anguish and seething rage. He wanted nothing more than to tear apart the bastard who killed his grandson. But Atticus's eyes remained still, like twin voids of ice. He didn't care what the Nullite felt. He didn't care that Yun had every reason to kill Carius. But one thing was clear. No one would take this kill from him. One moment, metal scraped metal, sparks flew. The next, Atticus vanished. Yun's eyes widened. His instinct took over as he sent out a pulse, negating every trace of mana within kilometers. But, crack. His eyes snapped down to see a fist hurtling toward his chin with terrifying force. How? His mind screamed. He shouldn't be able to use the elements without mana. But it was too late. The punch landed, force detonating through his skull, snapping his head back, launching his body like a missile into the sky. Just then, crack. The atmosphere fractured from multiple directions as the skies above split open and airships burst out of warp speed, appearing in droves. Each vessel bore different designs, sigils, and banners, emblems of the many races of Eldorolf. The leaders of the Alliance had been the first responders, but now, their armies had arrived. And by army, their paragons. From the hulls of the ships, multiple radiant streaks tore through the skies, each one radiating paragon-level power, descending like a meteor shower toward the battlefield below. As they came to a stop midair, hovering above the devastated Earth, a wave of sheer pressure slammed into them. What were they seeing? The headless corpse of Velkarian Ignisith, sprawled across scorched earth, lifeless and still. The split remains of Azrakan Valarius, his blood and entrails falling from the skies. The body of Yun, launched like a ragdoll into the heavens. Jezaneth of the Vampiros, barely holding her ground, battered and bloodied. And amidst the chaos, Elatantron, mightiest of the Dimensari race, hovering midair, his face twisted in dread and disbelief, sweat marring his face. And then, all eyes turned to him, hovering above the battlefield like a harbinger of calamity, Atticus. The air around him was still, eerily calm, but his presence felt as though the weight of the world pressed down upon every soul present. Thunder rumbled faintly in the distance. Magnus's eyes sharpened the moment he spotted him. He moved instinctively, but Oberon's hand caught him. Before he could question it, the Enigmum pointed toward a location just behind them. There, space fractured again, rippling like a shattered mirror, and multiple figures emerged. Aurora, Zoe, Kale, and other members of the Ravenstein family, flanked by the echoes of Atticus. Without hesitation, Magnus's aura enveloped them, shielding them like a fortress. Then, his gaze met the echoes who looked at him silently. Magnus understood immediately. Atticus wanted them protected. His aura deepened, cloaking them all in an unyielding dome. Other human paragons had arrived as well. After confirming the safety of their kin, their eyes slowly turned toward the center of it all. And what they saw defied every logic they had ever thought possible. Just then, Elatantron roared, his voice shaking the skies. Paragons of the Dimensari race. Warriors of the Alliance, look upon this battlefield, look upon the carnage this devil has brought. He has slain Azrakan. He has murdered Velkarian. He slaughtered us like we are nothing. If we let this creature continue, he will reduce our alliance to dust. He will bring ruin to everything we've built. The eyes of the dragon race paragons flared at the mention of Velkarian, their fury igniting the air. He had killed their leader. The atmosphere began to burn with rising heat. Elatantron's voice rose even higher, trembling with power. Will we stand idle and watch this madness consume our world? Will we cower while our paragons fall? No. We fight. We strike him down here and now. I call upon every paragon, every race that calls this world home. For our fallen, for our future, attack. Elatantron's words had barely dropped before the laws of the world changed. The temperature spiked, becoming near unbearable. The dragon paragons erupted first. Geysers of flame burst skyward like volcanic eruptions, their bodies morphing midair. Scales shimmered like molten gold, crimson eyes narrowed into reptilian slits, and massive wings exploded outward, tearing through the clouds as their colossal frames surged forward, all converging on Atticus. But they weren't alone. Dimensari paragons unleashed hell. Beams of warped space, crushing gravity blasts, and dimensional spears ripped through the air, converging toward the lone figure in the sky. Dozens of paragons, racing through the air, closed in like a pack of apex predators. And amidst it all, Elatantron's eyes gleamed coldly. He didn't move yet. I must get him. Azrakan was gone. The one who was supposed to be the heir to his bloodline, his successor, dead. If he didn't act now and get curious, his lineage would die with him. He hovered still, waiting for his moment to strike. As the paragons converged, the air seemed to fracture with the weight of their combined power. Dozens of paragons, each one a veteran of war, warriors that were over a century old, renowned across all of Eldorolf, were hurtling toward a boy no more than 18. It was madness. And yet, no one saw it that way. In fact, to the onlookers, those paragons who had witnessed everything from the very beginning, it felt like something else entirely. Like pigs charging toward annihilation itself. Because they had seen it, his power, his overwhelming strength, his terrifying calm. And now, they braced themselves. Because the one at the center of it all hadn't disappointed. This time, Atticus moved his lips and spoke 2 words. 2 words that carried the weight of a god's judgment. Sundering storm. The fourth art of the katana was a culmination of the first to third arts, to form an unending cyclone of slashes. A storm. It was a power on an apocalyptic scale. Yet, Atticus had discovered something even better. The storm was made of pure swirling mana and spiritual energy if he wanted. However, what if he used an energy even more lethal than that? More deadly. The fusion energy. The dark crimson aura around Atticus began to swirl, slow at first, then faster, faster, until it spun with such ferocity that the very air around him distorted. Boom. The energy erupted outward, surging like a volcanic explosion. A cyclone of spiraling tempest slashes tore through the skies. But this time, it wasn't just mana or spiritual energy. It was something far more lethal. The fusion energy. When the storm collided with the incoming attacks, there was no explosion. No clash. No sound. Only erasure. Every beam, every flame, every spear of dimensional force, unmade in a blink, dissolved into nothingness as the storm surged on, crashing into the charging paragons. Their expressions twisted into sheer dread. They felt it instantly, a shredding force cutting through flesh, aura, followed by a devastating erasure, stripping everything down to nothingness. Their auras exploded in response, walls of power, shields, counterattacks, all unleashed in desperation. But it was too late. The storm swallowed them all. And it didn't stop. It expanded, devouring sky and ground alike, turning into a swirling void of obliteration. Elatantron's eyes trembled. He vanished from the storm's reach, reappearing in the distance, hovering with wide eyes locked on the carnage unfolding before him. How? His voice quivered. They hadn't even been able to hold him for a second. And he wasn't the only one. The paragons who had chosen not to join the charge felt their hearts pounding, utterly shocked. Atticus hovered within the devastation, untouched. The storm collapsed inward, spiraling down and fading like a divine curtain drawing to a close. And when the dust cleared, the paragons were gone. The storm had encompassed the cocoon that held Carius and Drakethanion, and yet, they remained untouched, suspended within it as if the storm had never existed. No one moved. Not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. Their limbs felt heavy. Their breath shallow. Their minds, numb. They watched, silently, as if witnessing an inevitable scene carved by fate itself. Atticus sheathed his katana, the final click echoing across the deadened battlefield. Then, he slowly stretched both hands forward. The cocoon unfurled, revealing Carius and Drakethanion, bodies still paralyzed, expressions twisted with utter shock and unwillingness. They couldn't move. In a blink, both shot toward him, their throats gripped by his hands, tight. Atticus didn't even look at them. He didn't acknowledge them. Yet the killing intent that bled from his body was enough to send chills rippling through their bones. His gaze drifted past them, over the chaos, over the destruction, locking onto the paragons still watching from afar, holding their breath, unsure whether to speak or flee. Then, his lips parted. Atticus's words came like a divine being sentencing his subjects to death. There was no emotion in his voice. No anger. No happiness. Simply, cold, blunt words. Carius Valerius. Drakethanion Ignacith. Both of you stand guilty of treason against the Alliance. You colluded with the Obsidian Order, you brought a Zorvan colonel into the Academy military camp, and in doing so, you ended millions of lives, destroyed countless futures, and crippled the very hope this alliance was built upon. His words spread across the quiet world. Every recruit, every sergeant, every paragon watched silently. His words chilled the air, froze the spines of everyone who listened. And there were different levels of shock. Atticus's aura spread, intensifying the weight on everyone. I am General Atticus Ravenstein. The killing intent spiked, washing over Carius and Drakethanion. And surprisingly, they suddenly felt the hold on their bodies free. But Atticus's words didn't stop. The next ones made the hearts of many freeze. And I sentence you both, to death. Finally, Atticus's eyes turned towards Carius and Drakethanion. The latter gazed at Atticus with a face filled with regrets. He knew that he would never have forgiven himself for doing that to someone who had saved his life. It was a cowardly thing to do. Drakethanion knew that well. But he hadn't done it for himself. If there had been any other way, he wouldn't have chosen this path. And now, he was simply facing the consequences. But he should know the reason. Drakethanion clenched his fists. He wasn't seeking mercy, no. He just wanted to say it. A final word of gratitude, for the one who had once saved him. And that perhaps Atticus, of all people, who cared about his family and would do anything to protect them, would understand him. Would understand why he did this. His gaze slowly lifted, locking onto Atticus's cold, emotionless eyes. He tried to steady himself, to stop the trembling creeping into his limbs at locking eyes with this force of nature. I did it for my family, Drakethanion choked. But Atticus didn't even blink. I don't care. A wave of black crimson energy surged from Atticus's arm, spiraling like a vortex before engulfing Drakethanion. Then, the erasure began. Drakethanion gritted his teeth, biting down hard on his tongue to keep the scream from escaping. He could feel his flesh unraveling, his bones dissolving, his very essence being stripped away bit by bit. It was unlike the other paragons that had been erased instantly. It was as though Atticus had reduced the effects of the fusion energy to make his death slow, painful. His fists clenched tighter, nails piercing his palms as he fought to endure the pain without a sound. He didn't want to make any sound. As the end came closer, his thoughts drifted. But they weren't to his actions, not to his guilt, but to the faces of those he loved. His wife, his children, their laughter, their warmth, their quiet, happy moments together. I'm sorry. The final whisper barely left his lips before his body vanished into nothingness. Gone. Silence ensued, one that felt loud. The dragon race recruits, sergeants, and paragons alike felt like volcanoes teetering on the edge of eruption. They gritted their teeth, clenched their fists as they watched not only their leader but also their apex get turned into nothingness. But none of them moved. They couldn't even if they wanted to. Atticus hadn't just spoken words, he had backed up everything with action. The dead paragons were a testament to that. Then, Atticus's eyes turned to Carius. Elatantron and many of the remaining Demensaries' expressions turned to dread. Would he do the same to him too? But surprisingly, Carius gazed at Atticus calmly. No tremble, no hesitation, no regret. His chin lifted slightly, eyes narrowing at Atticus. Your eyes are ugly. Multiple gasps rippled across the battlefield. Don't mistake this for superiority. You are not my better. I'm simply granting you the privilege of ending my life. There wasn't a shred of fear in his voice. Not an ounce of hesitation. Just pure, unshaken pride. His words sounded across the quiet land, making several paragons' eyes bulge in disbelief. What the hell was he doing? He was basically taunting the one who held his life in his hands. All eyes turned to Atticus, wondering how he would react. But his expression didn't even shift. Unchanged. Emotionless. Suddenly, his grip loosened. Carius's body grew heavier in an instant. His eyes widened just as he was hurled downward, crashing into the earth with a thunderous impact that shattered stone and sent a thick cloud of smoke and debris flying outward. As the dust cleared, Carius's eyes snapped open, only to see Atticus standing just a few meters away, unmoving, silent. What's he doing? Carius slowly stood, mind racing. Atticus remained still. He had sheathed his katana, hands at his side, gaze locked onto him. I can't use my abilities. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't use his dimensional powers. The mana in the air refused to respond to him. My weapon, it's gone. His gaze turned upward, toward the cocoon still hovering in the sky. His weapon, his space artifacts, everything was trapped inside. His fists clenched, and he turned to Atticus. What is the meaning of this? But there was no reply. Atticus simply began to walk. His katana remained untouched, still resting at his hip. Is he trying to fight me with his bare hands? Carius lowered his stance slightly, eyes narrowing. He knew he couldn't escape. He was a pragmatic man and he had accepted reality. So, he waited to see what Atticus would do. And so did everyone watching. Still, Atticus said nothing. He simply advanced, then vanished. Carius's eyes widened, barely reacting before. Crack. A palm slammed across his left cheek, the impact detonating like a shockwave. His head snapped sideways, the force lifting his body off the ground, sending him hurtling across the field, crashing into rock and dirt. Debris exploded outward from his landing point. He lay still for a moment, his lip bloodied, his face numb from the impact. His eyes were wide open. He turned sharply towards Atticus as he realized his intention. He wants to humiliate me. Pride. It was an emotion felt by all. Every sentient being, no matter their race or origin, carried it in some form, be it quiet self-worth or inflated ego. Some pride came from simple dignity, the unwillingness to be cheated or disrespected. Other times, it stemmed from a belief of superiority, a conviction that one stood above all others. But pride, like any emotion, could be broken. And when broken, it gave birth to something else: dread, shame, fear. Yet, to shatter pride, one had to be willing to get their hands dirty. Most balked at that, but Atticus had no such qualms. Carius's hand trembled as he pushed himself off the ground. The truth was now clear, he knew exactly what Atticus was trying to do. "You're wasting your time." But Atticus vanished again. Crack! Another open-handed slap exploded across his face, sending him tumbling once more. Dust erupted with each crash, stone shattered beneath his weight. Blood and spit spilled from his mouth as he coughed and turned his head, breathing ragged. Then he looked up and saw those eyes. Cold, detached, disdainful. The way Atticus stared at him, it wasn't with hate. It wasn't even with anger. It was apathy. As if he wasn't even worth a sword. As if he was beneath notice. Carius gritted his teeth. "I'll gouge out those eyes," he growled, staggering to rise again. But before he could even find his footing, crack! Another slap, another detonation, another violent tumble across the field. This time, his vision blurred. He shook his head, trying to clear it. But Atticus still walked toward him. Still silent. Still looking down on him. Those infuriating eyes. Carius's fist clenched harder. Rage surged through his entire being. He tried to rise again. Wham! Another open palm crashed into his face, hurling him through the air again. "Ah!" he groaned, landing on the earth. His cheek throbbed, and as he reached for it, he saw it was now grotesquely swollen. Still, he forced himself up, blood dripping from his nose and mouth. Atticus was approaching, still silent. Suddenly, Carius chuckled before he laughed, broken, wild. His swollen lips turned in a crooked smirk. "You think you can humiliate me?" he rasped, the words sounding weird due to his battered mouth. "I am Carius. I've turned civilizations to dust. Slaughtered millions. Entire nations kneel before me." He pushed himself upward, wobbling. "I am." Crack! Another slap thundered across his face, cutting off his words mid-sentence, sending him crashing to the earth once more. This time, the world fell silent. Elatantron's eyes were glued to the scene, his jaw clenched, knuckles cracked beneath the pressure of his grip. Atticus's message rang loud and clear. Carius wasn't the only one being humiliated. He was the Dimensari apex. Their pride, their sword, their symbol of supremacy. And now he was being reduced to trash. It wasn't just Carius being shamed, it was the entire Dimensari race. The space around them warped violently, clouds thickening as killing intent bled into the heavens. Teeth clenched, hearts pounded, rage simmered beneath their skins. And yet, they watched. They could only watch. They watched as their apex struggled to stand. Carius groaned, his body slumped against the earth. His breath came in shallow, ragged gasps, eyes blurry and unfocused. His limbs trembled, his face numb from the repeated impacts. His body twitched and he forced his head up, gritting his teeth. And then he saw it. Felt it. The eyes. Countless eyes. Millions. Watching him. Judging him. Pitying him. They burned even more than the slaps. They scorched deeper than any wound he could ever get. Carius hated them. He hated them with his entire being. Those wretched, condescending eyes, like they were better than him. "Who the hell do you think you are?" His mind roared, enraged. Then his voice erupted, not at anyone in particular, but as though he was talking to the world itself. "Who the hell do you think you are? You think you're better than me? I am." Crack! Another slap detonated across his face like a meteor strike, silencing him once more. His body twisted mid-air before crashing into the dirt again. Groaning, Carius clawed at the ground, fingers digging into the soil as he dragged himself forward. Who the hell do you think you are?" His voice was trembling now, broken. And to many, pathetic. I am Carius, I'm better than all of you." All races, all eyes, everyone watched the scene in dead silence. Then, Carius heard footsteps coming from the side. Before he could even turn. Wham! A foot collided with his face, launching him across the field once again. His body twisted through the air like a broken doll before crashing to a stop. This time, he couldn't move. His arms were heavy, and pain radiated from every inch of his body. His bones screamed, his muscles gave out. How did it come to this? He thought, staring up at the sky through blurred vision. I made plans, layers upon layers of plans. It should have worked. I should have won. But I failed again, just like back then. His mind drifted to his past. He had always been a planner. A tactician. He crafted contingencies, foresaw traps, moved pieces like he was a god above men. But in his past life, an oversight had cost him everything. A loved one had betrayed him and he had died filled with regrets. And this time, when he had been reincarnated, he abandoned his every emotion. Forsook his family, and most importantly, trusted no one. Only himself. And yet, he still failed. How? His mind screamed. How did I fail? He didn't understand it. He couldn't understand. Slowly and painfully, Carius turned onto his back. His gaze landed on Atticus, approaching in silence. Even until now, he hadn't spoken a single word. Carius's eyes widened. Then, he chuckled. Blood spilled from his lips as the laugh escaped, raspy and faint. It's you, he muttered. A realization bloomed in Carius's mind like a poisoned flower. You caused all of this, you foiled everything. You're the reason. His voice trailed off. But Atticus did not pause. There was no satisfaction in his eyes, no pride in his dominance. Only silence, only judgment. His gaze bore into Carius like a god looking upon a failed creation. And then, Carius shivered. Something unfamiliar bloomed in his chest. A feeling he had hardly ever felt. A feeling he didn't want to feel. But it was there. Fear. His lips shook. A monster, he whispered just as Atticus stopped before him. Slowly, he raised his hand, and an orb of dark crimson energy surged to life in his palm, spiraling with quiet, terrifying power. Atticus Ravenstein. The voice rang out like a bomb. Elatantron's voice. You have no right to pass judgment. Only the Alliance holds that authority. If you go through with this, you will be branded a traitor. Despite his words, Atticus didn't even blink. But Elatantron's voice rose again, this time sounding more desperate. Then know this, you and the entire human domain will become enemies of the Dimensari. And I swear it, we will do everything in our power to wipe you all from the face of this planet. That, finally made Atticus pause. The orb didn't vanish, it remained, still pulsing. But Atticus turned his head. Slowly, purposefully. And his eyes met Elatantron's. A chill spread through the air, sweeping across the battlefield like a phantom. Elatantron's words got caught in his throat. His body stiffened as if the temperature had dropped to ice. And then, Atticus spoke. His voice was low, but it rattled bones. I am here. 3 simple words that shook the hearts of all who heard them. The human paragons are here. The moment he spoke, his aura surged, a wave of force crashing down on the world. The ground trembled, the winds howled, and every human paragon felt it, their blood ignited, their spirits roaring in resonance. Their own auras erupted in unison, rising like a storm in the skies. Atticus took a step forward, his gaze never leaving Elatantron. There's no better place than here to test your threats. His killing intent slammed down upon the Dimensari like a collapsing world as he continued. Elatantron Valarius, I dare you to move. Silence. Not a breath. Not even a whisper. Elatantron hovered in the air, frozen. Not because of pride. Not because of diplomacy. But because he knew, he wouldn't survive it. He couldn't win. Atticus knew it too. And now, the whole of Eldoralth knew it. Elatantron's jaw tightened, teeth grinding so violently blood spilled from his gums. The humiliation, it choked him, drowned him, made him want to tear his own head from his shoulders just to escape the shame. But still, he didn't move. Even after seconds passed, he remained rooted in place. And in that moment, no one could explain it, but across the battlefield. Every human recruit and sergeant, every human paragon, every human soul present, felt something rise in their chest. One thing. Pride. An immense, overwhelming pride. Then, quietly, Atticus turned his gaze away from Elatantron. He looked down at Carius, broken and bleeding on the ground. And with a thought, the orb in his palm shot forward, directly into Carius's open mouth before the latter could react. He blinked, confused for the briefest second. His body shifted slightly. What was that? He muttered, his voice hoarse. And then, agony. It struck like lightning. A searing pain detonated within him, radiating outward from his core. His eyes widened, veins bulging as the sensation consumed him. HRRRGHH. He choked, clamping his mouth shut, trying to hold back the scream. His body convulsed violently, legs straightening, arms twitching uncontrollably. He clenched his teeth so hard they cracked, the sound barely audible over the pulsing hum of the dark crimson energy. Tears spilled from the corners of his eyes, not from sorrow, but from unbearable pain. He could feel it, every inch of his insides being shredded. Piece by piece, cell by cell, fiber by fiber, his very existence was being erased, unmade from within by the dark crimson energy. Not quickly, not mercifully, but slowly, excruciatingly. His fingers dug into the ground, gripping the dirt so tightly that his nails cracked and tore, blood seeping from his hands. His body writhed, spasming. And then, he couldn't hold it in anymore. The scream tore from his throat like a dying beast's last howl. A cry so raw and guttural it sent a shiver across every soul present. Even the skies seemed to still. Carius screamed again, and again. Each sound sounded across the battlefield, echoing off the stone, through the winds, cutting into the hearts of all who watched. The people trembled. And yet, Atticus didn't move. His expression hadn't shifted, not even slightly. He stood there, calm as a still lake, unmoved by the horror occurring before him. But that was what made it all more terrifying. Carius screamed, and screamed, and screamed. His body was now cloaked in the turbulent aura of dark crimson light, the energy visibly devouring him from within. His skin blistered, tore, reformed, then broke apart again. Every inch of him resisted. Every cell tried to fight back. But nothing could stop the erasure. Each moment stretched on like an eternity. For those watching, it was minutes. But for Carius, it was centuries of torment condensed into those minutes. His voice grew hoarse, reduced to broken shrieks and guttural groans. Then, his body began to convulse uncontrollably. And still, the crimson aura only intensified. It spiraled, compressing tighter around him like a cocoon. Until finally, silence. There were no more screams. No more movement. Only the faint whisper of wind and the soft crackle of the fading crimson energy. And as it vanished, in the place Carius once stood, there was nothing. Only silence. The final remnants of his existence scattered into the wind. And still, Atticus remained still. Bam! Ozeroth's radiant figure landed beside Atticus with a loud crash, dust billowing around him. "Who pissed in your breakfast?" he said casually, glancing at Atticus, who wore an icy expression. Atticus's mouth twitched slightly, barely restraining a smile. It was typical Ozeroth, he hadn't even lowered his voice. His words rumbled through the area, echoing in the ears of every stunned spectator who was still frozen in dread. Atticus finally spoke. "The Vampiro's queen." Ozeroth's face contorted briefly before he cleared his throat. "That sneaky bitch ran with her tail tucked between her legs." Atticus's brow furrowed. He didn't like that. He had hoped this battle would take care of most, if not all, of his enemies. But one of the worst had just slipped away. Still, it wasn't Jezaneth herself he was worried about. The one controlling her. She'd report back, and another clash was inevitable. If he's controlling the Blood Queen, then he's more powerful than her. "I have to be careful." Atticus turned to Ozeroth and sneered. "After all your boasting, she still slipped away. Maybe you're not as great as you always claim." Ozeroth's face flushed red. "Take that back, Bond. She ran away from my magnificence. It's not my fault the leaders of your alliance are spineless." Atticus chuckled. "Of course, you'd find someone else to blame. I thought you were a man of results and action." "I am," Ozeroth snapped, jabbing a finger toward him. "I crushed the skull of that lizard. Wasn't that action enough for you?" "Considering all your boasting," Atticus said dryly, "I expected more. Also, have you always been this tall?" His eyes scanned Ozeroth from head to toe. "Why does it feel like you did this intentionally? Are you trying to be taller than me?" Ozeroth reeled back. "That is preposterous. The great Ozeroth has always been this tall." "Sure," Atticus said, staring at him with a deadpan expression. Ozeroth pointed at him, face flushed, mouth open, but no words came out. Finally, he growled, "I hate you." Then, with a huff, he shrank down and zipped into Atticus's chest. The expressions on the onlookers' faces were impossible to describe. After all the battles, the deaths, the carnage, the brutal torture, they were joking, laughing, teasing each other like old friends. It was absurd. And somehow, it was even more terrifying. It meant something like this was just another day for Atticus Ravenstein. Suddenly, space ruptured around Elitantron, cracks spidering across the air like shattered glass. His face was contorted with rage, his eyes burning with nothing but hate. He locked eyes with Atticus and growled, "I will make you pay for this. No matter what." Then, with a violent implosion, space shattered, and he vanished. High above, the Dimensari airships swiftly took off, each disappearing into warp speed one after the other. Atticus watched it all unfold in silence. He made no move to follow. I still can't kill him. He had tried everything, but Elitantron still escaped. The trick he had used with Azrakan wouldn't work again. Atticus doubted the man even had anything left he cared about enough to sacrifice himself. Nothing to use. Nothing to hold against him. His gaze slowly shifted to the remaining Alliance leaders and apexes. How should I deal with them? He had already retrieved and stored Carius in Drakethanion's cores, and, to his surprise, had found Karn Voss's body hidden inside Carius's space storage. Now, he just needed to obtain the rest of the Apex cores. But, it's not that straightforward. Fighting all the leaders at once would be reckless. Unlike the previous Paragons, these ones were different, experienced, unpredictable. Just like the slippery Dimensari, Atticus couldn't guarantee that he'd kill them all without one, two, or more slipping away. And if even one escaped, then I've just made more enemies for nothing. That was reason enough for caution. But there was another reason. A more personal one. Please, save our planet. Victor Halden's voice echoed in his mind again and again. Atticus wasn't the type to be roped into others' ideals. He never had been. But now, something was different about this one. Victor had done more for him in such a short time than anyone outside his own family had ever done. He had protected people Atticus cared about. He had given his life to free Atticus from that prison. And he had done it with a final request. I will respect your wish, Atticus decided, but I'll do it my way. He had no intention of bowing to anyone or following blindly. But so long as the planet and its people still remained on Eldoralf, then annihilating a few problematic races along the way was acceptable. The remaining Alliance leaders stared at him from their ships, their expressions tense and unreadable. Despite Carius's death and the Dimensari's retreat, the tension hadn't subsided, it had only grown more intense. They didn't speak. And neither did Atticus. He simply stared back, cold and unblinking, waiting. Eventually, one by one, they gave him a slight nod. Taking their apexes, they turned and returned to their airships. Only Genera of the Evelari remained. She hadn't spoken a word either. After giving Xenon instructions to lead the surviving recruits to safety, she gave Atticus a brief nod, then vanished into her ship with her apex. Now, only the human paragons remained in the sky. And just as the final threads of tension began to fade, a streak of lightning surged down beside Atticus. Magnus appeared, his presence crackling with lightning. He looked at Atticus with eyes filled with worry. Side effects? He asked immediately. Atticus's power-ups more often than not came with side effects. Atticus gave a small smile and shook his head. I'm fine. Magnus exhaled in relief but still shook his head, his eyes narrowing. What happened? Before Atticus could respond, another voice cut in from above. Oberon landed beside them with his arms crossed. What do you think, Magnus? It's your grandson being your grandson again. The rest of the human paragons touched down shortly after. Alongside Magnus and Oberon, Luminous, Aurelius, and Seraphina had all come. Luminous studied Atticus closely and muttered, I don't think he can even be classified as our race anymore. It was a joke, but no one laughed. They all just stared at Atticus, quietly. Despite their strength, despite their ranks, standing near him felt like having a blade held to their throat. Like a quiet, invisible threat. As if their lives were already in his hands. Then his voice sounded, rattling them to their bones. We'll discuss this later. We should return to the human domain. I'm sure you're all aware of what's coming. The expressions of the paragons shifted instantly before turning into dread. They exchanged silent nods, serious now, and in a single synchronized flash, they returned to the aircraft they had arrived in. But before they left, the other human paragons who had come began gathering their descendants. They also gathered for those who had stayed behind at the human domain. Some of the recruits hadn't made it back, and that thought sent a chill through the paragons. Unfortunately, The human airship couldn't carry the millions of survivors still left behind. They resolved to return for them later, only after Zenon gave his word that they would be protected in the meantime. But even then, they didn't return to the human domain immediately. No, Atticus had other plans. They branched off to two different military outposts first. There, Atticus retrieved Ember and Carius, taking them directly from their military assignments. Doing so was a direct violation of military protocol. In fact, the commanding officers at the bases had every right to deny him, or even attempt to stop him. But Atticus hadn't been asking. A single release of his aura, and the entire base fell silent, Paragons included. No one moved. No one dared. He took his cousins without another word. Only after that did they finally return to the human domain. And through it all, Atticus briefed the Paragons on the situation. As soon as they arrived at the human domain, a high-level meeting was immediately convened between the leaders of humanity and Atticus. Inside the Grand Council Hall, where the Paragons of humanity had gathered, each took their place in identical seats arranged on the same elevation. The Council of Paragons was the ruling body of the human domain and had always led together. But today, it felt different. Because only one aura dominated the room. Atticus Ravenstein. Though he sat among them like an equal, the sheer pressure he radiated made it feel as though there was only one true leader in that hall. The room was silent and tense. Until Atticus finally spoke. How long can the Aegis shield last? The question caught many off guard. A few Paragons shifted in their seats, confused. Why was he asking that? Most hadn't been briefed yet. They didn't even fully understand why the emergency meeting had been called so abruptly. Why are you? Octavius began to speak with furrowed brows. But Oberon cut him off, his expression grim. 1.5 months at most. The room went still again as Atticus narrowed his eyes slightly, falling silent. Octavius and a few others exchanged questioning glances before turning back to Oberon. You better explain what's going on. Until now, today was supposed to be the military camp banquet, a celebration marking the recruits' final days before their graduation. Yet all they'd gotten were alerts that something had happened at the military camp. Oberon sighed slightly and began recounting the events. The Dimensari and Dragon Apexes betrayed the Alliance. They brought a Zorvan colonel into the camp. But our Apex defeated him. Gasps rippled through the hall and eyes widened. Mouths opened. A Zorvan colonel. That couldn't be real. And yet, the aura Atticus still radiated, the chilling, oppressive weight in the room, made denying it impossible. But Oberon wasn't finished. After saving the camp, he decided to execute the Dimensari and Dragon Apexes for their betrayal. Their leaders intervened, and a clash broke out. He paused, letting that sink in. He killed Azrakan and Velkarion. In front of the other Alliance leaders. For a moment, it was as if the Paragons stopped breathing. Even Vexarius, the Sentinel Guardian Paragon, sat utterly stunned. He had killed not just a Zorvan colonel, but two of the Alliance's most powerful leaders. The implications came crashing down on them like a tidal wave. The human apex had murdered the Dimensari and the dragon leader. He had shattered the balance of the Alliance. He had made enemies of two powerful races. The air turned heavy as they each came to the same realization. War is coming, Oberon said quietly, voicing the thought echoing in all their minds. And with that, the last remnants of composure in the room crumbled. Shit, Thorn Alvrian muttered under his breath, gripping the armrest of his chair tightly. And his sentiment was shared by all. Because now, humanity wasn't just fighting to survive. Now, they had to prepare for war. Suddenly, Atticus broke the silence once more. You all will have to make a choice. Here and now. The hall went utterly still as all eyes turned to him. His expression didn't shift as he continued. The Dimensari will attack. The dragon race will most likely join them. Humanity will be at war. I'll be frank. He paused, sending out a glance. I don't feel any particular responsibility tying me to the human domain, other than my family. It was as though every heart in the hall stopped beating for a second. That single sentence sent panic flaring beneath their skin. Because they knew, if Atticus walked away now, humanity was finished. No one else could stand against what was coming. No one else could stop what he had already provoked. The Paragon swallowed hard, watching him, waiting, clinging to the next words. And then Atticus continued, but I have no intention of abandoning the human domain. His tone turned firm. I've decided to take over Eldorolf. And I'll use the human domain as my starting point. His words dropped like a bomb. Several paragons shifted in their seats, tension rising like a wave. He didn't wait for their reactions. The war coming will require us to stand together, he said coldly, and I need to be sure that I can trust those I consider allies. His gaze swept across the room, slowly, deliberately. Swear your allegiance to me, he said, and I will raise you to the top. Swear your allegiance to me, he said, and I will raise you to the top. In the hall where all the paragons of humanity sat, and where a 19-year-old youth led the meeting, an eerie silence followed his words. The implications were too profound. It was like dropping a bomb in the heart of a city and watching the devastation unfold in complete stillness. Swear allegiance. Zephyrian of the Nubilum family finally broke the silence, his voice uncertain. Yes, Atticus said without hesitation. At that confirmation, the expressions of nearly every paragon darkened, except for Magnus, Oberon, Luminous, and Thorn. The latter two had already signed mana contracts that bound them to Atticus. His words hadn't shaken them, they were already in this position. Plus, they knew this was inevitable. There was no doubt left. Atticus was the most powerful being in the entire human domain. Even if they all stood together, defeating him was unlikely. Octavius of the Resonera family clenched his jaw, and his voice was filled with disbelief. And how exactly do you expect us to do that? By signing a mana contract, Atticus replied flatly. Bam! The armrest beneath Vexarius's hand cracked violently, scorched from his grip. He stood, eyes seething, aura distorting the air. You want us to become your slaves? He snapped. So this is what we feared. The second you became more powerful than us, you'd abuse it. His voice rose. You want dominance over us? I would rather die than become your slave. He slammed his foot down as he rose, cracked spider webbing from beneath his feet. But all he got in return was the world slamming down on him. An invisible weight crushed his shoulders. His body jerked violently and was slammed to the ground. The upper tier the paragons sat on shattered as he tore through it, crashing into the lower floor with a devastating impact. His eyes widened in disbelief, aura flaring wildly as he fought back, but it didn't matter. I can't move an inch, he thought, horror creeping in. The pressure was monstrous. His eyes strained upward toward the paragons, only to see a scene that made his heart skip. It was Atticus. Still seated, still facing forward. Not even sparing Vexarius a glance. And yet, he was the one holding him down. The other paragons, who had been moments away from protesting, swallowed their words. And silence descended on the hall once more. Then, Oberon finally spoke, his tone calm but solemn. What will be the terms of this mana contract? The other paragons stared at him in disbelief. Was he actually considering this? But Oberon didn't meet their eyes. He looked only at Atticus. 2 clauses, Atticus said, turning slightly. You will follow my commands in matters concerning the war and humanity's survival. Your will, your choices, your families, everything else remains your own. And second, you will never betray me under any circumstances. Octavius's eyes narrowed. Or else, what if we decide not to sign? The tension thickened again, the air almost humming from its intensity. Or else nothing, Atticus said calmly. I'll take control regardless. Your worth and agreement aren't as important as you think. You're giving us no choice, Octavius growled. I'm giving you the choice to keep everything you hold dear, your homes, your families, your status. I don't want them. I don't care about them. I care only about my goal. The room fell into heavy silence. But before most could even react, Oberon moved first. From his space storage, he retrieved a mana contract and began drafting the clause. Surprisingly, Magnus followed suit, drawing out a contract of his own. Atticus's expression shifted faintly as he turned toward him. You don't have to sign one, Grandpa. Magnus shook his head. I will. Atticus met his eyes, and he exhaled softly. He's serious about this. Magnus was one of the people Atticus trusted completely. Asking him for a mana contract felt wrong, it was an insult to the bond they shared. But he understood what the old man was doing. This wasn't about trust, it was about making a statement. About standing beside him in front of the world. So, Atticus signed them both. The contracts glowed and dissolved into motes of light, binding the mana oath. One by one, others followed. Thorn, Seraphina, Luminous, Garvik, and Aurelius. Each added their name to the binding contract. Only 3 remained. Vexarius, who was still crushed beneath Atticus's pressure, Octavius, whose face had twisted into anger, and Zephyrion, deep in thought, watching silently. Then, without turning, Atticus spoke once more in a cold tone. You have 2 minutes. And with that, he fell silent again. To him, there was nothing more to say. The decision was theirs now. He had made the consequences clear, and now it would be theirs to bear should they refuse. Moments passed in silence, and Zephyrion eventually exhaled a deep, burdened sigh, finally snapping out of his thoughts. Without a word, he brought out a contract, signed it, and sent it toward Atticus. It vanished in motes of light. Octavius clicked his tongue in frustration, muttering under his breath, I hope you all know what you're doing, casting a bitter glance toward the other paragons, those who had already signed. But even he, reluctantly, retrieved a contract, signed it, and let it vanish like the others. Then, all eyes turned to the last one, Vexarius, still pinned to the floor. Oberon opened his mouth. Vex. But Vexarius cut him off with a roar. I would rather die than become a slave to that power-hungry brat. His voice echoed through the hall, filled with nothing but rage. You fools can choose to sell your freedom, but I will never follow him. Never. Some of the paragons looked toward Atticus, only to see his eyes closed, head slightly tilted downward. He wasn't even listening. It was as though he was simply waiting for the 2 minutes to pass. Oberon's tone suddenly turned cold. Vexarius, he said sharply, you're a hypocrite. Vexarius blinked, his anger stopping momentarily. You lead the Sentinel Guardians. You've made thousands fall beneath your authority. Why? Vexarius clenched his jaw, saying nothing. To protect the people of the human domain, Oberon continued. And now, our apex is doing the exact same thing. So why do you resist? Don't compare me to that selfish brat. Vexarius snapped. You're forgetting, he's the one who brought all this chaos to our doorstep. Why did he have to kill the Dimensari and dragon race apexes? Oberon narrowed his eyes. Was I not speaking in a language you understood? They betrayed the alliance. They attacked the military camp. If not for Atticus, our descendants would all be dead. Still, Vexarius growled through clenched teeth. None of that matters anymore, Oberon said. What matters is now. He's trying to save the human domain. And you resist. Do you honestly think you can save it yourself? Or is your pride, your ego, worth more than the billions of lives that call this place home? Those words struck deep. Too deep. Vexarius's trembling stopped. His fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding so hard they cracked. Then, finally, he retrieved a mana contract. The pressure bearing down on him lessened just enough to let him sign it. As he did, the contract vanished, and with it, the crushing weight that pinned him. Still seething, Vexarius rose and flew back to his seat in silence, his gaze burning. But he didn't raise any objections anymore. Atticus finally opened his eyes, and his gaze moved calmly to Oberon. Now that that's done, he said, how are the imposters and spies within our system? Since you left, we've doubled down on our efforts to purge the human domain of infiltrators. New detection methods have been introduced, mana resonance tests, bloodline frequency scans. So far, the results have been effective. He paused briefly, then added, I can't speak for the masses, but in every critical sector, military, politics, research, and defense, there are no more spies. Atticus gave a single nod of approval. Good. The plan from here is simple. The room sharpened. Every paragon leaned in instinctively. The attack had just happened, and yet, he already had a plan. Atticus continued, activate the domain Aegis shield. Maintain it for as long as possible. Ensure every node is guarded and fortify each one. The instruction was straightforward. The Aegis shield was their most powerful defense, and activating it was something done only in the direst emergencies. The paragons waited, certain more orders would follow. More elaborate steps, grand strategies. But none came. Atticus said nothing else. Instead, he rose to his feet, adjusted his cloak, and gave a curt nod toward the assembled paragons. Then, without another word, he turned and walked out of the hall, Magnus silently moving with him. The heavy doors closed behind them, and for the first time in a long while, the paragons of humanity remained seated, but none could speak. A cold voice reverberated through a vast, dimly lit chamber. What? The sound of gritted teeth echoed in the silence, followed by the faint creak of clenched fists. A stunning woman with flowing crimson hair remained bowed low, trembling in anger. She didn't answer. Jezaneth, the voice called again, this time sharper, more venomous. A pair of crimson eyes narrowed in the shadows, and the oppressive pressure in the room intensified, crashing down like a wave. Jezaneth, the blood queen of the vampiros race, snapped out of her reverie, but her rage was still very much there. Did you not hear? A Zorvan colonel attacked the camp, and was defeated by that bastard. Bam! Before she could finish, the pressure exploded. Her body was slammed to the floor, unable to lift even a finger. The man rose from his seat. Each step he took toward her carried the weight of a giant. The ground beneath him trembled as he approached. Looks like you still need more lessons on etiquette, he said coldly. Crack! He drove his foot into her head, shoving it into the dirt beneath them. No matter how many times I ask, his voice was ice, when I ask you a question, you answer. His foot pressed harder, blood spilling across the floor. Again, and again. The cold glint in his eyes never left. Now, he said, finally removing his foot. Repeat everything you said. Leave out nothing. No detail is too small. Bloodlust oozed from him, filling the air like a poisonous fog. Even the air around Jezaneth seemed to vibrate in dread. But she swallowed her pride, steadied her voice, and recounted everything. Every word, every detail, every moment. And then, silence returned, broken only by the sound of the man's footsteps as he paced back and forth across the underground world. His thoughts swirled like a violent storm. I miscalculated. His eyes were wide. The plan had been to wait, to deal with Atticus later during the war. But now his sibling had acted before him, and Atticus had not only survived, he had shattered every conceivable expectation he had. He had collected multiple cores, grown beyond anything he would have ever expected. It was maddening. I've been too docile. He had allowed events to unfold on their own, having been content to play the long game. But in doing so, he had given others the reins. He had misjudged, and lost control. I've lost my touch. Without a word, he ascended the stone steps of the underground chamber, stepping into a sprawling garden lit by soft glows from the flora. His mind was chaotic. He needed to clear it. Wearing his gardening garments and gloves, he got to work. Pruning, tending, watering. Each movement was precise, almost meditative. Jezaneth watched from the shadows, blood trailing down her face, utterly baffled. He was gardening. After hearing all that, now, an hour passed in silence as the man worked, meticulously washing and storing his tools afterward. Only then did he return to the lower chamber with a calm face and sharp eyes. A faint smile had appeared at the corner of his lips. Looks like we need to speed things up a bit, he said. Let's go. And like a ripple in space, the two vanished from the underground world. A man with all the distinct features of the Dimensari walked down a darkened corridor within the towering halls of Valarius Castle. His steps were heavy, and his face filled with nothing but seething anger. Even the air felt it, the air around him appearing distorted, as if his very rage was bleeding into the world itself. Elatantran moved swiftly, his pace increasing with every step, like he couldn't wait to get to his destination. Despite the storm that had ensued just moments ago, his mind was oddly still. However, it was not because there was nothing to think about, but because he had already reached a conclusion. A single, unwavering conclusion that burned within him. He would have his revenge. The hallway was empty, silent. No guards, no echoes, not even a flicker of torchlight, only the faint glint of white dots glowing within his obsidian eyes, gleaming through the pitch-dark void. At the end of the corridor, he came to an imposing black door, engraved with ancient-looking runes. Without hesitation, Elatantran slit his arm open with a flick of his fingers, letting the blood drip onto the surface of the door. Then he pressed his hand against it, channeling mana into the wound. The door shimmered, then rippled like water. And he passed through. Within, he entered a chamber that was vast and hollow. And at the center hovered a collection of orbs, gliding in slow, circular motion. Elatantran's eyes locked onto them. Then, he stepped forward, silent and determined, his resolve solidifying in his heart. I don't care anymore. He had lost his last descendant. The last hope of his bloodline. His future had been shattered, irreparably. Even if he fucked all the women in the Dimensari domain, his chances of birthing another were as impossible as butter breaking diamonds. The pain had hollowed him out. And the one who had caused everything. Atticus Ravenstein. The name alone made his hands clench into fists. To destroy him and his entire race, I need power. More than I've ever had. More than any Dimensari has ever had. His gaze narrowed as he reached forward toward the cores. Initially, Elatantran had only learned about the cores because a particular man had told him about the history of Eldoralf. Said man had tasked him with collecting the cores, and Elatantran was supposed to deliver them to him, but all absorb them, all of them. He needed more power than ever if he hoped to get his revenge. But just as his fingers were about to touch the first orb, a voice echoed from behind him. Smooth, calm, yet carrying a weight that froze the air. Sentient beings really are interesting. Elatantran's body went still. Who? This was his personal dimension. One that he could claim had even more defense than the Alliance military camp. To think someone had infiltrated without him even knowing was a thought that chilled him to the bone. His heartbeat skipped. He slowly turned around, and his heart pounded violently. Standing there was a man with hair of crimson and blue, a striking contrast that felt unnervingly natural on him. A faint smile was on his lips, gentle, almost serene, but the air in the room was anything but. Elatantran's throat tightened. You, he muttered, his voice cracking. Why was this man here now? Then his gaze shifted downward, and his heart nearly stopped. Jezaneth Bloodveil, the Blood Queen of the Vampiros, an overlord of Eldoralf, a name that stirred fear even in the darkest corners of the planet, was kneeling. Her regal form was bowed low, face smeared with blood and dirt, trembling in silence like a humbled servant. The sight hit Elatantran like a hammer to the chest. She's serving him. As the thought settled, the man finally spoke. It seems many have forgotten the importance of etiquette and hierarchy. His voice was calm and crisp, like the quiet edge of a blade. Elatantran froze. His pride and his instinct fought, but he knew exactly who stood before him. He swallowed his pride and dipped his head ever so slightly. Welcome, he said, trying to maintain some semblance of control. How may I assist you? Unlike Jezaneth, whose bloodline had served the man for generations, Elatantran had been approached. Their relationship was transactional at best. Though Elatantran suspected the man's power was more than his own, he was still the leader of the Dimensari, a superior race. Even after the blow to his pride from Atticus, he refused to bow. But the man only tilted his head, his smile widening as if amused. A child pretending to be king. It was hilarious. It truly baffles me, he said softly, stepping forward casually. Even a falcon, proud as it may be, recognizes the shadow of a dragon when it passes overhead. It does not bare its talons, it bows to survive. He stopped inches from Elatantran. His voice was low, but every word struck like thunder. Elatantran Valarius, leader of the Dimensari race, the world would be a better place if arrogant fools like you learned to recognize when a predator stands before you. Smack. The man's palm flew across Elatantran's face, so fast, it sounded like a crack of lightning. Elatantran's head snapped sideways, his knees buckled slightly from the sheer force. He stood still for a moment, dazed, hand slowly rising to his cheek. I was slapped, he muttered in shock. Pock. Another slap landed, this time from the opposite direction. Then came a third, a fourth, a fifth. Each impact echoed like a whip crack, each slap sending waves of air spreading. And when it finally stopped, Elatantran remained hunched, hair disheveled, lips bloodied, mind reeling. When he comprehended the reality of the situation, an intense rage surged through him like wildfire. His aura erupted in a violent burst, crashing against the walls. I'll kill you, he roared. But the moment the words left his mouth, the man's eyes glowed, bright blue, radiant. A wave of energy exploded from him, slamming against Elatantran. His body slammed into the ground with bone-jarring weight, his aura instantly snuffed out as if it never existed. Elatantran gritted his teeth, veins bulging, as he tried to stand, but he couldn't move an inch. His mind was filled with rage, and his eyes had turned bloodshot. First Atticus, now this. Another humiliation, another scar. However, the man stepped past Elatantran casually, as though he was walking through a field of flowers. He stopped before a pedestal, his eyes now fixed on the 6 glowing cores suspended in a containment field. A glint passed through his eyes as he observed them. Despite how utterly useless your existence is, he said, you've managed to prove useful after all. 6 cores, beautiful. Elatantran, still pressed to the ground, forced his voice out through clenched teeth. Please, don't take the cores, he growled. I need them. I need to make that bastard pay for everything he did to me. The man didn't turn, but his smile widened. You ask for something, he said, then offer something in return. What are you willing to give? Elatantron's eyes widened. He knew where this was going. His fists dug into the ground as flashes of the humiliation Atticus had put him through crashed through his mind. That face. That gaze. His heart turned colder. I'll sign a mana contract, he said. That made the man finally turn. Good. He didn't summon any contract, nor lift a finger. Instead, with a thought, arcane words began carving themselves into the air, glowing and pulsing before he sent it to Elatantron. Insert your mana, the man said. Elatantron obeyed. The moment his mana touched the contract, it flared, binding deep into his core. He felt it instantly, an unbreakable link tying him to this man. The man nodded with satisfaction. Good. The Dimensari and the Vampiros will play a major role in what's to come. You'll both absorb these cores. Elatantron's eyes snapped to Jezeneth, who had now silently risen and appeared beside him. His lips parted, about to protest. But the man's aura surged. It pressed on him, silencing him before he could speak. It wasn't a request, the man said coldly. Elatantron clenched his fists again, but said nothing. With a flick of his fingers, the man summoned the 6 cores from their containment. They split into 2 trios, each hovering before Elatantron and Jezeneth. Unfortunately, the man continued, neither of you are capable of unraveling these cores. No one on this primitive planet is. That child is the only anomaly. Elatantron and Jezeneth's eyes widened. The queen had been happy at getting power so that she would be able to crush Atticus. The same desire burned in Elatantron's heart, but they were both confused. If they couldn't absorb the cores, why give them? But don't worry, the man said softly, as his crimson eyes gleamed, I'll help you absorb them. His smile deepened. It will just come, with a little side effect. Suddenly, the room darkened. The air warped around them. The man's eyes blazed brighter than ever, twin infernos of crimson. Elatantron and Jezeneth's eyes snapped wide, their bodies convulsing as the cores began to force themselves into them. Screams erupted as pain flooded every one of their nerves. It was torment, and the man simply stood there, watching. Still smiling. A serene stillness was over a forest that was bathed in moonlight. Deep within it, a vast circular platform floated quietly above a still lake. Dozens of figures sat upon it, adorned with robes. Not a single ripple disturbed the water beneath them, either the platform had no weight, or the figures upon it did not. They were the elders of the Evelari race, those who guided their people. What do you think about him, Elder Xenon? All eyes turned toward the figure, Xenon. Xenon gazed at Genera Flux, the queen of the Evelari, with a serious look. His expression was resolute. He is what we've been searching for, my queen. Genera's brow furrowed slightly. What do you mean? All of the elders listened in. Many of them had witnessed Atticus's impossible feats firsthand. Even now, just the memory of his presence made their skin prickle. Change, my queen, Xenon responded. He looked at each of them. That is what the Evelari have always strived for. Eldoralth has grown stagnant. We've plateaued, perhaps even declined. Atticus Ravenstein is the catalyst. He will bring the change this world desperately needs. A ripple of murmurs broke through the elders. Some elders nodded while others frowned. If the change you speak of means war and chaos, are you sure it's worth it? One of the elders spoke up. A few others nodded in agreement. The concern was valid. He's right, Xenon. Genera's voice soon followed. I too find Atticus fascinating. But things are spiraling beyond our grasp. The Dimensari are preparing for war against the humans. The Vampiros and dragons will likely follow. That child is the only one capable of standing against them. If he falls, humanity falls with him. Her gaze grew colder. We may strive for change, but we also strive for survival. If we support the wrong side now, we may face annihilation ourselves. Silence fell like a curtain. She didn't mince her words. No elder could deny the truth. In this age, one wrong political move could doom their entire race. Then, what if we maintain our neutrality? Another elder suggested cautiously. Some nodded in agreement, but Genera shook her head. No, that is even more dangerous. They turned to her again, puzzled. Neutrality bears its own consequences, she continued. If Atticus survives all this and stands as the victor, Then those who remained neutral will be seen as enemies. I've seen that boy's eyes, he won't stop with the other races. He will reshape Eldoralth itself. Whether we stand beside him or not, his march will not halt. We either support him, she paused, or go all out to destroy him before he ascends any higher. The gazes of the elders widened. Heavy sighs escaped lips, and an intense tension gripped the air. Finally, another elder spoke. Then what do you suggest, my queen? Janera's eyes didn't change. She turned slowly to Zenon once more. I will trust Elder Zenon's judgment. You spent a year with him, more than any of us. You saw him up close, conversed with him, watched him rise. Where do you stand? The elders of the Evelari stared at Zenon with intense gazes. Their queen had just placed the fate of their race into his hands, and though none among them doubted Zenon's wisdom or insight, this was no small matter. This was everything. His decision would shape the future of the Evelari. Zenon exhaled deeply, and his eyes turned steady as he looked at Janera. My queen, he began, with respect, it would only make sense for the final decision to come from you. You've led us for decades without fault, not once. Your judgment has preserved our race through drought, betrayal, and war. But, he paused, sending a glance to the elders, I will still speak my mind. The wind stirred gently around the platform as he continued. When I first arrived at the military camp, Atticus Ravenstein was already the most powerful person there. Most didn't realize it, but I did. And so did he. The brows of a few elders furrowed. Back then, he was stronger than me. And he also held a higher rank. Murmurs spread through the elders. Their eyes widened. Stronger than Zenon. Zenon was among the peaks of the Evelari, perhaps the strongest of them. If Atticus had surpassed him then, what level had he reached now? The thought alone made their spines shiver. Zenon's voice continued steadily. There were millions of youths at that camp. Sergeants, officers, prodigies from every corner of the Alliance. We were sealed off from the outside world. With the power and rank he held, he could have done anything he wanted. He let the weight of that fact linger. Then, Zenon glanced around at the circle of elders. Do you know what he chose to do? The elders shook their heads. Silent. He trained. A stunned silence fell over the council. Not scheming. Not gathering influence. Not asserting dominance. He trained. Zenon nodded, as if reading their thoughts. From what I've observed of that child, he lives simply. He avoids needless interaction. He doesn't seek out conflict unless someone steps on his path. He's never wavered from his goal. Another pause. The peak. The words echoed over the still lake. Zenon's tone grew heavier. My point is this, his path hasn't changed. Even now, even if he seeks to take control of Eldoralth, I don't believe it's out of greed or lust for power. I believe, it's the way he decided to protect what he cherishes. He looked at Janera. Peace. A solemn silence fell again, but Zenon wasn't done. He defeated a Zorvan colonel at 19. Among many other impossible feats. He let that fact settle in their minds. Atticus Ravenstein is a person with a knack for doing the impossible. My queen, no matter how many times you ask me, I cannot imagine a future where he ever loses. If I were to choose, I would side with him, without hesitation. Janera fell silent and the murmuring of the elders ceased as they all waited for her words. It wasn't only the Evelari. From the scene of carnage they had all witnessed at the ruined military camp, it was very obvious that war and devastation were imminent. The human apex had gained strength of unimaginable proportions, reaching or even dwarfing the power of the leaders of the Alliance at such a young age. In just the span of 1 year, Atticus went from being the most talked about person, one with the greatest talent in Eldoralth, to the most dangerous person on Eldoralth. He could not only match the Leda's power, but also overwhelm it. Their world was not a nice one filled with flowers and rainbows. The leaders of the races knew this well. Balance had been kept in the Alliance because the leaders had always kept themselves in check due to their similar power levels. But in just one day, one night, that balance had been shattered. The leaders knew what was coming next. Now that Atticus had proven to be stronger than them, and the mana contract they thought they had on him had been broken, it was only a matter of time before he started his conquest to take over all of the Alliance, and by extension, Eldoralth. No time was wasted. The same night that the incident occurred, elders upon elders gathered. Meetings were held. Words were exchanged. Different perspectives were laid down. And in all of these meetings, they only spoke about one topic, Atticus Ravenstein. It wasn't only the Evolari that gave it deep thought. Every single race in Eldoralf, even the lower races, thought deeply about their next move. It was such that any move taken would either result in the destruction of their races or usher in a new age. For the latter, it was unknown if it was an age of prosperity or chaos. And as all these players pondered deeply about their next move, the next day came, and with it, a storm declaration, each one arriving one after the other, shaking the alliance to its core. The Demensari declared war on humanity. The Vampiros declared war on humanity. The Dragons declared war on humanity. 3 apex races. One common enemy. And humanity stood alone. The alliance of Eldoralf was forged upon a mana contract with clauses that enabled unity and limited any betrayals. Amongst one of its clauses, war had been addressed. In order to prevent any backstabbing or sneaky acts, should any race want to go to war with another, they were mandated to announce it, not only to the alliance, but also to their opponent race. This had been what the 3 races had done. And after their declarations, the word spread like wildfire in a forest drenched in fuel. Across the alliance, across all the races, and finally, across the human domain. The humans couldn't believe their ears. To many, it was as though the world was ending. A year ago, the Vampiros had declared them enemies. This had been enough for a riot to start, as most of the people had already assumed their end. But this was different. They hadn't minced their words. They hadn't tried to sneak around. No, they made their intentions very clear. War. And humanity was alone. None of the humans knew the intricacies of what had happened. The events at the military camp. The betrayals. The appearance of the Zorvan colonel. But they didn't need to. Because every single person in the human domain understood one thing with terrifying clarity. Death and carnage were coming. Those words echoed across the cities and sectors, sinking into bones, shaking souls. To the people, the Vampiros alone had been a death sentence, a bloodthirsty and predatory race with the power to end them all. But now it wasn't just them. The Demensari, the Dragons, and the Vampiros. 3 apex races. 3 juggernauts. Each one capable of annihilation on their own. But now allied, declaring war simultaneously. They were screwed. When the news broke, time seemed to stop. People froze mid-step. Conversations died mid-word. Even the wind seemed to still. And then, the weight of it hit them. The dread. The realization. That was why the Aegis shield had been activated and sustained since the night before. But they each knew. Even the shield had its limits. It wasn't eternal. It would stop. It would shut down. And when it did, there would be nothing but slaughter. Panic swept the domain. Humans did what humans always did when fear reigned and leadership crumbled, they rioted. Masses surged toward the estates of the tiered families, screaming, demanding answers, protection, anything. The gates of sector officials and tiered houses were pounded by fists, flooded with pleas and curses. But the tier 1 and 2 families were overwhelmed almost instantly. Even with their strength and their elites, they couldn't contain the chaos. Because the truth was, long before the news reached the people, it had already reached the powerful. And the powerful did what they always did in the face of fire. They fled. The human domain was structured like a vast circle, sectors forming concentric rings within it. And as fear took hold, the Tier 2 and Tier 3 families began evacuating from the outer rings, where the enemy would strike first, and slipped quietly into the inner circles. Abandoning their territories. Abandoning their people. They had no intention of being the first to fall. Their flight was so swift, so cowardly, that even the Tier 1s were caught off guard. They only realized what had happened once entire sectors had gone dark, family banners removed, estates emptied. And now, the Tier 1s and some Sentinel Guardians were left to deal with the aftermath. The fury, the fear, the carnage. Warriors were dispatched. Skirmishes erupted across cities. Civilians were cut down, mobs clashing with guards, friends turning on neighbors. The once orderly streets of the human domain devolved into smoke-choked battlefields. The enemy hadn't yet struck. But humanity had already begun to bleed from within. And as the chaos churned below, a lone figure rose into the sky, ascending slowly, steadily, until he hovered above the Aegis shield that guarded the heart of the domain, the Academy. Clad in a simple white trench coat that refused to flutter despite the furious winds around him, his silhouette cut a striking figure against the gray skies. At his waist rested a gleaming katana. His hands were clasped behind his back. And though the land below was vast and chaotic, his mismatched eyes swept across it all, taking in every fire, every scream, every drop of spilled blood. Regardless, it did nothing to shake him. I still don't understand why you're doing this, Bond. A voice sounded from within him, thick, Oziorth's. Atticus didn't blink. How is that possible? You can literally read my mind. Now isn't the time to be a bitch. Oziorth snapped. You know what I'm talking about. Atticus sighed. It's not that you can't understand. It's that you don't want to understand. Yes. Because it's idiotic. Oziorth barked. Why are you trying to rule over these fools? They're weak. Pathetic. Boring. This is going to be a massive waste of time. Atticus tilted his head slightly. If you'd bother to listen properly, you'd realize I have no intention of ruling anyone. I'm doing this to clear the board. To create an environment where petty politics and stupid obstacles don't keep getting in my way. You could have cleared the board with a few well-placed heads on spikes. Oziorth snarled. You don't have to become some emperor of the emotionally damaged. Atticus exhaled softly. That's the Oziorth I know. There's no one left on Eldoralth who doesn't know my name. All eyes are on me. Even if I wanted to fade, I wouldn't be allowed. So I'll do the opposite, drag them all into the open. Let them come. And then, his voice became cold. I'll crush them all. Every last one. Silence stretched for a few moments. Then Oziorth asked quietly. And after that, the goal remains the same. Atticus's answer came without hesitation. The peak. A few seconds of silence, and then Oziorth spoke. All right, Bond, I'm with you. Atticus smirked. As if you have a choice. You arrogant little. Atticus chuckled lightly, tuning Oziorth out. Then, his smile faded. His gaze returned to the domain below. Chaos was in every direction. The screams, the looting, the helplessness, the blood. His face hardened. The air stilled. And then, Atticus inhaled. A single, deep breath, calm and controlled, lasting for seconds. And when he exhaled, a wave spread from him. It was thin, barely visible, like mist passing through light. But it spread, a presence that touched every inch of the domain. From the tired districts to the normals. From the battle-scarred streets to the skyscraping towers. It passed through walls, through barriers, through armor, flesh, and bone. And the moment it touched them, everyone froze. Civilians. Sentinel guardians. Warriors. Members of the tiered families. Even the most battle-hardened warriors. But they didn't freeze because they wanted to. They froze because they couldn't move. Because in that instant, every soul felt it. A chill. Bone deep. Soul deep. So cold it was a wonder they hadn't turned into ice sculptures on the spot. The fighting ceased. The screaming stopped. The people held their breath. And in the midst of that impossible stillness, a voice echoed. Calm. Humanity. My name is Atticus Ravenstein. The gazes of every single human in the human domain widened. There was no one who didn't know that name. No one who didn't revere that name. Atticus Ravenstein. The apex of humanity. And in the next instant, they all shut down their thoughts and listened. His voice cut through the silence, sounding across the domain. I speak because I need you to know the truth. Your homes will be attacked soon. You deserve to know why. His words were quiet, but each syllable landed like a hammer. Last night, the Obsidian Order attacked the Alliance military training camp. And they were led by a Zorvan colonel. A collective shudder surged across the domain. Everyone had gone through the military at 18, and from their short and long experiences, they all knew what that meant. A Zorvan colonel had the strength of the leaders of the races. Atticus didn't pause. They infiltrated with the help of the Dimensari and Dragon Apexes. They betrayed the Alliance by colluding with the enemy. Another wave of shock rippled through the people. They couldn't believe it. 2 Apexes had betrayed the Alliance. Why? They were geniuses who lacked nothing. Neither of them could imagine why they would do something so stupid. Pointless. Still, they all believed it. Because of one reason, the one who was speaking. Atticus continued. Their actions endangered millions of your children. Your brothers. Your sisters. Members of our race. So I killed the Obsidian Order. I killed the Zorvan colonel. And I executed both traitors. Silence. He had said it plainly. There was no grandeur. No drama. Just cold, hard fact. And that was what blew their minds. They were shocked at the fact that he had killed the Dimensari and Dragon Apexes. However, the shock of what he did to the Zorvan colonel dwarfed it by many margins. Because it meant one irrefutable fact, Atticus was now stronger than the leaders of the superior races. The domain shook. Not with sound, but with stunned, reverent fear. Atticus wasn't done. But we live in an unfair world. So their races have declared war on us. And in just a few hours, humans turned on humans out of fear. He took a breath, one that seemed to pull the air from everyone's lungs. His voice darkened. I am disappointed. Those 3 words felt like ice in their bones. I'm embarrassed to be your apex. When I went to the Veritega Nexus, you all cheered. When I won, you all felt pride. You all felt it then. You echoed it. Humanity isn't weak. It isn't prey. It isn't bottom of the food chain. He paused for a slight second. But what I see before me are cowards. On the first morning of them declaring war, you riot. You loot. You cry. Pathetic. The word reverberated across the domain like poison. These are the people I represented. The domain was dead silent. And soon enough, they each began to feel it. Shame. Guilt. It rolled across them like a wave. But what none of the humans knew was that it wasn't natural. No. Humans were selfish creatures and it was natural for many not to be moved by Atticus' words. But Atticus' will had grown to such an extent that it could blanket the entire domain. And because of this, he held their emotions in the palm of his hand. He didn't just speak. He imposed. His words cutting deeper than they were supposed to. His next words echoed deep inside every one of their hearts. I'll ask only once. His voice went low now. Dangerously quiet. Is this who you are? Will you keep hiding? Keep proving the other races right? That humanity deserves to be at the bottom? No one answered. But then, they all felt it. A flicker. A spark. Then, a roar. It came from within each one of them. They all felt an intense surge of raw, burning determination. Atticus continued. Or will you use this chance to prove them wrong? To show them you're not weak. Not prey. To show them we are apex predators. The choice is yours. As his final word echoed, and then, his aura retracted, and everyone felt the chill vanish from their bodies. Their breathing returned to normal. And so did their movement. Their bodies were now free and their minds clear. Yet, even though many seconds had passed since Atticus fell silent, no one moved. The people simply stood there, motionless. Not out of fear, but their minds spun as they tried to comprehend everything. They had heard his words. They had felt their truth. And then, clang, clang, clang. Weapons began to fall. Some were dropped gently, others struck the ground with a sharp ring or were sheathed with trembling hands. Faces that were contorted by fury turned into darkened expressions with resolve and determination buried underneath. And without so much as a word, they turned. One by one, they began walking back to their homes. The streets, that were once filled with shouting and chaos, were now silent. Men and women walked shoulder to shoulder, with their heads bowed. There were no more fights. No more noise. With just a few words, Atticus had silenced the storm that threatened the domain. He's a born ruler. A pair of golden eyes gleamed in the sky. Oberon floated above, alongside the other paragons. They had heard everything, every word Atticus had spoken. And even they, paragons, had been shaken. This was the first time Atticus had given a speech of this magnitude. It wasn't too long, nor was it too short. Each word had been said deliberately, and each sentence, filled with clarity. TCH. Vexarius clicked his tongue from the side. Oberon glanced at him, a small smile appearing on his face. Let me guess, he said. You're not satisfied with this one either. Vexarius's head snapped toward him, with his eyes burning intensely. But he didn't say any words. He looked away, his voice low. He's still selfish, he muttered. But Oberon didn't respond. He ignored Vexarius and floated forward, descending alongside the one who had just turned the tide of the domain, Atticus. Nicely said, Oberon murmured as they descended through the still air. Atticus gave a small nod. This should keep things silent for a while. If he were being honest, it irritated him that he even had to do this in the first place. Had it been before he had decided to take over the whole of Eldoralf, he wouldn't have bothered. They could scream, rage, tear each other apart. It was their life, and they could waste it however they wished. But now, I have to start gathering influence from now. Everyone knew his name, his title as the apex of humanity. But none of them knew him as a leader. Not truly as a symbol. Not as hope. That was what today's speech had been for. A step toward becoming more than just power. Then he decided to change the topic. The nodes. They're all fine, Oberon replied quickly. Aside from your fortifications, I've also added more of my strongest. No paragon should be able to break through with a single strike, if they can break through at all. Atticus nodded. The Aegis nodes were the most critical components in the human domain right now. He couldn't risk them falling. He had spent the entire night after their last meeting carving runes into each one, layering them in dense mana and defense shields. With his will, the strength of the runes he could create was off the charts. That should be all for now. With the crowd pacified and the nodes secured, there was only one thing left. Return to the estate. All right, Atticus said, just to be safe, I want the paragons stationed near each node. Oberon nodded his head in understanding. I understand. With that, Atticus's figure vanished from the skies of Sector 1, heading back toward the Ravenstein estate. A second later, he appeared above it. Of course. He stifled a laugh as his gaze fell on the hill below. Scattered across the base were dozens of unconscious bodies. They were men and women who had been foolish enough to storm the Ravenstein estate during the riot. They were citizens of the Ravenstein Spire, who had wanted to demand answers or protection after hearing the war declarations. But not a single one had made it up the hill. The Ravensteins had stopped them all, decisively and brutally. His eyes left the scene and moved to the estate itself. Many Ravensteins had gathered outside. Some were present because of the impending war. Now, families needed to stand together more than ever before. And they had simply been going about their business before they had all felt the chill, and then heard him speak. And now, as they saw the overwhelming presence descending from the sky, they froze. Silence descended across the estate. As Atticus landed on the ground, heads instantly bowed in reverence. No one spoke. No one dared to. But they couldn't be blamed. Words fell short of describing what Atticus had become. He had reached level 5 in the 4 basic elements and had fused them together. What now stood before them was no longer just an heir or a warrior. He was becoming a force. And with every step he took through the estate, it felt as though a storm was drawing near. Something primordial. The air itself was docile, almost afraid to stir. The earth lay still, unmoving. The water, wherever it existed, was deathly still. And the fire, not even a flicker. He was what the Ravenstein bloodline was meant to be. He alone embodied its essence. Atticus's steps carried him to the grand entrance of the mansion. And there, just as expected, she waited. Atticus, Anastasia said softly. At the sound of his name, his cold aura, so suffocating and vast, collapsed. He crossed the final steps quickly, wrapping her in a large, warm hug. How have you been? He asked with a low voice. Anastasia hugged him tighter. He felt it, wet streaks soaking into his chest. Tears. He smiled, holding her closer. I'm fine, Mom. I'm here. I know, she whispered. I know. Eventually, Atticus stepped inside the mansion. Almost immediately, he was met by Lyanna, Nathan, and Sirius rushing down the hallway toward him. Lyanna reached him first, pulling him into a fierce hug. Great job taking out that reptile and the space freak, she said with a grin. Lyanna. Anastasia snapped from behind. Lyanna scoffed. What? You baby this boy way too much. I don't think you realize he's now one of the strongest people on the planet. Don't try to justify yourself, Sirius muttered, shaking his head. He turned to Anastasia. Don't mind her, we're trying to change her. It's a process. You old fool, Lyanna shot back, if more people were like me, there'd be a lot fewer stupid decisions in this world. Sirius rolled his eyes and ignored her, giving Atticus a firm tap on the shoulder. Then he nodded. You did good. Only Nathan remained where he stood, not moving forward. His expression was tight and distracted. He didn't even respond when Atticus greeted him. Instead, he mumbled incoherent words under his breath, chewing on something, again. Sirius glanced at him and chuckled. Don't mind that one. He's sulking over how much money the war's going to cost. Atticus mouthed an, oh, nodding slowly as the realization sank in. 3 races. It was no small battle. And war drained more than just blood. Then, as Atticus looked around, he noticed something, or rather, someone, was missing. Where's Dad? He asked. At his question, Atticus could feel the mood change. Anastasia's smile strained, and the trio behind her fell silent. He had something to take care of, Anastasia said gently. He'll be back soon. The others exchanged glances but said nothing. Something's going on. Atticus could feel it, but after studying them for a moment, he decided not to press. Instead, after talking a bit more, saying his goodbyes, and offering a few reassuring nods, he made his way upstairs to his room. As he reached the top, he entered through the door of his room, closing it quietly behind him. His gaze swept across the simple space, and then he smiled. Even though I've hardly used it, I still miss this room. Funny enough, the training room felt more like home to him than this one ever had. Especially after Anastasia stopped disturbing him to rest. He practically lived there now. Still, as he looked at the clean, tidy space, he couldn't help but feel a hint of nostalgia. This was where he'd grown up. Where he'd awakened his bloodline. Where he'd awakened as a baby. Feels like so long ago. With a soft chuckle, Atticus sat on his bed, silently looking around. Then, his eyes shifted to the door, landing on a faint shadow that flickered just past the frame. And his smile widened. Hey. The shadow froze, flickering slightly as if startled. I can see you, Arya, Atticus said casually. To anyone else below the master ranks, it would have been invisible. But to Atticus in his insane perception, it might as well have walked in wearing a sign. The shadow expanded, revealing a woman of average height with short green hair. She bowed the moment she fully appeared. Young master. Atticus chuckled. You're probably the only one who still calls me that, Arya. He stood and walked over, pulling her into a hug. I apologize, Arya started, stiffening, but Atticus just hugged her tighter. Guess I wasn't missed, he teased. Arya flinched, rapidly shaking her head. No, no, she relaxed and slowly returned the hug. He's warm, she thought. Atticus's body always radiated a kind of heat. Not the uncomfortable kind, but the type that soothed you from the inside out. Welcome back, she whispered, warmly. It's good to be back, Atticus replied, pulling back to look at her. Arya instantly looked down, face flushed. You're still as shy as ever, Atticus said, smirking as he walked back to his bed. So, what's up? I know you didn't just come to say hi. Arya's expression turned solemn. Atticus already knew something was wrong. He'd felt her emotions the moment she approached. Uncertainty. Tension. Arya hesitated, then clenched her fists. It's Master Avalon. Atticus's eyes sharpened. So something really is going on. He'd sensed it in the way Anastasia spoke. Now he was about to find out. Did something happen to him? Arya shook her head, troubled. No, but Lady Anastasia is worried. Ever since he heard about the incident at the military camp, he hasn't left the training room. Since last night, she nodded. Atticus sighed. Looks like he's blaming himself. As a father, even if it wasn't expected, it made sense that Avalon would feel helpless for not being able to protect his only son. Don't tell my lady I said anything, Arya added quickly. She didn't want you to worry. Atticus nodded. Thank you for telling me, Arya. Don't worry, I'll handle it. After a few more reassurances, Arya bowed once more and quietly left his room, leaving Atticus to his thoughts. I have to talk with him, as Atticus thought, a voice suddenly sounded. Talk and say what? Ozeroth's voice sounded dry. Atticus frowned. What do you mean? The man's feeling inadequate because he can't do more for his monstrous, average-looking son. Atticus's mouth twitched. Monstrous and average-looking? Really? Do you think a little pep talk is going to fix that? Then what do you suggest I do? Atticus asked. Silence. Atticus raised a brow. Why are you quiet? There was a faint mumble that Atticus couldn't quite hear. What was that? Say I'm more handsome and greater than you, and I'll tell you. Atticus stared blankly at the wall. You've got to be kidding me. Keep waste time, Ozeroth sang. Atticus tried to probe his thoughts, only to meet a mental wall. Again and again. He groaned. Fine. You're more handsome and greater than me. Happy. HMPH. Why would I be happy? You just stated facts. I'm glad to see you've finally admitted reality. I swear I don't even care anymore. Atticus rubbed his temples. Just tell me. Yeah, can't rush greatness. Ozeroth paused before finally saying, the only thing you can do for him, is give him power. Atticus waited. Silence. Well, he pushed. Well what? Wait. That's it. Yeah, what else do you want, Bond? I don't know, maybe something useful. Like how I'm supposed to give him power. Do you expect me to just start spilling out abilities from my butt? Whoa, Whoa, why are you yelling at me? Ozeroth said, feigning offense. I bring the wisdom. You extract the greatness. He's your father, not mine. Atticus sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. What the hell? At this point, he decided to ignore the spirit and shift his focus. There were more important things to deal with right now. His status. After so much time, Atticus was excited to see the changes in his status. Status. Character profile. Name. Atticus Ravenstein. Age. 19. Gender. Male. Race. Human Othranian hybrid. Attributes. Strength. 1365 right pointing arrow 1430. Agility. 1393 right pointing arrow 1466. Endurance. 1448 right pointing arrow 1521. Vitality. 1618 right pointing arrow 1795. Intelligence. 510 right pointing arrow 541. Perception. 415 right pointing arrow 449. Charm. 607 right pointing arrow 614. Wool. 327 right pointing arrow 360. Level. Grandmaster right pointing arrow Paragon. Talent. Mythical. Bloodline. Primordial elemental bloodline. Elements. Level 5. 1%. Level 4. Light. 80%. Lightning. 80%. Ice. 80%. Spirit element. 80%. Space. 80%. Darkness. 80%. Level 3. None. Level 2. None. Level 1. None. Locked bloodlines. Blood element 34 right pointing arrow 80%. Abilities. Innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone, regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery. Mythical. Life weapon skills. Transcendent slash. Godspeed grace. Endless strike. Vorpal nova. Sundering storm. Normal skills. Arcane barrier potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Paragon. Elemental mimicry potential. Transcendent. Current mastery. Grandmaster plus. Ethereal cloak potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Grandmaster plus. Question mark question mark question mark. Collective potential. Transcendent. Dimensional loop. Expert plus. Predatory perception. Expert plus. Immunity buildup. Expert plus. Slow decay. Expert plus. Pain resistance. Expert plus. Aura masking. Expert plus. Revenant's touch. Expert plus. Metabolic boost. Expert plus. Nullification field. Expert plus. Oralithian abilities. Echo manipulation. Ability to summon a temporary echo of yourself or an ally for assistance. Current mastery. Paragon. Temporal glimpse. Replay the last 1 second of an event to observe or correct actions. Current mastery. Paragon. Dimensional phasing. Ability to shift partially into the echo realm, making you intangible to physical attacks but vulnerable to mana-based or spiritual strikes. Current mastery. Paragon. Memory weaving. Weave fragments of memories from the echo realm into objects, weapons, or even people, allowing knowledge, emotions, or abilities to be stored. Locked. Echo bind. Bind the echoes of others, living or dead, to yourself, gaining insights, borrowing abilities, or summoning spectral allies. Locked. Atticus looked at his status in satisfaction. It clearly reflected the power he showed back at the military camp. Back then, his strength had increased manifold, and so had his agility, endurance, and vitality. He'd felt it all firsthand. Looks like my major change is to my stats and elements. Aside from his physical stats, the only thing that had clearly changed were his elements. Question marks, just like the other one. The art given to him by the superior races had also been unnamed, just like this one. Is it because I haven't named it yet? All the other abilities in his status had pre-existing names, which would explain why they were already titled. Atticus muttered. I'll try it out, name it later. His gaze dropped to his abilities. No changes. He moved toward the section showing his rank. Finally, as the word Paragon appeared, his eyes gleamed. Years and years of effort, and he had finally reached this point. The Paragon rank. It felt surreal, and at the same time, perfect. Atticus was happy. Genuinely happy. Only a few people on this planet can match me now, but... His expression hardened. Few still meant some. And that was enough. Enough to remain cautious. Focused. There were still threats. Flashes of past events flickered through his mind. Carius, Drakethanian, the Obsidian Order, the Zorvans, Lucas. He needed to take it step by step. First, Carius. I was able to kill him, but his actions were suspicious. Atticus's thoughts churned. He had found the body of Karn Voss in Carius's space storage. That alone was off. We're only supposed to kill each other. Why was he keeping the body? As reincarnators in Eldoralf, the goal was to be the last one standing. Keeping another Apex's corpse served no purpose, unless he was collecting them. Carius had severed Karn's head and still carried both head and body. Somehow, Atticus had a gnawing feeling he would have done the same to the rest of the Apexes. He must have convinced Drakethanian to obey him by promising his family back. It fit. Atticus drew connections from what he knew, compiling every thread and hint. He knows about the core. That was the only logical explanation. Their bodies contain the core, he thought. That's why he kept the Nullite Apex's corpse. Then his thoughts shifted to the Obsidian Order, and their relationship with Carius. Knowing his personality, it's unlikely he worked for them. More like a temporary collaboration. If Carius had been part of them, the implications would be huge. It would also mean every other Apex was worth checking too. He must have contacted them after his loss at the Nexus. Then something else clicked. How did he even find this information? Atticus didn't doubt Carius's talents, but defeating Eldarish and finding out about the cores was beyond him. That had to come from an external source. The Obsidian Order, or the person behind the scenes. The thought slithered into his mind like a snake. It made sense now. Just like the Vampiros, the Dimensari had planted imposters within the human domain, and likely within the other races as well. That alone hinted at something deeper. Either two separate entities were working in the shadows, one backing the Vampiros, the other backing the Dimensari, or it was just one person. Atticus leaned toward the latter. It's the same technique, same method of infiltration. That points to a single mastermind. And for someone to have influence over not just the Vampiros, but the Dimensari too. They had to be powerful. Exceptionally so. Someone like that would definitely know the history of Eldoralf, and by extension, the cores. So either Carius found out through that person, or through the Obsidian Order. As he reached this conclusion, a realization suddenly bloomed in him. The Dimensari had 6 cores. 7 Apexes had died during the Nexus competition. The Vampiros, Apex had somehow absorbed the Angel Apex's core. Atticus had felt that power in Luray. But the other 6. They must have fallen into Dimensari hands. But none of them have used them yet. He hadn't felt it on Carius, Azrakan, or even Elitantron, who were the leaders of their races. Maybe they couldn't. Unlike Atticus, it was possible they lacked the ability to comprehend the cores. Or worse, they had handed them over to the one pulling the strings. In any case, I need to be careful. Then, his thoughts shifted to the next looming threat. The Zorvans. He had uncovered something insane at the military camp. All his life, the Obsidian Order had been painted as a fanatic terrorist group, one that worshipped the Zorvans, thinking they were divine saviors sent to enlighten Eldoralf. But that wasn't the full truth. The Obsidian Order was established by the Zorvans. He concluded. And that changed everything. It meant the Order wasn't just worshipping them, they were them. Infiltration didn't even cover it. The Alliance had been compromised at its core. But then, how has the Alliance survived this long? The thought struck him and he shook his head. No, that's not the main point. If Zalzareth, powerful as he was, had been sent on a mission, it could only mean one thing. There's someone stronger than him in the Zorvan army. And yet, the Zorvans hadn't destroyed the Alliance yet. They could have, but they hadn't. They're stalling. They were waiting for something. And with everything he'd learned, Atticus was starting to understand what. The cores. The cores could only appear among Eldoralf's native races, and during war, bloodshed could scatter them. The Zorvans obviously didn't want to risk that. So they waited. And now, they've confirmed the cores have appeared, and they know where to find them. They were never after Eldoralf. They were after the cores. But then again. He paused, shaking his head. No, that's not quite right. Gathering all the cores would make someone a true Eldorian. Which meant. The cores are everything, Atticus concluded. And if the Zorvans had confirmed their existence, they'd make a move soon. I have to deal with the Dimensari, the vampiros, and whoever is backing them, quickly. Atticus resolved. More time wasted on this wasn't good. Then, his thoughts turned to the last on his list. Lucas. What was that power? Lucas had been working for the Obsidian Order, he had already established this fact. He was just an ordinary expert rank, yet he had trapped Atticus. That wasn't supposed to be possible. They turned him into a weapon. And if the Obsidian Order had more like him hidden away, their threat level had just gone through the roof. It happened the moment I touched him. I'll need to be careful next time. With a deep breath, Atticus turned toward his space storage, extending his hand. It was time to look through his gains. From his gains, the first thing Atticus noted, aside from the breakthroughs in his elemental paths, was a shift in another vital aspect of his power. The spirit element. But unlike his elemental advancements, he hadn't increased its level. No, what had changed was its mastery. He had broken into the second fold. Integration. From Oziorth's memories, Atticus had learned that to reach this fold, one had to master awareness, to demonstrate unwavering clarity and alignment with one's purpose. It was this alignment that granted access to deeper spiritual abilities. His perception of truth had sharpened, and the mastery of his spiritual eye had evolved. Now, he could peer into the souls of even more powerful beings. This had been useful with that Zorvan. In his battle with Zalzareth, just as the Zorvan had suspected, Atticus hadn't used his Orlithian fire sight to win. He wasn't seeing the future. Instead, he had been using his spiritual eye, targeting his weaknesses. No matter how flawless Zalzareth's movements appeared, they still held flaws, and Atticus exploited them completely. Then, his gaze turned inward again. It felt like integration should grant him one more ability. From Oziorth's memories, Atticus had noted one more ability. The power to repair and stabilize the world around me. It wasn't just metaphorical, it meant fixing broken objects, restoring artifacts, and even mending the damage in fractured planes. But, looks like it's not that straightforward. It required certain conditions to be met, ones he hadn't fulfilled yet. Harmonizing the inner and outer world. He had to reach a state where his inner peace extended outward, where his stillness could calm surrounding chaos. And aside from that, he needed to stabilize and manipulate the flow of spiritual energy, using it not to destroy, but to repair what had been disrupted. Once he learned these, all that remained was to try. Atticus nodded to himself, satisfied with the gains. It was comforting to know that even if one of his paths stalled, there were others for him to train. Then, his attention shifted to what he'd been anticipating since the battle. The cores. In that one fight alone, he had claimed 3 new cores, bringing his total to 5, if he included his human core. With a focus, 2 radiant cores appeared into view. One was an abyssal black, so dense it distorted the space around it, bending the air. The other was searing red, radiating such intense heat that the room's temperature rose sharply. It couldn't be more obvious than this, he murmured with a chuckle. At least there was no mistaking which was which. Then, he brought out Karn Voss's body and stared at it in silence. He didn't feel any grief. No remorse. They had never been friends in the first place. But the only thing that made Atticus hesitate was because of what he was about to do to him. "I'm sorry," he said simply. A wave of dark crimson spread from his palm, washing over Karn's corpse. In seconds, it devoured the body whole, until all that remained was a single core, dull brown, like rotted bronze. But it was so potent that the air recoiled from it. Mana dispersed. Life itself avoided it. It was a core of negation. Now, all 3 floated before him. Abyssal black, searing red, rotten bronze. Atticus stared at them for a moment, then smiled faintly. Now then, which one should I absorb first? He had more than a month to train and prepare for what's to come. And for someone like him, that was more than enough time to master each of these cores. But for now, he chose the one that would offer the greatest advantage in the short term. The Dimensari core. With a thought, Atticus vanished, blipping out of his room and reappearing just outside the training facility Magnus had built for him. They're training hard. He smiled faintly as he sensed the auras coming from the building beside his, Magnus's training room. Turning, Atticus stepped into his own training room and sat down cross-legged in the center, placing the core before him. Just like back then, his eyes shifted into a deep, radiant purple, shining with clarity as he peered into the abyssal black core. At first glance, it appeared like a simple radiant core. Still, but when he focused deeper, He could see through it. It wasn't a simple ball. It was a bundle of intricately woven threads, each one binding and enclosing something of immense weight. Activating Oziorth's omnicognition, Atticus slowly began unraveling the weave. It took time, but eventually, thread by thread, the weave began to unravel until finally, the core released its mana signature. Unlike the threads, the signature was simpler, primal and ancient. Still, Atticus replicated it swiftly since he was already well versed in replicating signatures. The moment he did, mana surged toward him from every corner of the room. Waves upon waves collapsed in front of his lower stomach, where the signature had embedded itself. There, a radiant black core formed, a perfect replica of the one he had unlocked. The signature dissipated into the air like ash on the wind. Just like back then, Atticus's gaze sharpened. He remembered this. The Orlithian core had done the same. The mana core inside his own body began to vibrate, as though it were disrupted by the presence of the newcomer. Suddenly, the new core trembled violently, then shot forward, slamming into his stomach and merging with his existing mana core. Atticus braced himself. Boom! A surge of overwhelming force detonated through his body. He convulsed, gritting his teeth as a fiery surge of energy roared through his veins. His skin bulged with thick, glowing veins. His breath came in ragged. Every part of his body twisted as a transformation started taking place. It was like magma, molten, dark magma, pouring from his core and reshaping him from the inside out. A soft, dark glow began to seep from his skin. It grew stronger, denser, until his entire body was engulfed in a blinding, black radiance. The pain peaked, and Atticus bit down hard, refusing to scream. Then, his eyes snapped open. They glowed with intense, dark light, not dim but radiant. The radiance around him swelled, flooding the room in waves of brilliance, like a star turned inside out. Atticus exhaled heavily, taking in deep, calming breaths. His chest rose and fell steadily as he tried to steady his body. Then, slowly, he opened his eyes once more. They were still mismatched, one blue, one purple, but now a new color had entered the mix. At the top of each iris, a sharpened slice of obsidian black etched itself, looking like a slice of pie or pizza. But his appearance wasn't what had his attention. Atticus raised his arms slowly and stared at his hands. To most, they would have seemed normal. But to him, they were very different. The air around them trembled, forming faint distortions that bent light and shimmered like heat waves. Atticus smiled, and then, blip, his body vanished. Blip, he reappeared at the edge of the training room. Blip, blip, blip. He blinked across the space, appearing and disappearing at a speed that surpassed even the limits of his space element, at its current level. He stopped in the center of the room, completely wide-eyed and breathless. This is incredible. This wasn't like controlling space. It was as though he had become space itself. Space wasn't something external anymore. It was an extension of his very being. He loved every second of it. But he wasn't done. He moved on, testing the other techniques of the Dimensari that he had read and learned about. Dimensional blades, long blades made of compressed space materialized, slicing through the air with barely a sound. Next, dimensional phasing. He activated the room's Paragon rank training bots, and they attacked instantly, unleashing flurries of brutal strikes. But as they attacked, their blows passed through him. It was like he wasn't there. Like he existed in another layer of reality. Their fists and weapons phased through him as if he were untouchable. Then, dimensional perception. Atticus remained in place, focusing hard and ignoring the robots attacking him. Suddenly, he saw it all. Faint outlines of other versions of himself, reacting in different ways, dodging left, blocking, countering, blinking away. He watched them, studied them. He processed countless alternate realities at once, evaluating the best course of action based on potential futures, split-second possibilities, and spatial variables. This was on another level. Atticus decided to move to another power, dimensional duplication, trying to summon alternate versions of himself. However, no matter how many times he tried, nothing happened. Atticus frowned. Are they locked, like those Orlithian abilities? It was just like before. Some of the most powerful abilities, the ones that truly defined the race's power and supremacy, were sealed. How can I release them? It was frustrating, infuriating that he couldn't get access to them. The fact that he didn't know how to release them made everything worse. He exhaled sharply and cleared his thoughts, forcing himself to stop thinking about what he couldn't control. Not yet, at least. Instead, he brought up his stats, wanting to confirm what he already suspected. Race. Tri-core hybrid, sub-designation, human Orlithian Dimensari. He had gotten a new title, one that made his path clearer. Confirming that his race had changed, Atticus scrolled down to his abilities. His eyes ignored the earlier ones until they landed on the final two entries, two that stood apart from the rest. Dimensional Duplication, LOCKED. This ability allows the user to summon alternate versions of themselves from parallel dimensions. These versions are not illusions, but fully autonomous echoes, each representing a different decision, a different path the user could have taken. Some may be weaker. Some may be stronger. Some, unpredictable. Dimensional Expansion, LOCKED. This allows the user to create and manifest a personal dimensional world, an artificial plane governed entirely by their will. Within this dimension, the user sets the rules. Atticus stared at them for a long moment, then sighed. If only I knew how to unlock it. That would have been ideal. Even a single one of those abilities would elevate his arsenal tenfold. His gaze turned back to the remaining two cores, the searing red and the rotten bronze. Should I absorb the others now? But before he could even move, a familiar voice echoed through his mind. Don't do that, Bond. Atticus raised a brow. Why? Do you have bananas for brains? Oziorth barked. Didn't you see the strain your body just went through? If you try to absorb another one now, you might as well lie down and pop like a balloon. Atticus cleared his throat, offended. You didn't have to be so mean about it. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was talking to Princess Atticus the Delicate. My bad. Oziorth's tone was filled with sarcasm. You need rest, princess. Or you'll die. Just a fair warning. Atticus narrowed his eyes. Now you're just making fun of me. And here I was thinking you actually did have bananas for brains, but looks like you've got a little more fruit up there. Progress. Atticus sighed, shaking his head. You're having fun, aren't you? Absolutely. Enjoying every second of it. Atticus ignored him, tuning the spirit out with a smirk and gently storing away the two remaining cores. I better go say hi. His figure blipped, disappearing from his training room and reappearing just outside the adjacent one. As his presence filled the space, Atticus's eyes swept across the battlefield before him. A battle was underway. At the center was Magnus, calm and unmoved, his aura expansive, crackling. Lightning curled around his figure like a coiled beast. All around him, Ember, Kaldor, Aurora, Kale, and Zoe. They moved together, unleashing their abilities with everything they had. Their goal? Land a single hit on Magnus. But not one blow grazed him. He didn't even move. The lightning around him flickered, intercepting every attack, blocking every strike. His gaze remained the same, still. As Atticus leaned against the wall, his presence permeated the room. Magnus turned, his eyes meeting Atticus's. A faint smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the combined assault of all five surged toward him. But without lifting a finger, lightning cracked, roaring outward in a circular pulse. Boom. All five were flung backward, crashing into the ground with groans and startled gasps. Atticus chuckled softly. Still untouchable, Grandpa. Still untouchable, Grandpa. At Atticus's words, the steely expression on Magnus's face cracked, replaced by a genuine smile. Rest, he said simply, his voice carrying over to the groaning figures struggling to rise. Then, crack, he turned into a streak of lightning, appearing in front of Atticus in an instant. Is everything okay? Atticus looked at him and smiled. Somehow, despite the blunt tone, he could feel it, that if he said no, Magnus would turn the world upside down to make it right. He shook his head. I can't answer that. Not yet, anyway. Even I'm not sure. After his talk with Oziroth, after lying to his mother, Atticus had made a decision. No more lies. Not to those he fought for. If his strength was meant to protect them, what good was it if their relationship was built on deceit? There are things coming, he said quietly. Things I'm not certain of. We have to prepare, Grandpa. Magnus's eyes narrowed slightly. He was surprised. Since the day this monstrous grandson of his was born, Atticus had lived shrouded in mystery. Everyone close to him knew, Atticus was hiding something. Many things, actually. But this moment, this felt different. It felt like the first time Atticus was about to open up. Magnus stepped closer. His voice was softer now, sounding more like a grandfather. What's going on? It didn't sound like a demand. It sounded like a plea. Like he was asking to be let in, to be trusted. I shouldn't keep things anymore, Atticus thought. Don't worry, he said, smiling. I'll gather more information, and then I'll tell you everything. He stepped forward and hugged Magnus. The old man blinked, then smiled and wrapped his arms around him, holding him close. All right, Magnus said quietly. From behind them, a voice suddenly rang out. Ha! Grandpa Magnus is hugging Atticus. Kaldor had just stood up, rubbing his back from where he'd been flung. His words broke the others out of their reverie. They turned and stared, mouths open wide. Magnus and Atticus, two of the coldest, most untouchable people they knew, were actually hugging. Both of them flinched like they'd been caught in the middle of something forbidden. And before Atticus could even open his mouth to explain, Magnus vanished in a flash of lightning, leaving nothing but a crackle of static behind. Kaldor dashed forward. How can you do this to me, Grandpa? I thought we had something. He threw his arms up, yelling to the empty air where Magnus had stood moments ago. I'm supposed to be your favorite grandson. Then he turned to Atticus, eyes narrowed. You. Atticus raised an eyebrow as Kaldor pointed an accusing finger at him. I was gone for just a few years, and you stole Grandpa away from me. Atticus chuckled softly. It's good to see you too, Kaldor. I've missed you. You. Kaldor stuttered, completely caught off guard by the warmth in Atticus's voice. His fake anger fizzled out. Of course you missed me. It'd be a crime not to miss this greatness. He flicked his hair with flair. From Atticus's mind, Ozeroth growled. Who the hell is this clown? To dare call himself great in front of me is sacrilegious. You two are the same, Atticus replied inwardly, already exasperated. Dramatic, loud, and convinced the world revolves around you. You'd click instantly. Take that back, Bond. Ozeroth thundered. The great Ozeroth is not dramatic. And to compare me with such. Atticus tuned him out instantly. Yes, he said aloud, smiling. I admit, it's been a long time, Kaldor. He pulled Kaldor into a hug. The latter stiffened for a second, clearly not expecting it. But then his expression softened, and he smiled warmly, hugging him back. I've missed you too, brother. After the death of Ariel, Ember and Kaldor's father, the three of them had grown close. In every way that mattered, they were family. Siblings, not by blood, but by bond. After they separated, someone else suddenly called out. Atticus. A quiet voice drew his attention, and before he could fully turn, Ember had wrapped her arms around him in a tight embrace. Atticus blinked in surprise, then smiled softly and returned the hug. I missed you too, Ember. More than Kaldor, she murmured without missing a second. Hey, Kaldor snapped from beside them. But Ember didn't even glance his way. She simply pulled back, staring silently into Atticus's eyes, as if daring him to refuse. Atticus cleared his throat, chuckled, and said, of course. More than Kaldor. Kaldor gasped. How dare you betray me, Atticus? But Atticus only shrugged with a smile, eyes still on Ember. Life's not fair, he said. Moments later, the rest of the group began to approach. Aurora didn't waste time. She sprinted forward and practically leapt into Atticus's arms, hugging him tightly, as if afraid he might vanish again. Atticus chuckled and returned the hug. When it stretched longer than expected, he murmured softly. Looks like someone missed me. It's all right, I was always going to return. Aurora finally pulled away, but the look she gave him could have set the sky on fire. We can't say, she huffed. You got yourself helplessly trapped in a ball, waiting to be saved like a princess. Atticus's lips twitched. Kaldor whistled. Damn, now that was some roast. He grinned and high-fived Aurora, who returned the gesture with a sheepish grin toward Atticus. Atticus raised a brow. Speak for yourself. At least I didn't scream, Atticus. Every 2 seconds like you were auditioning for a soap opera. Aurora's face instantly flushed. Flames erupted around her in a small burst of fire, her aura flaring. Before anything more could be said, a voice cut through. Fight. Everyone turned toward Kale, who was watching them with a glint of excitement in his eyes and a wide grin on his face. They all shook their heads in unison. Of course he'd picked up on Aurora's battle intent. And of course, he assumed a fight was about to break out. One he had absolutely no intention of missing. They all burst into laughter. At this point, They were all too used to Kale and his ever-present thirst for battle. After a few seconds of laughter, Kaldor spoke. So, are you staying this time? Or will you be leaving us peasants to our mundane lives again? The smiles faded slightly as the others turned their gazes toward Atticus. He could feel it instantly. Hope. They weren't just teasing. They genuinely wanted him to stay. Atticus smiled. I'll be staying. A faint smile appeared on Ember's lips. Aurora smiled too, but quickly cleared her throat and turned her head away, trying to play it off. Still, the joy in her expression had already made it clear that she was happy. Awesome. Kaldor pumped his fist. We're going to have so much fun. You know Ravenspire has changed a lot since I left. Atticus raised an eyebrow. You do realize we're preparing for war, right? That's even more reason to have fun. Kaldor declared. The end might be near. Oh dear lord, we have to party like never before. I'll make arrangements. The group shook their heads as Kaldor spun on his heel and made his way toward the exit of the training room. But he didn't get far. The air turned electrified. Crack. A flash of lightning split the air and Magnus stood in the center of the training ground. Train, he said flatly. Kaldor froze mid-step, slowly turning around. Grandpa, you're back, he shouted with a nervous grin, running toward him. Magnus spared him a look, then turned to Atticus and let out a small, tired sigh. Atticus stifled a laugh, shaking his head. The moment passed, and the others began leaving to resume their training. Aurora glanced back. I'll come find you after. Me too, Ember added with a small wave as they both turned and walked to Magnus. Kale stepped forward and stretched out a fist. Fight later. Atticus chuckled. Kale had seen his strength firsthand, yet still wanted to spar. He bumped his fist against Kale's. Sure. As Kale turned and left, Atticus finally looked toward the last person remaining. Zoe. Their eyes met for the briefest of seconds, before she quickly looked away, her head snapping to the side like she'd been caught staring. Atticus didn't move, didn't speak. He simply kept his gaze on her. Zoe cleared her throat, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. I'm glad you're okay, she said softly. Atticus tilted his head. That's not how it looks, though. Zoe blinked. What do you mean? The others were happy to see me, he said. They showed it. Hugged me. Even Aurora did. Zoe froze. For a moment, she wanted to blurt out that Kale hadn't hugged him either, but stopped herself. That'd be an excuse. And somehow, she knew, Atticus being who he was, he'd already have a counter to that. She slowly laced her fingers together in front of her, staring at the ground. Is that okay? She muttered. Why wouldn't it be? Zoe hesitated. Then, she took a slow step forward, then another. Her hands trembled as she lifted them, arms stretching toward him, offering the most hesitant hug in the world. But the moment her arms made contact, Atticus closed the gap and gently pulled her closer. She gasped slightly, startled. Atticus, I'm glad you survived too, he murmured. Then after a short pause, I've missed you. Zoe's eyes widened. Her breath froze, but then her arms tightened around him, and she whispered back, me too. They stayed like that for a while. Not speaking, just breathing. And when they finally pulled apart, Zoe's gaze immediately fell to the floor again, her cheeks tinged with red. The air around them grew quiet, awkward. Atticus gave a faint smile. You've changed, he said. But he didn't just mean it outwardly. He could feel it. Just like before, he could sense all of Zoe's emotions. There had always been feelings of jealousy, frustration, and envy. But now there was clarity. Determination. He hadn't forgotten what she did during the battle between Victor and Drakethanion, how she'd thrown herself into danger without hesitation, for his sake. And for Atticus, that single act was enough to let go of every grudge he had once held against her. Zoe flinched slightly. I did. She looked surprised. Then, suddenly panicking, she touched her face, brushing her fingers across her cheeks and forehead like she was checking for dirt or smudges. Atticus couldn't help but chuckle. The sight was so out of place for the normally composed Zoe. She shot him a glare. What's funny? Nothing, Atticus said quickly. Then his expression softened. Relax. I wasn't talking about your looks, you're still as beautiful as ever. Don't worry. A flush rushed up Zoe's face, painting her cheeks pink. She hadn't expected that, especially not from him. I meant your eyes, Atticus continued. They've changed. They're more focused. I saw what you did. Back then, When you risked your life for me. It's commendable. Thank you. Zoe looked away with a small smile. I still have a long way to go. That's a good mindset to have, he said, nodding. But don't let it weigh you down. Not many would have done what you did. Zoe nodded again, her smile staying. Being praised by Atticus like this, it felt good. A small silence fell between them. Not uncomfortable, but not quite comfortable either. The kind of silence that appeared when there were still things left unsaid. Then, the distant sounds of people being tossed around, most likely Magnus flinging the others again, echoed through the hall. Zoe turned to look. I better get back to training. Yeah, Atticus said. Then, I'll talk to you later, he added. Zoe smiled, a smile so radiant it made his heart throb unexpectedly. I'll talk to you later, she echoed before turning and jogging back toward the training grounds. Atticus watched her go, still smiling faintly. Stop smiling. It's annoying, Ozeroth's voice grumbled in his head. Now who's the princess? Atticus shot back. How dare you? Princess Ozzy, Atticus added with a laugh. Ozeroth erupted in his head, but Atticus tuned him out and turned to leave the training hall. He walked in silence through the Ravenstein estate, until he arrived at the burial grounds. There, standing like a statue at the entrance, was Nate. He wasn't moving, just staring forward with a lost, distant gaze. As Atticus reached the burial grounds of the Ravenstein estate, he spotted a broad figure standing at the entrance. Nate Ravenstein. Nate stood like a statue, his gaze fixed on the burial entrance, lost and distant. Even when Atticus moved to stand beside him, he didn't react. He only stared, as if nothing else in the world mattered anymore. Atticus didn't speak. The only sounds were the soft whisper of the breeze and the dry rustle of fallen leaves scraping against the stone. After several seconds, Nate sighed heavily. Atticus. Atticus's eyes remained forward. Yeah, was there nothing you could have done to save him? Nate asked with a cracking voice. No. Nate's lips pressed into a line. It's just that, you're the most incredible person I know. If anyone could have stopped him, I can't help but believe it would have been you. If I knew what he was going to do, Atticus said, voice glacier, I would have killed him. Silence followed, and the gentle wind turned sharp, cold. There was no doubt, Atticus meant every word he had just said. Nate let out a laugh, sounding quiet and broken, the kind that carried both amusement and sorrow. That's just like you. Cold and ruthless to the bone. You couldn't even lie to a grieving brother. Atticus didn't respond. He simply stood there silently. After a moment, Nate exhaled softly and said, You know, when I first met Lucas, my first impression of him was that he was a scrawny-looking kid who had no business being in the Ravenstein family, let alone surviving in our world. He chuckled faintly. I didn't like him. Honestly, I was thinking, is this guy really a Ravenstein? I made my thoughts very clear too. And do you know what he did? Nate laughed again. He challenged me to a fight. It was the most absurd thing, this little runt with barely any muscle, standing there like he had something to prove. I fought him. And I lost. This time, his laugh was louder, more genuine. He still felt disbelief even until now. I wanted to be the greatest warrior in the Ravenstein family, you know. And I lost to that scrawny kid. I was so embarrassed, I wouldn't leave my room for days. My parents tried everything, but they couldn't get me out. His smile grew. Eventually, he was the one who came. I ignored him at first, but then he challenged me again. And I couldn't refuse. I still lost. Nate shook his head, laughing again. We fought countless times, and every single time, after knocking me down, he'd always try to get me up with a smile. I refused, every time. Kept challenging him, kept pushing back, thinking I just needed to get stronger. He paused. But eventually, after yet another loss, Lucas looked at me and said, In this world, when you observe only yourself, you'll end up failing. Nate's voice went low. It was like enlightenment. Something just clicked. We fought again. And I won. He smiled. I was so thrilled, so damn happy I forgot everything I used to think about him. From that moment on, we bonded. Became close enough to be called brothers. Then, Nate clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening. Atticus, he said, voice cracking. They didn't even allow his tombstone to be placed in the graveyard. The Ravenstein graveyard was vast, stretching across a large expanse, and it was capable of holding the graves of every Ravenstein who wished to be buried there. It was a sacred ground, reserved for those the family deemed worthy. A final honor to the dead. But Lucas Ravenstein had been branded a traitor. And there was no honor for traitors. He did something unforgivable, Nate said bitterly. But he was my brother, and now, I have nothing. No grave, no marker, not even a place to remember him. Tears streaked down Nate's face before he quickly rubbed them away with the back of his hand. They had been together through 3 years at the academy and a year in the military camp. Everything Lucas owned had been on him, his space ring, his belongings, his memories. But now, all of it was gone. Still, Atticus didn't say a word. He simply stood there, listening. Then Nate spoke again, but his voice was strained and low. Atticus, I know this might sound selfish, and maybe he doesn't deserve it, but I'm begging you, please, fulfill his last wish. His teeth clenched tight as fresh tears slipped down. I know I'm weak. I know I can't do anything, which is why you're the only one I can turn to. Please, if I mean anything to you, even a little, if you can't do it for him, then do it for me. Atticus let out a quiet sigh. Do you know why I'm here? Nate blinked, trying to collect himself. To cheer me up. No. Before we left for the banquet, I promised myself I'd make more of an effort to actually be present in the lives of the people around me. That's why I'm here. To see what's going on with you. But that doesn't mean I'll fix it. He paused, gaze turning cold. Lucas's actions didn't just threaten me, they endangered the lives of people I care about. And for me, that's a line you don't cross. One that can't be uncrossed. If he hadn't sacrificed his life, I would have killed him. Atticus's voice was ice. And I refuse to honor what he did by fulfilling any wish of his, even one made with his dying breath. The answer is no. Nate clenched his fists again, trembling slightly before turning away from him. I see. All right, he said quietly. He looked back at the entrance of the graveyard, saying nothing more. Atticus, having done what he came for, which was understanding what was wrong with Nate, turned and walked away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. As he made his way back to his training room, his expression remained calm. The conversation hadn't stirred anything within him. Everything he had said to Nate was how he truly felt. Lucas might be dead, but when Atticus recalled the image of Aurora and the others, wounded, almost losing their lives, it felt like death had been too kind. If there were a way to bring Lucas back, he would have done it, only to give him a far more brutal end. Hey guys. For those who bought the earlier chapter, the content has been updated and would be the first chapter of today. Once again, I'm sorry for the mix-up. Cheers. Closing curly bracket. What do you know about what Lucas used to trap us? Atticus asked as he entered his training room. Oziorth grumbled immediately in his mind, you're getting lazy, Bond. Want everything handed to you like some pampered princess? Atticus rolled his eyes. The princess thing is getting old, Ozzy. It is not. The only thing getting old here is that blasphemous name. Ozzy can never get old. Trust me. Oziorth was on the verge of another outburst when Atticus cut him off, raising a hand in surrender. Fine, I'll stop. For now. Just enlighten me, oh great Oziorth. Oziorth paused, clearly enjoying the title, then cleared his throat with a hum. HMPH. If only you were this respectful all the time. Atticus wisely stayed silent. Any comment would only spark another argument. It was a new form of energy, Oziorth finally said. Something I've never encountered before. But based on how he wielded it, I'd say it's tied to the life force of an individual. Life force? Atticus asked, his brow narrowing. Yes, Oziorth confirmed with a grave tone. I think it's safe to call it that. Lucas used his life force. Atticus hummed. Still, how was it that powerful? If anything, his life force should have been weaker than mine, no. He wasn't boasting. It was simply fact. His power had eclipsed that of paragons. His lifespan had grown to a level none in Eldoralth should have ever achieved. By all logic, he should have been able to overpower Lucas. Normally, yes, Oziorth said. But the battle you fought wasn't life force against life force. He used his. You didn't. Atticus's eyes widened slightly. Life force was a power beyond mana and spiritual energy. He had tried to counter it with both and failed. The next question came naturally. Then how do I use it? But Oziorth was silent. Oziorth. No answer. Atticus sighed. Oh great Oziorth. Still nothing. His frown deepened. Just as he was about to speak again, he heard a low mumble in the back of his mind. He paused. What did you just say? I said I don't know, Oziorth grumbled, sounding like a sulking old man caught in his own pride. Atticus blinked, then slowly shook his head. Of course. What's that supposed to mean? Oziorth snapped. Nothing. But Oziorth wasn't finished. No, you definitely meant something. You always do that thing where you say nothing, but actually mean everything. And I won't. Atticus completely tuned him out, walking deeper into the training room without acknowledging a single word more. Oziorth kept talking anyway. He trained until evening, pushing his body through relentless drills and his mind through intense focus. Night descended quickly. When he finally stopped, sweat beading on his brow, he left the training room. He had spent the past hours refining his control over the Dimensari powers he had recently obtained. 2 abilities still remained locked. But he'd deal with them later, there were more pressing matters at hand. He returned to the mansion. Not to his quarters, but to the basement. Atticus had only visited it a handful of times. One of those was when he got his katana. Those visits were always for one reason, the Ravenstein vault. But today was different. Descending the long staircase, he passed the sealed vault entrance and walked further down the dimly lit corridor until he stopped in front of a large door. He didn't knock. He simply blipped, disappearing and reappearing inside. His expressionless face cracked at the sight he saw. The sound of sizzling flesh filled the air. The stench, which was a mixture of burning meat and blood, wreathed the room, making even Atticus's stomach twist. And then came the heat. It wasn't enough to affect someone of his caliber, but it was more than enough to hurt even Grandmaster plus ranks. Yet the figure sitting at the center of it all endured it. Avalon. He was cross-legged in the middle of a pool of searing lava, surrounded by wild, untamed flames. His eyes were closed, but he was far from okay. Sweat and blood drenched his body, trailing down charred skin and open burns that smoked and hissed with every second. His entire frame trembled violently. And even without looking into Avalon's emotions, Atticus could tell. The pain he was enduring was immense. Atticus frowned. He stepped forward, and a wave of invisible force rippled outward from his body, swallowing the room in its reach. The flames still burned. The lava still boiled. But under his command, the fire dared not radiate heat. In the next instant, before Avalon could even react, he was enveloped in a cocoon of water. The burns across his body vanished instantly, the blood stopped flowing, and the tremors ceased. What are you doing, Dad? Atticus's voice was calm, but the anger beneath it was clear. Who wouldn't be angry after seeing their father torturing himself? Avalon's eyes snapped open, shocked at who he saw standing in front of him. He hadn't even sensed Atticus's presence. Atticus, what are you doing here? But then it hit him, what he had been doing. What his son had just walked in on. His expression darkened. I don't think that should be the focus, Atticus cut in. You were torturing yourself. Why? His bluntness made Avalon sigh. Slowly, Avalon stood up, steam rising off his body as the last remnants of his pain evaporated. You wouldn't understand, son. It's complicated. You feel inadequate because you can't help your only son, Atticus said without flinching. Avalon's eyes widened slightly. I think I understand, Atticus continued. And you're trying to get stronger. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. But, he took a step closer. You weren't training. You were torturing yourself. Avalon clenched his fists. It wasn't torture. It's torture, Atticus interrupted again. Avalon's gaze flared, the heat in the room spiking again. But Atticus didn't move. He stared straight into his father's eyes. There's no way to sugarcoat this. Don't lie to yourself. Then, more quietly but just as serious, he added. Stop this, or I'll tell Mom. Stop this, or I'll tell Mom. Avalon's expression hardened. If he had to be honest, that was the last thing he expected Atticus to say. And somehow, it was the best weakness Atticus could have exploited. Atticus. Avalon gave him a small smile, but to Atticus, it wasn't a smile at all. His father's emotions came crashing onto him, and the most overwhelming of them was shame. That smile held only one thing, sadness. Avalon looked at him, his eyes pleading. Please, just drop it. But Atticus shook his head. No, it's not right. If it were up to me, I might have let you be. But it's not. Mom's already worried. If she finds out what you're doing, it'll break her heart. Avalon's fist clenched tighter. Which is why you shouldn't tell her. I'm not doing that to her, Atticus replied instantly. I won't. Avalon's voice dropped, turning bitter. Why are you making it sound like you don't keep secrets? We all know you do. Why can't you just keep mine? Atticus fell silent. Avalon had a point. He did have secrets, dangerous ones. The kind that put his life on the line daily. And he had no idea how his mother would react if she ever found out. He exhaled slowly. I'm a hypocrite. But he didn't care. He would accept it with his full chest. If Avalon wanted to keep torturing himself, he should have done a better job hiding it. There was no way Atticus would sleep well at night knowing his father was doing something like this. When you find out the secrets I'm supposedly keeping to myself, Atticus said, you're free to tell her. Avalon sighed, his shoulders sagging. He shut his eyes for a long moment, then turned away from his son. Atticus, he murmured, you're right, I feel useless. His voice was quiet, tired, like it had been buried under years of pressure. So many things are happening all at once. And soon, our family will be in more danger than ever before. He paused, the heat around him rising like a wave. Your mother, your grandfather, your cousins Ariel left behind, and I know, deep down, that I can't protect a single one of them. Avalon clenched his fists so tightly Atticus heard the sharp crack of his knuckles. The heat around him rose again, his sadness clear. I know I haven't done much for you as a father, Avalon continued, his voice shaking now, but if you still see me in that light. Please. I'm begging you, Atticus. Drop this. I've already lost Ariel once. I won't lose another. A single streak of tear fell down Atticus's face. It was shocking. For a being of his strength, crying was something he thought he'd never do again. Especially not over words, but he didn't care to understand it. Another tear slipped down, and he didn't bother to wipe it away. He stood there, silently watching the broad back of his father. Avalon had turned away, but it was not in anger, nor in shame, but for one reason only. To hide the tears that streamed down his face. And Atticus could feel it. Every single emotion Avalon was drowning in. Shame, fear, doubt, overwhelming, burning anger. But Atticus knew he wasn't angry at the world. He wasn't angry at him either. He was angry at himself. Atticus saw through it all. Through the complex storm of emotion swirling inside his father. Through the scorching heat bleeding from his skin. He saw only one thing. A father who wanted, desperately, to protect his family. And yet, Atticus truly didn't know what to say next. Avalon had practically begged him to let it go. To drop the matter. But it just didn't feel right. In fact, there was no way he'd be able to focus on anything knowing this was still going on in the background. Bond. The voice echoed in his mind. Oziorth. I know, Atticus replied inwardly. He already knew what Oziorth implied. From Avalon's current emotions, even if he told Anastasia, all he would do was break her heart. Because there was no stopping Avalon. Not right now. But what he's doing won't help him in the long run, Atticus added after some seconds. It doesn't matter to him, Oziorth said. His focus is power, even if it ruins his potential. Atticus's teeth clenched. He considered what Avalon was doing foolish. To reach the Paragon rank, one had to become the molecules. Not control them, not tame them, but become them. It was a gradual process, achievable either through overwhelming talent or time. Avalon had talent, but not Atticus's kind of talent. What his father needed was time and patience. But instead, he was trying to fast-track the process by subjecting himself to fire at a temperature his body couldn't sustain. By trying to force the transition, he wasn't just risking injury. He was damaging himself, long-term. Even if he succeeded, he'd be unstable. I can't just leave him like this. Then find a solution for him, Oziorth said simply. Atticus went silent. Completely. He could only stare at his father's back. It appeared wide and strong. But also slowly breaking under pressure. And in that moment, he couldn't bring himself to say a single word. He turned his gaze away, letting it fall to the lava beneath his feet. He needed to distract himself. He needed something, anything, to ground his thoughts. And so, he let his mind wander. He was practically submerged in molten lava, yet its heat didn't touch him. Didn't scorch him. It felt like water that couldn't wet him. He had absolute control over it. Absolute control. The phrase echoed in his mind, over and over again, refusing to leave. He couldn't say why, and he couldn't say what it meant or why it struck such a chord. But something about it felt important. Vital. He looked toward Avalon once more, letting his senses feel the searing heat that surrounded his father's body. Then, with a single thought, the temperature around Avalon began to fall. The heat melted away until the air turned still. Cold. Another thought, and the heat surged back, as if the entire atmosphere had been lit ablaze. Atticus's eyes widened. It was like a light bulb had gone off inside his head. Absolute control. The phrase clicked. An idea had just sprung up in his head, one he had no idea would work. But at this point, Atticus was ready to try anything. With a single thought, the tears streaking down his face evaporated into the air. He turned toward Avalon again. Dad. At his call, he saw the thin wisp of smoke rising from Avalon's face. He too had evaporated his tears. Slowly, Avalon turned to look at him. I'm sorry, Atticus said calmly. But I can't let you keep torturing yourself like this. Avalon opened his mouth to speak, but Atticus raised a hand, cutting him off. But you don't have to give up on gaining power. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them. A small smile appeared across his face. In fact, he said with an excited gaze, I might have a better way than this, torture. Avalon frowned, and his eyes narrowed slightly, not understanding what his son was getting at. But Atticus's grin only grew wider. Seconds passed. Avalon now sat cross-legged in the center of the training room, his back straight, his expression composed. And Atticus stood behind him. The lava landscape had disappeared, replaced by the room's original state, pristine white, untouched, almost serene ground and walls. Atticus had convinced Avalon to try his idea. What helped his case was the very real reminder that if Avalon didn't comply, Atticus would tell Anastasia everything about his self-destructive training. Avalon had grimaced, but ultimately, he agreed. And truth be told, even without the threat, Avalon was ready to try anything. He wanted power, needed it, and Atticus had proven himself more than once. There was no reason to doubt him. All right, Atticus said from behind. I want you to relax yourself. He placed a hand just slightly above Avalon's back, not touching, but close enough to feel the warmth. For what I'm about to do to work, you have to be completely focused. Completely relaxed. Avalon gave a single nod and closed his eyes, steadying his breath. Atticus continued, let me explain how I was able to advance my elements first. I'm sure you know, each element resonates with different emotions. What does fire resonate with? Avalon's mouth almost twitched. The fact that his teenage son was lecturing him like some first-year student left him feeling awkward. Still, he answered without complaining. Anger. Exactly, Atticus said. Anger. He paused for a moment, watching his father's steady breathing. To become a paragon, you have to become the element's molecules. Not control them, not command them, become them. He knew Avalon already understood all this. But he was laying the foundation anyway. He wanted to center Avalon's mind and make sure everything was fresh, sharp, and aligned for what they were about to do. Seeing Avalon nod, Atticus said softly, all right, we'll be starting now. All you have to do is try to become them. Don't force anything. Just try your best, like you've always been doing. Avalon exhaled slowly. Okay. In the next moment, Atticus's eyes sharpened, focus snapping into place. With a single thought, the temperature in the entire hall soared until it reached staggering levels. But despite the intensity, the heat didn't burn Avalon's skin. In fact, it felt soothing. There was only one way to describe it, it was just right. The most optimum temperature for him. It was a level of precision that not even the state-of-the-art training room features could replicate. As Avalon felt it, instinctively and immediately, he started focusing. He turned his attention inward, trying to resonate with the fire molecules around him. And as he did, a soft orange glow began to form around him. But Atticus wasn't idle. He was working too. The idea he'd come up with had been simple, at least in theory. But in practice, it was something else entirely. It demanded things most couldn't even dream of having. In fact, not a single person in Eldoralf, not even the Paragons, should be able to pull it off. It was because it was him. The reason most people took decades to cross into the Paragon rank was simple. They needed an extraordinary amount of time to fully resonate with the elemental molecules in the air. To truly become them. But Atticus, he had come up with a way to fasten that process. He held absolute control over the fire element. He'd done it before. He understood how it worked, its rhythm, its nature. Also, his will stat was so high it allowed him to impose his will onto the world. Magnus had only taught him how to do that through emotions. And right now, that was exactly what he needed. Avalon tried. He tried to resonate with the fire molecules using his burning anger. But no matter how hard he pushed, he had never quite found the right intensity. And this was where Atticus came in. Maintaining the perfect temperature, holding it in that narrow, optimal threshold, Atticus let his will bleed into the world. Into the mana, into the elemental molecules. And then, he adjusted their emotional resonance. He tuned the fire's anger, bit by bit, until it mirrored Avalon's. Perfectly. In that moment, Avalon felt something snap into place. A connection. One he had never achieved before. An intense shock surged through his body, so potent it felt like his entire soul was catching fire. What the hell is he doing? The thought crashed through his mind, but Avalon didn't care. He didn't care one damn bit. Because this was it. This was the connection he'd spent years chasing. The feeling he thought he'd never reach. But just as suddenly, it started to slip. The connection began to fade. No matter how fast he reached, how desperately he chased, he couldn't catch it. Until it disappeared. Avalon's eyes snapped open. He turned quickly, and his gaze landed on Atticus, grinning wide. Avalon stared at him, his throat dry. Then, with his voice filled with happiness, he said, "I love you so much, son. I love you so much, son." Atticus's grin only widened. He chuckled. "That's gross." But Avalon shook his head and stood up, instantly pulling him into a tight hug. "I don't know if your way will work or not," he said softly, "but the fact that you tried, it means a lot to me." Atticus smiled. He could feel the raw emotion in his father's voice. Slowly, he returned the hug, patting Avalon's back. "Why are you patting my back?" Avalon asked suddenly. Atticus froze. He hadn't realized how the scene looked. He was already taller than his father, and with the way he stood, gently tapping his back, he looked more like the parent in this moment. "Sorry," he muttered, chuckling. Avalon pulled away and cleared his throat, giving his son a long look. "When did you even get so tall?" he asked, frowning. He had noticed it before but never thought much of it. Yet now, having to look up at his own son, something about it didn't sit right. "I think the real question is, why are you so short?" Atticus replied with a smile. Avalon's mouth twitched. His hand clamped down on Atticus's shoulder. "You brat. Say that again. I'll tell Mom you're bullying me," Atticus smirked. Avalon's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Bullying him. His son was one of the most powerful beings on the planet. And he, a Grandmaster Plus, was the bully. Shameless. But Atticus didn't seem to care in the slightest. "You brat," Avalon muttered again, raising his hand to ruffle Atticus's silky hair. "Always using my one weakness against me, huh?" "That's the way the world works," Atticus replied with a shrug. Avalon chuckled, shaking his head. Then his eyes gleamed as he recalled something. "Wait, isn't that Starhaven girl in the estate? You two had a thing at the academy, didn't you?" Atticus tried to maintain his usual blank expression, but the silence that followed told Avalon everything he needed. "The way the world works, right?" Avalon grinned. "Now I know exactly who to report you to." "You can go ahead," Atticus muttered. "I don't care." "Oh really?" Avalon said. "I bet she'd love to see your cute and lovely baby pictures." Atticus's expression darkened. "You wouldn't dare." Avalon burst into laughter, eyes flaring. "You want to try me?" Atticus sighed. All right, this is getting too serious. Let's just double back. I'm your loving son, remember?" Of course," Avalon said, nodding. "But I can't do that to her, you know. She's worried about you." Atticus's mouth twitched. This man was using his lines against him. Avalon chuckled. "You should see your face." Atticus broke into a smile. Despite all the teasing, only one thing mattered. His father had returned to his cheerful self. Then Avalon extended a hand, his expression softening. "I'll keep yours, if you keep mine." Atticus looked at him silently for a moment, then said, "Only if you promise never to train like that again." Avalon smiled gently. "I promise." Atticus smiled before taking the offered hand. But Avalon wasn't done. He pulled Atticus into another hug, this one firmer, warmer. "I'm so proud of you, son," he whispered, making Atticus smile. Soon after, They both left the training room and returned to the mansion upstairs. True to their promise, Atticus hadn't mentioned what had happened in the basement to anyone, not even Magnus or Anastasia. They had kept it between themselves. To his relief, Avalon had also upheld his end of the bargain. He hadn't shown Zoe the baby pictures. Though, the one Atticus truly feared seeing them was Aurora. There was no way she'd ever let it go. He'd gone through great lengths to keep those embarrassing photos away from her when they were kids. He wasn't going to let his father ruin all of that now. He had an image to maintain, after all. And just like that, days passed, turning into weeks. Throughout this time, Atticus had been incredibly busy. His schedule was packed tight. The first thing he ensured was staying well informed about the state of the human domain. Thankfully, Lyanna had been handling that aspect well. Ever since his biting speech, the riots across the sectors had completely stopped. That didn't mean life had returned to normal. Far from it, in fact. There was always an undercurrent of tension, like a taut thread ready to snap at any second, hanging in the air. Everyone was tense. Everyone was waiting. The Aegis shield protecting them could only stay active for so long. And everyone knew, the day it failed would be the day carnage returned. Still, no one rioted. Part of it was because of Atticus's speech. The other was his overwhelming power. On the day of his speech, he had hovered above Sector 1, and still, his presence had reached all 10 sectors. It was insane. Beyond that, Atticus also made occasional public appearances, not just for show, but also as a reminder. A reminder that he was still there. Still with them. The Tier 1 paragons joined in as well. Sometimes, they would hover silently in the skies, letting their auras wash over the people. Beyond that, Atticus also paid occasional visits to each of the Aegis nodes, ensuring everything remained in order. He didn't just inspect them, he layered more of his runes across their structures, fortifying their defenses even more. He also spent time with Zoe, Aurora, Ember, Kaldor, and Kale. They had all but moved into the Ravenstein estate, making it their base of operations as they prepared for what was to come. Their visits were mostly lighthearted and brief, just vibes, really. But during those moments, Atticus found himself talking to Zoe more. The earlier tension between them had begun to ease, slowly but surely. Still, nothing conclusive had happened. Throughout all this, Atticus kept up with his own training while also helping Avalon with his. The idea they had tested turned out to be viable. It would take time, yes, but compared to how long it normally would have taken, Avalon had no complaints. Each session brought him closer to his goal. And for that, he was genuinely grateful. For a time, everything was going well for the human domain. But it was only a matter of time before that changed. On the 16th day since the declaration of war, the warships of the Dimensari, Vampiros, and Dragons arrived. They blotted out the sky like a second apocalypse. The entire human domain fell silent. 3 colossal warships hovered above the Aegis shield, casting a collective shadow that eclipsed the sun, swallowing the world in darkness. Then came the movement. Citizens, officers, even members of the tiered, every single human being stepped out of their homes and flooded the streets, turning their eyes toward the sky. 3 insignias. 3 overlords. Each one capable of bringing nothing but devastation in their wake. Their H here. The words sounded fragile and shaky, and they came from a single person. It had been a whisper, really. But in the heavy silence that had gripped the entire domain, it traveled, echoing everywhere. And as the people heard it, hands clenched, eyes trembled, legs shook, faces twisted into nothing but dread. They had known this day would come. But still, many had clung to the fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, it wouldn't. But they came. And while everyone, even the paragons of humanity included, watched with expressions ranging from solemn to utter horror, the apex of humanity, the one they were all counting on to save them, was busy dealing with another situation. An annoying one. A thick, booming voice suddenly rumbled in his head. It was furious, thunderous, and somehow deeply offended. Oziorths. How dare they? This is an outrage. A slap to the face. Atticus let out a long, exhausted sigh. Why do you care so much? What are you talking about, Bond? Oziorth snarled. This is an insult. To me. To us. To everything we stand for. Atticus simply shook his head, staring into the distance like a man trying to hold on to the last threads of peace. But Oziorth wasn't done. Can't you see it? They dare to declare us enemies and treat us with such disregard. He fumed. One ship each. No fanfare, no fleets, no regard, nothing. I swear, when I get my hands on them, I'll crush them beneath my feet like I did that lizard. Atticus didn't respond. He simply looked up at the sky. He was currently seated atop the Ravenstein estate, alone, well, except for the very loud presence within his mind. 16 days had passed, which was more than half a month since the war had begun. According to Oberon's calculations, they had barely a month left before the Aegis shield failed. And when that happened, chaos would reign. His gaze stayed on the massive warships blotting out the sun, the cause of Oziorth's fury. It was not because they'd shown up, but because each of the three races, the Dimensari, the Vampiros, and the Dragons, had only brought one warship each. No backup, no fleets, no reinforcements. To Oziorth, it was a message. A blatant insult, one he apparently had no intention of taking. But Atticus tuned him out. He had more pressing matters to attend to. As his eyes locked on the massive warships suspended above, his thoughts churned. They only came with one each. Unlike Oziorth, he didn't take it as an insult. He didn't see the point. Pride had no place here. Not when they were all going to try and kill each other anyway. There were bigger questions to ask. Implications to consider. Their plan. Even if the Dimensari still possess the 6 cores, the chances of Elatantron absorbing them all are very slim. He had already confirmed during the Nexus that the Dimensari had gained possession of 6 elemental cores. But Atticus had absorbed multiple himself. He knew what it took, the process and toll. He doubted anyone native to Eldorolth could handle it. Unless the one in the shadows helps him. Or, the Vampiro's queen. That last possibility was harder to assess. Atticus still didn't understand the full extent of her power. Oziorth had fought her earlier and, according to him, she had run when things took a turn, but she hadn't revealed her full hand during their fight. Much to Oziorth's frustration and Atticus's dismay. Because it meant he hadn't been able to copy her techniques. But then, Lure. He remembered her vividly. The Apex who had somehow acquired the core of the angel race. Was it possible the Apexes were just like him? He wanted to believe that. But if they were, shouldn't they be stronger than they were now? It's likely the Queen has the same power. He wasn't certain, but among all the uncertain variables, that assumption felt the most logical. And logic meant one thing. Prepare for the worst, even if it was near impossible or if the odds were laughably low. He had to consider it, the possibility of Elatantron or Jezanet absorbing all 6 cores. If that happened, their next battle wouldn't be anything like the last. What do you think? The voice came calmly, but with a weight that only few could carry. Atticus didn't need to turn. Oberon. The Enigmolm stood beside him, arms folded, his calculating gaze fixed on the looming warships. Atticus replied calmly. They brought their powerhouses. Honestly, that's all they need. Oberon blinked, surprised. You can see through the shield. Atticus shook his head slightly. He already understood where Oberon was coming from. The Aegis shield severed connection. It was like cutting the link between 2 separate spaces. A complete divide in the flow of mana between the inside and the outside. Because of this, no one could teleport through it, phase past it, or channel mana from one side to the other. Not even perception abilities that relied on mana could pass through. However, the shield didn't block everything. Light and sound could still filter through. It was the only reason they could see the warships. No, but it's the most obvious thing, Atticus answered. A slow nod came from the Enigmolm. It made sense. Nothing changes, Atticus continued. From here on out, more focus on the Aegis nodes. Any spies still embedded will likely move for them. Oberon was just beginning to nod when. Scree. A deafening screech tore through the air as the hulls of all 3 warships cracked open at once, the sound rattling the bones of everyone below. It was enough to make even the tiered heads of the great families gulp. They were making their move. Streaks of light shot in from all directions, converging on Atticus's location. He didn't need to look. He felt them already. Paragons of humanity. Even Magnus was among them. They all landed silently, standing around him with eyes locked on the sky and faces grim. From the opened hulls, figures began to emerge. One from the Dimensari. One from the Vampiros. Multiple from the Dragon race. As they stepped forward, the air around them thickened. The very presence of these beings sent waves of pressure across the sky. The paragons of humanity reacted instinctively, their fists clenched and eyes narrowed. But the average citizen couldn't see that far. But somehow, the invaders had accounted for that. From the undersides of the warships, small floating devices came out. They whirred silently, positioning themselves around the figures in the sky. And then, just above the barrier of the Aegis shield, 3 enormous screens blinked into existence. And on those screens, projected clearly for all to see, were the figures that had just stepped out. The invaders. The crowd stared, and many forgot to breathe. Elatantron Valerius, Jezanet Bloodveil, and several members of the Dragon Coven. Across the human domain, there wasn't a soul unfamiliar with those names, especially the first 2. They weren't just figureheads. They were the leaders of 2 of the most powerful races in all of Eldoralf. And now, they had come personally. The dread that gripped the hearts of humanity tightened into something far worse, pure, suffocating terror. Some pissed themselves. Others fell to their knees, weeping. All of them, every single one, felt fear crawl down their spines. Elatantron moved forward. The screens followed his movement in perfect sync, displaying every detail. He gazed down at the human domain like a god peering at a failed experiment, cold, distant, and immeasurably powerful. Then, he spoke. His voice did not echo. It boomed. It reverberated across the entire domain, as if the very world had become his mouthpiece. Humans, my name is Elatantron Valerius. I have come to deliver an ultimatum. A few weeks ago, your apex, Atticus Ravenstein, committed an act of war against the Alliance. He destroyed our military training camp and, in doing so, slaughtered millions of our youths. When Carius, my grandson and apex of the Dimensari race, alongside the dragon apex, attempted to stop him, he killed them both. My son, Azrakan, and Velkarian, the leader of the dragon race, arrived shortly after with a battalion of paragons. They too were slain. Atticus Ravenstein has committed crimes beyond forgiveness. He has spilled the blood of the future. He has desecrated the legacy of entire races. He must be punished. You have one day. Lower your shield. Hand over the traitor. And we will leave without any more needless bloodshed. Resist, and your entire species will burn. A silence gripped the entire human domain. Throughout Elatantron's speech, wave after wave of shock had slammed into the people, leaving their hearts beating fast and their minds in chaos. Their apex. A traitor. But hadn't Atticus just addressed them weeks ago? Hadn't he told them what happened? That he was attacked. That he defended himself. Now, everything he said stood at odds with the accusations sounding from the sky. Confusion, pure and complete confusion, was what many of them could feel. Some were stunned speechless, not knowing what to believe. But others began leaning toward the side that promised their safety. The side of power. To many, there was no clearer indication of power than the leaders of 3 of the most powerful races in Eldoralf standing together. That was strength. That was certainty. And Atticus Ravenstein. A traitor. This thought began to root itself in the minds of everyone. Quietly and infectiously. And just as many began to believe it, a surge of violet light burst outward across the entire human domain. In an instant, glowing purple screens materialized in the sky, mirroring the exact positioning of Elatantrons. Then, an image appeared showing the scene of the military training camp. The paragons of humanity turned sharply toward Atticus, stunned. Their dread-filled faces morphed to surprise as they saw him, standing still with one arm raised, a faint purple glow radiating from his body. He said nothing. They had questions, so many questions, but none of them spoke. Instead, their gazes shifted back to the newly formed screens, watching silently. Some of the screens moved to face the opposite direction, deliberately angled so even Elatantron, Jezanet, and the dragons could see what was about to unfold. The truth. Or at least, Atticus's version of it. The screens flickered. Then, a glowing image appeared. The scene played out like a memory. They saw it. Atticus talking with Aurora and the rest of his team just before the banquet. Even their voices sounded. Then it soon shifted to the banquet, where he met with different people, including the apexes of the other races. And then, the forest. Lucas. The trap. And then it became even clearer, they weren't just watching a memory. It was as though they were watching through his eyes. Atticus's own gaze had started glowing now, his irises an intense violet as he stood manipulating everything silently. This ability, he had only just learned it. It was one of Ozeroth's array of techniques. And he learned it because he needed it for this moment. To counter the poison that Elitantron's words were trying to plant. He had seen through their plan immediately. Divide the human domain. Break it apart from within. His words would only cause chaos. Everyone watched as Lucas exploded, trapping Atticus in the containment orb. They saw, through Atticus's perception, Drake Thanyan's sudden attack on Aurora, the chaos erupting in the military training camp in the blink of an eye. Victor Halden, the staff sergeant's fight with the dragon apex. His bravery, his sacrifice. They saw it all, through Atticus's eyes. The arrival of the race leaders. Atticus' speech. Carius and Drake Thanyan's betrayal. And the battle that followed. The earth-shattering force. The overwhelming force of Atticus Ravenstein unleashed. The carnage. None turned away. None blinked. The silence that followed as the last flicker of the memory was deeper than anything that had come before. The screens went dark, leaving only the Aegis shield's faint glow reflecting in countless stunned eyes. And then, his calm voice came. Who would you believe? The screens went dark, leaving only the faint glow of the Aegis shield reflecting in countless stunned eyes. And then, his voice came, calm. Who would you believe? The question echoed, not just in that sector, not just among the gathered paragons, but across the entire human domain. Atticus's voice reached every ear. The people had already fallen silent while watching the events unfold. But as his words settled, it was as if the world forgot how to make a sound. The humans began to replay everything they had just witnessed. Especially the paragons, those who were closest to Atticus. Their expressions had changed, but not because of Carius or Drake Thanyan's actions, but because of something far more unimaginable. They had seen it. They had seen Atticus battle a Zorvan colonel. 2 weeks ago, he had said it plainly. That he'd fought and killed one of them. A colonel. Many had believed him, but it was not because the feat was believable, but because of the person who had said it. Their apex. But hearing it was one thing. Seeing it, that was something else entirely. They had watched every second of it, from start to finish. And now, only one thought echoed in every mind. He had actually done it. He had killed a Zorvan colonel. The paragons, who hadn't been there to witness the battle in person, had only heard the reports. And not all of them had even seen his battle with Elitantron and the others. But now, after seeing the truth for themselves, they instinctively took a step back from him. They didn't speak, only stared at Atticus with shocked expressions. Because now, they understood. They understood the force that Atticus Ravenstein truly was. And as they realized it, a wave of shame crashed over the citizens of the human domain. Their hands clenched at their sides. Their hearts sank. They had doubted him, almost turned on him, because of the words of an outsider. Because of fear. They could hear it now, just beneath his question. The intense disappointment in his voice. As if he already knew they would turn. As if he had expected it. And yet, to think he still bothered to show them the truth. But that wasn't the only shift. No, earlier they had questioned him because they believed the combined might of 2 superior and 1 mid-race leaders meant something. That surely, against such odds, even their apex couldn't win. But after watching that footage, after witnessing what he did, that assumption shattered, utterly and completely. The silence lasted for many moments, until slowly, a man in the crowd raised his hand. He didn't speak. He didn't shout, but he simply lifted his hand high, toward Atticus. Another followed. Then another. And another. From cities and towns across the human domain, hands began to rise. Atticus. A voice cried out. Atticus. Came another. And then the chant spread like wildfire. Atticus. 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 The voices boomed across every sector. From the young to the old, from soldiers to civilians. They had made their choice. There was no more doubt. They chose their apex. High above the Aegis shield, Elitantron's face darkened. A deep frown appeared on his face as his eyes narrowed. His voice came sharp and venomous. You've made your choice. His eyes turned cold. Fire. At his command, the warships behind him responded immediately. Nozzles extended from their armored hulls and locked into place as power surged within them. Their mouths glowed with scarlet light, pulsing like the core of an unstable star. Then the sky erupted. They fired. Beams of energy tore through the clouds and slammed against the Aegis shield in a cascade of burning force. Crimson waves scattered across the surface of the shield, bathing the world below in an eerie red light. It was like blood had been spilled across the sky. The people flinched. Many screamed, staggering back, their hands instinctively shielding their faces. Mothers pulled children close. Veterans braced for impact. But nothing happened. There was no tremor, no shockwave, no destruction. The shield didn't even flicker. And slowly, the red light faded. The humans opened their eyes and looked up. Nothing had reached them, not a single beam. But their hearts still pounded violently in their chests. Some were still trembling, their legs weak beneath them. It was as though they had been at death's door. And high above, they saw him, Elitantron, staring down at them with cold, emotionless eyes. He said nothing. He didn't need to. That one shot had done enough. The message was clear. Even with your shield, I can make you feel powerless. The human domain had been shaken by a single attack, an attack that they knew couldn't even reach them. Then, finally, Elitantron spoke, cold. You have less than 1 day. With that, he turned away. Along with Jezanet and the dragons, they each boarded their warships. The ships hovered for a few more seconds before they slowly drifted back, disappearing into the clouds. But despite their retreat, every soul below still felt their presence. They knew, they were still there. Watching, waiting. The Aegis shield was temporary, one that would soon vanish. And when it did, there would be nothing left between humanity and them. Good thinking, Apex Atticus, Thorn suddenly spoke. Atticus simply nodded to his words. The paragons exchanged glances between themselves. They might have handled the matter differently, but in the end, they all came to the same conclusion. Atticus Ravenstein was the only path forward. Though the mana contract they had signed already bound them to him, to them, it wasn't just obligation anymore. Now they made their choice. They had seen it with their own eyes. His quick thinking prevented chaos in the human domain by simply showing the people the truth, and more importantly, his strength. A teenager who had killed a Zorvan colonel. He was their only chance to rid themselves of the Zorvan threat. A few paragons gave small nods of agreement to Thorn's words. Then Oberon suddenly added, what should we do if they riot regardless? The paragons, brows furrowed. The question was valid. Despite everything, there would always be a few people, driven by either fear, anger, or ignorance, who might act recklessly. But to the other paragons, its solution was simple. If riots occurred, they would be handled easily, apprehending the rioters and punishing them. But none of them were prepared for the response that came next. Kill them, Atticus said, his words icy. Every paragon turned to him, their eyes wide, and expressions filled with disbelief. But Atticus didn't stop there. And make it public. He looked at them all calmly and continued. I already showed them all they needed to know. So if they still decide to be stupid, we let them know they're not as important as they think. Silence. The paragons shifted uncomfortably. And of them, only Oberon responded. All right. And with that, Atticus gave about a Magnus, then left with him, leaving the remaining paragons to float there in silence, still processing the cold words of the 19-year-old. The silence stayed until Vexarius finally spoke. Oberon. Oberon turned to him, unbothered. What? Now we're killing our own people? Vexarius snapped. The other paragons remained quiet, watching the conversation with different thoughts. They had already chosen to follow Atticus, and they had signed the mana contract that bound them to him. But now, Atticus had revealed a side that sent a chill through many of them. And in that moment, an unsettling realization dawned on each of them. If they ever stepped out of line, Atticus wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Oberon's voice was even as he replied. You saw what just happened. You saw how close the citizens were to turning on us. If we're going to survive this, we need unity. Anyone who disrupts that now, is a traitor. And I agree with him. If we coddle and condone rebellion, we'll never move forward. We send a message now, or we suffer later. Vexarius opened his mouth to protest, but Oberon had already turned. Without another word, he streaked off into the horizon, leaving a trail of light behind him. The paragons stood in silence for a few more moments. No one spoke, not even Vexarius. But eventually, one by one, the others left. Vexarius remained a few seconds longer, alone in the sky. Then, with a low growl filled with frustration, he followed. Meanwhile, as the paragons were thinking about their next moves, two figures walked side by side across the Ravenstein estate. Magnus and Atticus. It went without saying that the both of them moving together drew attention. The moment they appeared, It was as though the people in the estate had paused, stopping whatever they were doing to watch them pass. It was as if the events that had just happened were a passing breeze. How's training going? Magnus suddenly asked. Atticus glanced up at him, his expression easing a little. It's going great, Grandpa. We need all the preparation we can get before the shield stops functioning. Magnus nodded. He hadn't reacted to Atticus's order to kill the citizens. The Ravensteins had never been merciful people. Take it easy, Magnus said. Atticus smiled and gave a quiet nod. But he saw that Magnus was still staring at him intensely. Just as he was about to ask if something was wrong, Magnus spoke. Don't forget. Atticus blinked. Then his eyes widened slightly, before a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Of course. He remembered. 2 weeks ago, he had made a promise to open up to Magnus, and this was his gentle reminder. Atticus nodded. I won't. With that, Magnus said nothing more and his body turned into a streak of light that disappeared. Atticus stood there for a moment. Then, with a quiet exhale, he blipped, reappearing in the center of his training room. He quickly stepped forward and moved towards the middle of the room, trying to ignore the annoyance occurring in the back of his mind. Oziorth. The arrogance. To fire at us. I'll crush more of their lizard skulls. Elatantron, Jezanet, I'll make them regret ever being born. Still, Atticus didn't answer. He tried his best not to even listen. His mind instead ran fast as he thought about what he had noted earlier. Elatantron, Jezanet. They bonded with the cores, both of them. His eyes turned cold, his footsteps slowing. It had been a suspicion. A worst-case scenario he had thought of. But it had become the case. He hadn't been able to sense it earlier, as the Aegis shield had blocked his senses. But the moment he saw them, Atticus knew. Their appearance had changed, and they bore small resemblances to the other races. Lucendi, Requiem, Transmutari, Demon, Elves, Dwarves. Those were the cores that Atticus believed the Dimensari had in their possession. And now, those two had fused with all of them. His gaze dropped as he breathed heavily. I have to get ready. Atticus lowered himself to the floor, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room. He hadn't felt their full power yet, but he didn't need to. He knew. They were stronger. Far stronger than they had been 2 weeks ago. To be safe, I should assume their power up is on the same scale as when I first bonded with a core. From his storage space, he brought out a dull brown orb, the Nullity's core. He made it hover silently in front of him. It's time to absorb another core. He stared at it for a moment, feeling its heavy presence. It had been 2 weeks already, and if today's events were anything, they were a reminder to him that what was coming wasn't going to be easy. I have to grow stronger. Atticus's eyes turned an intense purple and he began unraveling the Nullity's core. And as the moments passed, the threads unraveled, showing the mana signature. Atticus copied it instantly, and then, he felt a surge of energy as the core fused with his mana core. As the Nullite core fused with his core, a surge of energy slammed into him the next second, wild and intense. Atticus staggered, his breath stopping in his throat. Power flooded through his veins like molten steel. His body tensed all over, muscles straining, skin tightening, bones grinding against each other. The bulging veins were in full force, pulsing with violent intensity as his body convulsed. He was getting transformed. It's different, Atticus noted calmly, even as every nerve in his body screamed. His mind still remained detached and sharp, observing and analyzing every change made to his body. When he had bonded with the Dimensari core, the energy had run through his body, reshaping his internal structure in ways that were subtle but deep. The Orlithian core had done something similar, aligning with his mana flow and enhancing its resonance. But this was something else entirely. The Nullite core invaded his body and targeted his bones first, reinforcing them until they felt like compacted alloys rather than marrow and calcium. Then his muscles followed, swelling under the pressure, reweaving tighter, denser, leaner. It felt like each fiber was being optimized for absolute output. His nervous system adapted next. It shortened response times, dulled unnecessary feedback, streamlined focus. Even his skin thickened slightly, becoming more resistant to damage. This was the essence of the Nullite. There were no flashy powers. Just pure control and power. Because of the nature of their ability and the inability to use mana, the Nullite made up for it with insane physical prowess. This was exactly what Atticus was going through. The Nullite could fight without mana because their bodies were their weapons. and their presence was suppression. And now all that power was becoming his. His body soon radiated an intense brown, drowning the training room in its overwhelming radiance. Atticus gritted his teeth, and his fists were clenched tight as the pain tore through him. He didn't scream. He didn't want to. And soon enough, the final stream of the core's energy surged through him like a tide, before funneling back into his core. Then there was only silence. His transformation was complete. Atticus slumped down, resting his back on the ground, trying to catch his breath and regain control. He drew in a deep, calming breath, then another, steadying himself. It was better this time around. The first time he bonded with a core had nearly broken him. He remembered writhing on the ground, muscles seizing and his vision almost blackening. It had taken many moments to even think clearly again. The second time had still been hell. But compared to the first, it was tolerable. Barely. This third time, though, it was still painful, but very bearable. He hadn't even felt the urge to scream. His body had adapted, evolved. Does this mean that I don't have to wait 2 weeks to absorb the last core? Quote. Atticus frowned, his thoughts drifting. He hadn't directed the question to Ozeroth, but still, he had expected the nosy spirit to say something. He narrowed his eyes. Ozzy, don't tell me the nullite power negated your brain. Quote. Atticus's lips turned into a smirk. There was still silence, but the surge of bristling anger raging through his body gave everything away. Unfortunately, Ozeroth couldn't hide his emotions from him. What a shame, Atticus said. I've always thought the great Ozeroth's mind was different, but to think a primitive energy like this was enough to turn him into a retard. Before he could finish the thought, the dam broke. You disrespectful brat. Who are you calling retarded? Ozeroth's voice thundered through Atticus's mind. Atticus blinked, acting surprised. Oh, you can talk. When you were so silent, I thought maybe the energy got to you. He could feel Ozeroth grinding his teeth, the spirit's anger practically vibrating against his soul. Impossible. No power in this universe can turn the great Ozeroth retarded. In fact, those words shouldn't be used in the same sentence. The voice raged on, louder now. I was silent because I wanted to teach you a lesson. You ignore me too much when I spill greatness. It was high time you got a taste of your own medicine. Atticus simply smiled and shook his head, before exhaling quietly. Sometimes, it was hard to believe that Ozeroth was truly centuries old. And what's that supposed to mean? The spirit snapped. Atticus shrugged lightly. It's nothing. HMPH. You better listen to me anytime I speak. It's a privilege to hear my wisdom. Now. But as Ozeroth launched into another ramble, Atticus tuned him out again, an action that was turning into a familiar habit at this point. A crybaby, he thought with a smile. Ozeroth screamed instantly at the thought, but Atticus didn't respond. Instead, he slowly stood from his seated position. I've grown stronger. His perception of his body had reached such an advanced level that he could now notice even the most minute changes, every subtle shift, every refined change. And it was clear, his body had strengthened. My bones got stronger and a ripple suddenly appeared in front of him, a wave of water forming into a mirror, reflecting his current self. Atticus examined his new appearance. Damn. Before now, his body had always emphasized compact strength, toned, lean, and efficient. He appeared slender but his power was ready to explode. But now he had bulked up. Not drastically, but enough to be noticeable. His frame was denser, his shoulders slightly broader. There was a hardened edge to his presence now. Even his expression looked sharper. Let's see your powers. The water collapsed as Atticus dismissed it, his focus turning inward. This felt nothing like the race art he had acquired during the Apex competition. That technique had required him to become something else entirely, to alter his entire mana signature. In doing so, he lost access to every other ability. But this was different. This wasn't something he was forcing onto himself. Now, it was him. It had fused with his core, turned into his essence. It had become a part of his very identity. Atticus raised both palms. On one, a radiant blue orb formed, pure, swirling mana. And on the other, a dull brown energy pulsed slowly, like a dying heartbeat. The energy of negation. He stared calmly at it, as his thoughts ran. He had always wondered, what exactly was the aura of negation? And even more curiously, why did the Nullites, a race within the Eldorian core, whose power depended on mana, possess the ability to negate it. It had always seemed weird. But now he understood. The world's mana was life. It was the fundamental force that bound everything together. It fueled all things, living or non-living. Every race, every object, every structure responded to it in unique ways. And those responses, those reactions, were what formed mana signatures. Atticus had already proven that by reversing the mana signatures of things, they would begin to attract each other unnaturally, collapsing into one another eventually. But what if the world's mana signature was reversed? What if the very code that held life and matter in harmony was flipped inside out? The answer was simple. A void would be born. An anti-state of mana. It wasn't corrupted, not twisted, but inverted. Reversed. And when such an inversion occurred, it would create a force that denied the flow of natural mana. It wouldn't overpower it, nor would it overwhelm it. But it would nullify its very existence. On one palm was mana, and on the other was negation. It was already the void born from mana's reversal. It was a rejection of everything the former stood for. As he bonded with the nullite core, Atticus had a thought. What would happen if these two energies clashed? Slowly, he brought his palms together. The two forces responded immediately, resisting one another. The mana flared, pushing outward. The negation, in turn, collapsed inward, like it was hungry and cold. But the moment they touched, the energies warped, snapping, curling, and twisting around each other. The air around them warped. From the point of contact, a strange energy was born. It spun in place like a singularity, glowing with silver. The space folded around it, bending unnaturally. Atticus stared at it, utterly intrigued. Another energy. He wondered as he tried to make sense of what he had just created. Atticus was game when it came to gaining more power. He had to test this. He floated to the terminal of the training room and changed the landscape. A new terrain formed instantly. An endless stretch of jagged land, filled with towering mountains that pierced the sky. Atticus shot into the air, hovering just above the tallest peak. The silver energy continued swirling above his palm. It contorted, twisting unnaturally. It looked unstable and chaotic, as though it would explode at any moment. Atticus focused on it, then released it downward. The moment the energy left his hand, the silver orb fell slowly, unnaturally slowly, as though even gravity struggled to act on it. And then it touched the mountain. There was no explosion, no flare of light, no dramatic blast. From the point of impact, a circular void spread from the center, widening outward. A vast portion of the mountain vanished, carved out as if some divine hand had deleted its existence. The mountain simply ceased. The energy unraveled after its purpose was complete. Atticus hovered above everything. The wind brushed past his face, and his eyes were narrowed as his mind raced. Incredible. He was truly flabbergasted. First, it had been the fusion energy, a power he had gotten from combining all of his elemental forces. And now, this. The combination of mana and negation had birthed a singularity that swallowed an entire mountain whole. It was a new source of power. A terrifying one. And as the implications began to settle, a smile appeared on his face. He was excited. The possibilities were simply endless. After a few more moments of excitement, he brought himself back to focus. I should check the other abilities. He called up his status, and instantly, a translucent panel of light formed before him. Nullite Core Abilities. 1. Nullification Field. Description. The user can emit a wide area field of negation energy. Everything within the field that is fueled, formed, or sustained by mana becomes disrupted or nullified. The field scales with the user's control, from a few meters to hundreds, depending on how much energy is poured into it. Note. Stronger individuals with higher will may resist its effects. 2. Void Rend. Description. A concentrated pulse of negation energy that can be projected as a beam, slash, or burst. On contact, it attacks the mana signature of a target, momentarily disrupting or fully destroying their ability to control or harness mana. 3. Void Step. Description. Allows the user to phase out of the world's mana structure, becoming undetectable to mana perception, sensory arts that rely on mana, and mana detection. While in this state, the user cannot be tracked or targeted by abilities that rely on mana. Note. Cannot be sustained indefinitely and takes a toll on the user's core if overused. 4. Null Converter, Locked. Description. The user can absorb external mana, be it from incoming attacks or environmental sources, and convert it into pure negation energy. This not only neutralizes the enemy's attacks but also feeds the user's reserves of null energy, allowing them to grow stronger in mana-rich environments. Note: does not work on physical attacks not powered by mana. 5. Absolute negation, locked. Description: the ultimate expression of the nullite core. The user can negate all forms of energy, not just mana, but also kinetic force, heat, light, sound, and more. It is a purely defensive or disruptive ability, capable of stopping even conceptual or metaphysical attacks, depending on the user's mastery. Note: extremely taxing. Cannot be used repeatedly without severe strain. Atticus's gaze flashed as he took in everything calmly. The first thing he noticed were the notes underneath them. It was as if the system was trying to caution him. Looks like this negation energy is more dangerous than I thought. That was the only reason that came to his head. For it to warn him despite his power meant that this energy had the power to hurt him. Atticus then focused on the arts themselves. The first two, he was familiar with. He had dealt with them firsthand when he fought Karn at the Nexus event. But the last three were surprising. Shocking, even. Atticus's eyes nearly bulged out when he saw the final two. Null Converter. Absolute Negation. Their abilities could only be described with one word: broken. He exhaled heavily before releasing a sharp sigh. Of course they're locked. The locked abilities were truly beginning to get to him. The core fused with me, right? So I should have become one with it. Why lock anything at all? He couldn't understand it, and the lack of answers only added to his irritation. It felt like dangling a meal in front of a starving man only to snatch it away at the last second. Still frowning, Atticus pushed the annoyance aside and got to work. He tested the abilities that were available, making sure he understood each one fully. Nullification Field and Void Rend were straightforward, simple to execute, but terrifying in effect. But Void Step was trickier. It took time to grasp the nuances. Phasing out of the world's mana structure wasn't something that came naturally. But after a few trials, his instincts began adjusting. Eventually, his presence could flicker out like a ghost, undetectable. He even tried it on the training room robots and was very satisfied with the results. When he was satisfied with his progress, Atticus checked the time. "Aw shit, it's time already." Without wasting another second, he vanished, reappearing just outside the Ravenstein mansion. He slipped in quietly and made his way down into the basement, moving quickly through the corridors. This should be the last session. Atticus's training with Avalon had gone far better than he'd expected over the past 2 weeks. The concept was simple enough. For Avalon to reach the Paragon rank, he had to resonate with the fire molecules until they recognized him as one of their own, until he became them. To accelerate the process, Atticus did something few others could. He altered the frequency of the molecules around Avalon to match Avalon's own frequency. This synced the two briefly, allowing Avalon to feel them. Then, slowly, he would return the molecules back to their original state, giving Avalon the full experience of syncing and unsyncing, allowing his body and mind to adjust over time and learn. 2 weeks of this and Atticus could feel it. Avalon was right on the edge. And Avalon knew it too. Which was why, as Atticus entered the training room, he found his father already waiting with a wide grin plastered on his face. "What took you so long?" Avalon called out. Atticus smiled faintly. Got lost in training. He couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness inside him. Avalon's demeanor now compared to that first day in this room was staggering. Avalon shook his head, his grin not fading. "Of course you did." Then his eyes narrowed slightly. "I swear, your appearance changes every time I see you." Atticus reached him and chuckled. "You're exaggerating, Dad. Besides, I still look good, don't I?" He ignored the scoff that echoed in the back of his mind. "Ozeroth." Avalon laughed. "I can't deny that. My genes are incredible." Atticus rolled his eyes. "Are you ready? Today might be the last day." Avalon clenched his fist, the flames in his eyes dancing. Then he grinned and nodded, his expression turning serious. "I'm ready." At Avalon's words, Atticus gave a small nod and gestured to the floor. Without hesitation, Avalon sat down, spine straight, eyes shut, steadying his nerves and focusing inward. Atticus calmly adjusted the temperature of the room, bringing it to Avalon's optimal resonance point. The air grew hot. Avalon began the process, slowly trying to form a connection with the fire molecules swirling invisibly around him. They slipped into the familiar rhythm. Atticus raised his hand, and the fire molecules responded instantly, their frequency shifting. Gently, he bent them to align with Avalon's unique resonance, syncing their rhythm with his father's. The effect was immediate. Avalon's body glowed a deep, searing red, like molten metal fresh from the forge. His breathing slowed as he focused. Then, Atticus reversed the change. The molecules began reverting, turning back to their natural state, slipping out of sync. And just like before, Avalon felt that same sensation, like chasing a massive, roaring truck speeding ahead of him, always just out of reach. But this time, it was different. The gap was closer, the distance smaller, and as the process progressed, Avalon didn't let it go. He adjusted, sharpened his control, and grabbed the truck. The effect was instantaneous. The fire molecules in the entire training chamber froze, and then burned brighter. Their heat intensified, rising to levels where they became visible, like glowing embers of pure energy swirling in the air. A wide smile appeared across Atticus's face. He stepped back instantly just as Avalon began floating upward, his body radiating an intense orange light. The fire molecules reacted to him like a starving pack finding their source, rushing toward him like a black hole had opened. They spun around him, faster and faster, forming a blazing vortex, an endless storm of fire. Atticus felt the temperature spike sharply. The entire room trembled from the force. The protective runes flickered violently, struggling to contain the force, teetering on the edge of breaking. The room won't hold. Atticus's eyes narrowed. They were directly beneath the mansion. If the runes failed, the explosion would take the entire structure with it. I can't let that happen. But Avalon was in the middle of a breakthrough. Transporting him now could disrupt the resonance and shatter the process. Which meant, I have to move the mansion. Without hesitation, Atticus shot upward, breaking through the reinforced roof in a blur and appearing high above the mansion. His aura flared outward, wrapping around the entire Ravenstein estate. With a thought, the space responded to his call. The space molecules shifted and obeyed. The entire mansion blipped out of existence and reappeared high above, floating just behind him, suspended in the sky like a drifting fortress. Boom! Just then, a massive pillar of fire burst from the underground chamber, piercing the sky in a blazing inferno that split the clouds. The shockwave followed it, rippling across the air. A flicker of lightning cracked beside Atticus, and in the next second, Magnus appeared. What's happening? He asked sharply, his expression filled with confusion. But Atticus didn't answer right away. He only smiled, his eyes fixed on the sky, where a figure floated within the storm of fire, his aura blazing like the sun. Then, he said calmly, "Your son is entering the Paragon rank." Magnus's eyes narrowed sharply, then widened. He turned his gaze toward the sky, and with a single probe of his perception, he saw it. How? His eyes trembled, struggling to process what he was witnessing. There was no doubt. This wasn't an illusion or trick. It was Avalon. And that was a breakthrough into the Paragon rank. Magnus was shocked. Beyond shocked. He could not think of what to say. He just couldn't fathom how this was possible. Avalon was only just over 60. In all of Eldoralf, it was a well-known truth that Paragon was a rank reached only after immense time and training, usually after a century of grueling effort. Even that assumed the individual had the talent to begin with. Only Atticus had ever shattered that limit, entering into the Paragon rank in his teens, defying logic and reshaping the beliefs of the people of Eldoralf. That was the monster the world had come to know. But now someone else was doing it. Someone Magnus knew well. Someone who shared his blood. His son. Suddenly, multiple streaks of light burst through the sky, each cutting across the air. The other paragons of humanity had arrived. In the current state of tension across the human domain, even the smallest fluctuation of power was enough to draw their attention. But a breakthrough of this scale, this was practically a beacon too loud to ignore. Magnus. What's happening? Thorn was the first to arrive, considering the fact that he was just a domain away. The others appeared moments later, their expressions already dark. Were they getting attacked? But Magnus didn't speak at once. He simply looked up at the storm of fire. His eyes were calm now, and he uttered a single word. Paragon. The others turned swiftly to the origin of the phenomenon, and as they extended their senses, probing deeper. Their eyes shot open, trembling with disbelief. How is this possible? Thorn muttered, barely able to form the words. He echoed the thoughts of every paragon present. But even as the others stared at the miracle unfolding in the sky, Magnus was no longer looking at Avalon. His gaze had shifted to Atticus. Atticus, who hovered calmly with the same easy smile on his face. When he felt Magnus's stare, he turned and met it, and smiled wider. Magnus's lips curved slightly, as he exhaled lightly before shaking his head. Of course, he understood now. Deep down, he knew. Atticus had something to do with this. The one who performed the impossible like it was routine. The one who made miracles look mundane. The monster humanity had been gifted. The blaze of fire above them reached a crescendo, painting the sky in hues of orange and red as the inferno danced wildly. By now, the other Ravensteins had gathered around the spectacle, their faces turned upward in disbelief. Even Anastasia and the 3 stars, who had been in the Ravenstein control room, had appeared at the scene. The moment Atticus felt Anastasia's presence, he reached out with a thought, and she vanished from the ground and reappeared beside him in the sky. Anastasia turned sharply and threw Atticus a look filled with questions, but Atticus simply lifted a finger and pointed upward, motioning for her to remain calm. And so they all waited. Time passed slowly as the firestorm began to die down, folding inward. And then, from within the fading flames, the figure was finally revealed. His body radiated an intense golden light, brimming with energy. His white hair now flickered like living fire, glowing, animated. He hovered midair, glowing so brightly he looked like a second sun cast against the blue sky. And from his very being poured an aura that every single person present recognized without needing words. An aura of supremacy, of completion, the unmistakable presence of a paragon. Avalon Ravenstein. Every eye locked on him, stunned beyond measure. Mouths parted, minds froze. And yet Avalon, he only grinned. He moved. It wasn't teleportation. It wasn't flight. It was fire. Flickering. Instant. One moment he was in the sky. The next, he stood before Atticus. Even Anastasia, Lyanna, Sirius, and Nathan, hovering nearby, instinctively shifted back from the searing heat that clung to him like a mantle. It was not oppressive, but it demanded respect. Only Atticus remained still. Avalon reached out and placed both arms on Atticus's shoulders, his eyes locking onto his son's with nothing but affection and gratitude. Then, without hesitation, he pulled Atticus into a tight hug. "Thank you, son." His voice was low and filled with heartfelt emotion. Atticus didn't respond immediately. He didn't need to. He simply closed his eyes and let the moment settle, hugging Avalon back. Still, his mind never stopped working. War was coming to the human domain, it was inevitable. And this time, Atticus was hell-bent on making sure that he annihilated every single one of his enemies. As soon as the Aegis shield vanishes, he will shake the whole of Eldorolf. That night, humanity celebrated. Avalon's breakthrough into the Paragon rank had stirred a different set of emotions across the Tier 1 families of the human domain. Many had been openly and utterly shocked, but soon, that shock gave way to something else. A surge of joy, of relief, raged through their hearts. In the past, this reaction would have been unthinkable. Back then, the Tier 1 families were locked in constant rivalry, vying for dominance at every given moment. Any advancement from another house would have been met with suspicion, bitterness, and caution. A new paragon, that would have meant civil unrest, power shifts, and the rekindling of old grudges. But this wasn't the past. War was coming, one that wouldn't spare anyone. The threat that now stood against them demanded their unity. The rivalries that had once been their center of attention had crumbled, replaced by understanding. Now, even the most arrogant of families found themselves extending olive branches, growing more accepting of one another. Avalon's ascension into the Paragon rank had not sparked jealousy or fear. It had sparked relief. It had sparked expectation. None of the other Paragons cared that the Ravensteins now possessed 3 Paragons. That thought hadn't even crossed their minds. After all, Atticus alone was more powerful than the collective might of every human Paragon. A few more would change nothing. If anything, they were grateful. Humanity had gained another Paragon to stand on the front lines of the coming war. That night, a grand banquet was thrown. The elites of every race and family across the human domain were invited. The Aegis nodes were failing. The shield that protected the human domain would fall. Chaos was mere weeks away. And yet, they came. Despite the coming war, they flooded into the Ravenstein estate, answering the call to celebrate. After all, It wasn't every day one witnessed the birth of a paragon. Small airships from every corner of the domain hovered above the estate, descending one by one. The Ravenstein Hall, vast as it was, soon became a sea of the tiered. Conversations sounded throughout the hall, and laughter and murmurs echoed as the tiered families mingled freely. Despite the overwhelming crowd, there were barely any guards in sight. Even the Ravensteins had stepped away from their posts, joining the festivities scattered across the estate, drinking, laughing, and cheering at the top of their lungs. Of course, allowing so many powerful figures into their domain posed countless security risks. But it wasn't that the Ravensteins were careless. No. They simply didn't need to be cautious. There were now two paragons among them. And more importantly, humanity's strongest, humanity's blade, was here. Anyone stupid enough to cause trouble tonight probably deserved what was coming. And yet, through all the celebration, all the noise and cheer, humanity's strongest found himself trapped in a situation he dreaded more than anything. Another banquet. Atticus sighed heavily as he took a glass of wine from one of the passing waiters, taking a small sip as his calm eyes swept the hall, bored. He'd rather be fighting a horde of beasts than standing under these chandeliers. Apex Atticus, your aura is magnificent, a young lady said, brushing her fingers through her silky hair as if it had personally saved the human domain. Is it true you once blew away a mountain just by frowning? Atticus blinked. Number. With just that answer, she giggled anyway, as if he had just proposed. But before he could retreat, another appeared like she had always been there. Apex Atticus, she purred, stepping a bit too close. I hear your bloodline is incredibly rare. I wouldn't mind bonding over our family histories. I'm sure your ancestors are proud, he said, sipping his wine. And just as he thought he had earned a moment of peace, a third voice chirped, I made this dress myself. It's woven with light silk and embedded with mana-reactive crystals. See, it sparkles when you talk to me. Atticus stared at the glittering mess of fabric blinding him. I see. He turned slowly, face stoic. The training room never felt so far away. He retreated to a quiet corner of the grand hall, moving like a shadow, doing his best to make himself as unnoticeable as possible. Unfortunately, this wasn't just any banquet. It was a celebration in honor of his father's rise to the paragon rank. Disappearing entirely wasn't an option, at least this early. With the brief respite he had earned, Atticus allowed himself a moment to breathe, his eyes sweeping across the hall. Chandeliers glowed with soft blue light, laughter filled the space, and the smell of fine wine and roasted meat lingered in the air. In the center of it all stood Avalon and Magnus, side by side. Atticus's lips curved faintly. I've never seen him like this. His gaze settled on Magnus, whose expression hadn't changed much, at least to those who didn't know him. There was no wide grin or blatant show of emotion. Just the faintest upward twitch at the corner of his lips. But for those who knew Magnus well, that was happiness. Together, the two paragons received the endless congratulations of the tiered family representatives, some offering heartfelt words, others giving long-winded political speeches disguised as compliments. Through it all, they stood tall, together, happy. As Atticus watched, Magnus suddenly turned his head. Their eyes met across the sea of people. And then, he gave a single, quiet nod. Atticus blinked, momentarily surprised by the gesture. But even without words, he could feel the gratitude radiating from that nod. Atticus smiled. It was not the polite kind nor the cold one, but a real one. Then he returned the nod. Unfortunately, his brief moment of peace was painfully short-lived. He felt them before he saw them, numerous presences converging on him from different corners of the hall, subtle as shadows, but far more persistent. Ah, shit. This might have been a banquet to honor Avalon's rise, but everyone knew who the real centerpiece was. Atticus Ravenstein, humanity's youngest apex, its sharpest blade. And with that title came the curse, an endless parade of the tiered and social climbers, all eager to tie their fates to his. An army of ambition wrapped in silken smiles. They approached with grins, sparkling eyes, and an energy that screamed, "Notice me." One had a rare vintage bottle tucked under his arm. Another was already preparing his opening line with a smile so wide it could cut stone. All dressed to impress, all hoping to be remembered. Atticus took another long sip of his wine. Maybe I should destroy the nodes and start the war now. Intrusive thoughts were a dangerous thing. And unfortunately, that was the only one occupying Atticus's mind in that moment. He would have preferred a battlefield. Eventually, after many strategic retreats, polite nods, and well-timed escapes, Atticus had endured long enough to show that he celebrated his father. He had smiled. He had nodded. He had even listened. Barely. And when he was certain no one was looking, he sent a final pleading glance toward his father and grandfather, both of whom smiled and shook their heads. He was being dramatic. Then, without a word, he slipped out of the hall. His footsteps were swift and silent as he weaved through the estate's grounds. He made sure he avoided any and every attention that could come. But even after moving away from the hall entirely, he could still hear the sound of celebration echoing from behind him. Aurora, Zoe, Ember, Caldor, Kale, none of them had attended the banquet. To them, Avalon's breakthrough wasn't a moment to toast and slack. It was a message to them. A reminder that they were still behind. Far behind. And so, even though the night was long and cold, they remained inside the advanced training room, still training and pushing themselves to become stronger. The moon was full above him, and the air was cold and quiet. And somehow, without thinking, Atticus found himself walking down a familiar path. His feet moved on their own, and he reached the graveyard of the Ravenstein estate. As he passed through the large iron gates, his eyes stopped toward a familiar spot beneath an old tree, the place he had last spoken with Nate. He stood. Since that night, Atticus hadn't met him again nor even talked with him. Still, Nate hadn't returned home either. He had stayed within the estate, training until his body gave out. And although Atticus hadn't spoken to him since that night, he had checked up on him more than once. He hadn't said anything to him or interfered in whatever he was doing. He had no intention of doing what Nate asked him to do. Still, that didn't change the truth. Nate had been one of his companions since childhood. One of the few. And Atticus wasn't just going to abandon him. His steps continued until he reached the highest point of the graveyard. Here, the wind was strongest. And it was where the names etched on the gravestones had more weight than most. This was where the direct descendants of the Ravensteins were buried. And it was also where those who had performed feats worthy of the family's name were laid to rest. Atticus stopped in front of one particular grave. Freya Ravenstein. The name was carved boldly into the obsidian slab. And then, silence. Atticus didn't say anything. He just stared. Seconds passed. Then minutes. And as the moments went by, his fingers curled into fists at his sides. Again. And again. Only after a long breath did he finally speak in a low voice, barely audible. I miss you, Grandma. And, I'm sorry. Freya's death was a wound that never closed. A failure that he would never forget in his entire lifetime. If he had been this powerful back then, if he had possessed even a fraction of what he now held, he would have obliterated the Stellaris. He would have crushed the Obsidian Order without mercy. He would have rewritten that day. But there was no changing what had already happened. Atticus stood there for a while longer, saying nothing, letting the cold wind bite into him. Then, slowly, he turned to leave, only to stop. A bird. A small bird had landed in front of him, just a few feet away. He had felt it approaching, of course. Every heartbeat in the estate was clear to him now. But even so, it baffled him. Considering who he was, what he was, this bird should have flown for its life. Yet, it simply stared at him with its black beady eyes. Calm and unafraid. In the presence of one of the most dangerous beings on the planet. It simply perched. Then, without a care in the world, it began pecking at the ground with its beak. Repeatedly and rhythmically. Tap, tap, tap. Atticus blinked. What the hell? He was flabbergasted. What exactly was he looking at? It wasn't a magical beast. Nor was it an illusion. No abnormal energy signatures either. Just a regular bird. Sure, it had been strengthened by the ambient mana like most creatures on Eldorolf, but still, what was it doing here? And why now, of all places? He was just about to reach out, curious, when he froze. His eyes narrowed. It's writing something. They were standing on neatly trimmed grass, and the bird was using its beak to scratch into the soft earth. Atticus just kept on getting more baffled. It's trying to pass a message. But from who? The realization clicked immediately. Someone had sent this bird. Atticus's entire demeanor shifted, and his senses sharpened. His guard rose in an instant, ready to act at any given turn. Then, he didn't move or speak. He just waited, watching. The bird continued its work, pecking and scraping until, Finally, it stepped back. 3 words were carved into the earth. Come, Pit. Dusktown. Atticus's eyes narrowed, and the wind suddenly felt colder. Whisker. The last time Atticus had seen that supposed human was during his battle with the Vampiro's elder, Yorwin. Back then, he had appeared out of nowhere, holding back the Blood Queen Jezanet, someone Atticus hadn't been able to handle at the time. He had saved him. However, it's not the only time. Atticus thought of it clearly. It wasn't the only time. Whisker had also saved his life back at the Nexus banquet, when the paragons of other races had tried to force him into signing a mana contract. 2 times. Whisker had saved his life twice now, more than Atticus could remember anyone else ever had. Still, he didn't know how to feel about the beast. He's too unpredictable. The last time Atticus could say they had spoken deeply was right here, in this very estate. That night had been different. Their conversation had taken an unusually serious turn, something that sharply contrasted with the carefree, wild Whisker he was used to. That night, Whisker had seemed burdened. Atticus couldn't explain it. I should go. He didn't even need to think about it. Whisker had sent him into danger that night, yes, but he had also gained a power that far outweighed the risks he took. It didn't change the fact that Whisker had been an invaluable presence in his life. With a single movement, Atticus shot into the skies in a blur, his speed so extreme that even a streak couldn't form. As he reached the upper skies, he turned toward Dusktown, and vanished again. Dusktown was within the same sector as Ravenspire, Sector 3. At his current level, reaching it barely took a second. He blipped into existence above it, silent. As he soared over the area, his eyes caught on a massive crater below. But that wasn't his destination. No. He had been to Dusktown before when he was a child, specifically to the Vermore estate that once belonged to one of the Tier 2 families of Sector 3. But they were long gone now. After betraying the Ravenstein family, they had been annihilated. What remained of their once grand estate was nothing but a scar on the land, a hollowed crater. Atticus moved on, streaking toward the outskirts of Dusktown, closer to the border of Sectors 3 and 4. And there it was. A gaping wound in the world. Vast, dark, and silent. Like the open mouth of a god that had swallowed light itself. Atticus disappeared from the skies and reappeared just above the pit. The last time he had been here was when Magnus had thrown him into the abyss to train, one of the many things that had shaped him into what he was now. The Aegis shield covers the pit. He had already confirmed that the moment the shield was activated weeks ago. There was no way he'd leave that kind of security gap unaddressed, not even if it was Whisker. Hostile or not, he wasn't taking chances. Where is he? Light and sound could still pass through the shield, but his perception couldn't. With his current strength, seeing through the darkness should have been easy, but not with the shield in place. It blocked him. So he had to wait. Atticus sighed and hovered in silence. Minutes dragged by, but there was no Whisker. His frown deepened, and his patience was thinning. He could be playing a prank on you. Even Ozeroth sounded doubtful but enraged. He had gone through Atticus's memories and had also lived through an incident Whisker had sent him to firsthand. He knew how unhinged that beast could be. No, I think there's really something. Whisker could be wild, lazy, completely unpredictable, but Atticus had seen the moments when he turned serious. He wasn't playing this time. Then, the realization struck. Whisker. His voice rang out. Of course, Whisker wouldn't be able to sense him through the shield. So he might not know when he appeared. And Atticus didn't have the luxury of time right now. A second passed. Then, yawn. A long, drawn-out yawn echoed from the depths of the chasm. Atticus's gaze narrowed. His eyes snapped toward the source to see a figure appearing on the other side of the shield, rising from the darkness like a shadow given shape. Atticus gazed calmly at the blue-haired, crimson-eyed man, who was indulging himself in a long, drawn-out yawn, completely ignoring the fact that he had kept Atticus waiting. Atticus said nothing about it. But he wasn't the only one who had been kept waiting. A soft glow pulsed from his chest as light ignited, and in the next moment, Ozeroth's figure formed beside him. He instantly erupted. You rude beast. How dare you keep us waiting? Don't you know the great Ozeroth's time is more precious than anything? The yawning stopped. Whisker blinked, visibly stunned. Then, tilting his head slightly, he squinted at Ozeroth before flicking a glance at Atticus. One hand casually rose to cover his mouth as he pointed at Ozeroth. Who's this old man? Atticus's hand flew to his mouth, barely stopping himself from bursting into laughter. If he laughed, he'd never hear the end of it. Ozeroth froze. Then, his face twisted in outrage. Old? How dare you call me old? Look at me. I'm in the prime of my life. Are you blind? Whisker laughed. Prime? Ha ha. The only thing prime about you is who you're bonded with. Ozeroth's eyes flared. You. His voice boomed, filled with rage. I will not take this insult lightly. Bond. He turned sharply to Atticus, his purple cloak whipping behind him. Take down this shield this instant. I will show this fool who he dared to run his mouth on. Atticus's eyes widened slightly. I've never heard anything more absurd. He truly hadn't. Take down the Aegis shield. The same shield that was currently protecting the human domain from complete annihilation, just because Ozeroth wanted to teach someone a lesson. It was official. Ozeroth was crazy. Calm down, Ozeroth, Atticus said at last, quickly. He's just pulling your legs. You don't tell me that, Bond. Ozeroth snapped. Someone has to teach this rude beast a lesson. Whisker grinned, stretching lazily. He's right. You've obviously lived a long life. You're nearing retirement, and it's time to pass your legacy to the next generation. I'd be honored to learn from you, sir. Ozeroth froze. His whole body slowly turned toward Whisker. The beast was just standing there, staring back with that same amused smile. That broke the dam. Enough. Before Ozeroth could explode, Atticus's aura surged outward, heavy. His voice boomed. You've read my memories, Atticus said sharply. You know how he is. He's obviously trying to get to you, and you can't even reach him right now anyway. Just hold it. When this is over, then you can go crazy. But right now, we have more important things to deal with. Ozeroth grit his teeth, still glaring at Whisker like he wanted to rip him apart inch by inch until there was absolutely nothing left. Then, with a sharp breath, he shrank and slipped back into Atticus's chest. But Atticus could still feel the rage roaring within him, hot and wild. He only sighed and turned back to Whisker. The beast was smiling, as usual. And as Atticus gave him a once-over, he almost felt his headache double. Whisker was standing there in pink pajamas, covered with little hearts and love symbols. The kind of sleepwear that definitely didn't belong on someone his age. Or species. Or existence. Whisker didn't even flinch at Atticus's look. Instead, he smiled wider and waved. Heya. Atticus didn't waste time. Why did you call for me? Wait. His eyes narrowed slightly. How did you call for me? He had just realized it. They were inside the Aegis shield. Whisker wasn't supposed to be able to influence anything inside it. Oh, that cute little thing, Whisker said, tilting his head. Just then, a bird landed beside the chasm. Atticus turned and instantly recognized it. It was the same bird that had come to him earlier. I planted him, Whisker said casually, and many other cute little things all over the human domain after your little incident at the military camp. Atticus's gaze sharpened. You were there. Oh, heavens no, Whisker waved dismissively. But I watched every single moment. And once again, you proved why you are my star actor. Atticus didn't even know what to say to that. He just shook his head. He still had no idea how Whisker kept observing his life so easily, but he decided to set that aside for now. So, he said, why did you call me? Straight to the point, Whisker pouted. You don't seem happy to see me. Do you want me to be happy? Yes, Whisker said, throwing his arms up. In case you haven't noticed, you're a big shot in Eldoralf now. I brag to my friends that I know you. You have friends? Whisker paused, hand over his chest, eyes wide. How mean, he said, putting on a sad face. But Atticus only stared back with a placid gaze, unmoved. Then Whisker chuckled, the act dropping instantly. You're no fun. Unlike that oldie you bonded with. Atticus felt another flare of rage coming from Ozeroth. Calm down, he muttered internally. Then, he said to Whisker. Just say what you called me here for, or I'm leaving. Alright, Whisker grinned. I came to give you some information. What information? And then, just like that, Whisker's tone shifted. My brother. Atticus's eyes narrowed. Even with the shield between them, the change in Whisker's demeanor was obvious. He listened. Whisker folded his arms, his voice suddenly calm. First, tell me your thoughts about the Vampiros and the Dimensari. Atticus stayed silent for a moment, then answered, that there's someone controlling them. Whisker smiled slightly, like a teacher proud of a smart student. As expected, you already suspected it, that someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Unfortunately, you're correct, and that person is, he paused, my brother. Atticus's brows furrowed. Whisker had just casually dropped a bomb like he was talking about the weather. Another paragon of the beast race? Atticus asked. Whisker gave a near-wry smile and scratched his head awkwardly. Oh right, yeah, don't believe everything I said when we first met. That was all bullcrap. Atticus stared at the shameless man. Silent. So, you're not the sovereign of the beast race. Huh. Whisker shook his head with a wide grin. Then who are you? Atticus asked, eyes narrowing further. Is your name even Whisker von Pounce? Of course, Whisker said, as if offended by the question. There's no way I'd lie about that. It's the greatest name ever. Ozeroth is the best, Ozeroth muttered internally. Atticus ignored him. So who are you? He asked again, firmer this time. Are you from Eldorolf? Whisker smiled, tilting his head. Smart question. No. He shook his head slowly. Atticus said nothing. Instead, he waited for Whisker to continue. Whisker finally stepped closer to the shield. You see, I came from a higher plane, he said. Just like your bond over there. Then his grin widened. But my world, it's bigger. Better. Stronger. He emphasized each word deliberately. And Atticus could practically feel Ozeroth raging inside him again. It was as if every word Whisker spoke was meant to poke at his pride. Whisker chuckled, clearly enjoying himself, but then, once more, his tone shifted. I'll skip a lot of things because they're irrelevant for the moment. All you need to know is this. His gaze sharpened. Some of my siblings and I were sent to this plane to take control of as many worlds as possible. Conquer, absorb, spread. My brother, the one who controls the leaders of the Dimensari and the Vampiros, he arrived on Eldorolf along with a few of us. Normally, we're far stronger than anything this lower plane could offer. But when we arrived, our powers were restricted. And back then, the Eldorians were far more powerful than us. Many of us left Eldorolf. In fact, all of us left, except him. His eyes narrowed, his voice lowered. He was the cause of everything. The betrayal of the mongrels. The fall of the Eldorians. Everything. He went silent for a second before he continued. But after the Eldorians were destroyed, the core that made up their power, the core of the world of Eldorolf itself that had been split into 19 different parts, vanished. Atticus's expression, which had been calm and expressionless, shifted, and he instinctively moved back a few feet away from the Aegis shield. Atticus knew that no one in Eldorolf should be able to pass through this shield or affect it in any way, but he was both shocked and wary. It would explain why he's so casual about everything, but someone from a higher plane. Atticus didn't know what to expect, and that alone made him raise his entire guard. In his mind, Ozeroth was already flaring. I knew it. Something about the bastard was off. I told you, Bond. But you didn't want to listen. It's not too late, we can still take down this shield and teach him a lesson. Whisker, who had been observing, noticed all of Atticus's reactions the instant they happened. He stopped speaking, a smile spreading across his face. Relax, my star actor. If I wanted to bite, I would've. Long ago, in fact. Though he said this with ease, Atticus didn't move an inch. His eyes stayed fixed on Whisker, sharp and on guard. He was from a higher plane, which meant he knew and could do things Atticus wouldn't have ever imagined possible. And with his unpredictable nature on top of that, he was nothing but dangerous. Those are just words, Atticus said without a change of expression. Whisker chuckled. Come on, man. Not only are you inside a shield I can't pass through, but I'm literally wearing pink pajamas. How much safer can I possibly look? It's not about looks, Atticus replied. You've been lying this whole time, which means you have a goal. And telling me all this now only points to one thing, you're trying to further your agenda. Whisker smirked. All right, I won't deny that. I am trying to further my agenda. Atticus's gaze narrowed slightly, but before he could respond, Whisker added. But it doesn't change the fact that you still need this information. Atticus paused, gaze sharpening. He couldn't deny that. The fact that he had no clue what was going on was not just dangerous, it was starting to get to him. It was like new things kept popping up every time. He nodded slowly, and Whisker's smile widened. All right, as I was saying, my brother caused all of this. But back after the core was split into 19 parts, it disappeared. No matter how long he, or any of us, searched, we couldn't find it. Until now. Now that he'd calmed down, Atticus began to assess and dissect the information. So your brother, he's after all the cores? Whisker nodded. He's not the only one, but yes, that's right. And then what? Atticus asked. It was a simple question, but Whisker's smile widened again when he heard it. As expected of my star actor. Always hits the nail directly on the head. He laughed slightly, but Atticus maintained his silence. You ask the right questions. I like that, Whisker said. First, I want you to understand the true purpose of the cores. You see them as 19 separated parts of one race, right? Atticus nodded. Well, you're not wrong, Whisker said, but you're not completely right either. I told you, we were sent down here to take over as many worlds as possible. Now I'll tell you how. Then, Whisker raised his palm. Multiple radiant blue orbs appeared on it, lined horizontally. Take these, each is a world. Have you ever wondered what makes a world a world? How its inhabitants thrive, how it constantly spews out resources, how it just keeps living? He looked at Atticus. It's simple. Because of this. The orbs began to unravel one by one. From within them, a smaller golden orb revealed itself. The world's core. Atticus stared at the golden orb in silence as Whisker continued. The world core is intrinsically connected to its inhabitants. It's what gives them their abilities. What makes the world alive. As long as its natives live, the world lives. Those 19 split cores aren't parts of a race. They're parts of the world core. Whisker's words were like random bombs being dropped from the skies. Each one shaking Atticus more than the last. His expression had long since turned serious. What will happen when he gets the world core? Atticus asked, his voice low. It was a question, but he was already dreading the answer. Whisker smiled again, once more impressed by the sharpness of the question. The golden core in his hand drifted to the side, where a small red construct had formed in the shape of a man. The moment the core touched the figure, the blue orbs representing the worlds began to change, each one turning red, one by one. He controls the world, Whisker said calmly. Atticus's eyes widened. He controls the world. How does that work? He becomes its god, Whisker replied with ease. The laws, the flow of mana, the rules of life and death, time, space, the will of the world itself. Everything bows to him. Atticus exhaled heavily. His mind was reeling. There were so many questions, too many. But he forced himself to focus, to prioritize. He needed to understand the whole picture. You were sent here to take control over worlds on this plane, he said slowly. What's the end goal? You just take over worlds and rule them. What comes after that? Whisker's smile widened. You're probing too deep, my star actor. Shouldn't you focus on what's in front of you first? This is in front of me, Atticus shot back. It's directly in my face. You and your siblings were sent here from another plane to take over our world. There's another race from your plane that's also trying to do the same thing. So many people are targeting us. Your plane is a threat. I need to know the end goal. What are they gaining from taking control of the worlds on the lower plane? They can't even come here. If they do, their powers will be restricted, right? Whisker burst into laughter, his chuckles echoing off the barrier. You keep on surprising me, my star actor. He said between laughs. Then his eyes gleamed as they locked onto Atticus. You already know the answer to that, don't you? You're just trying to confirm it. Atticus paused. Yes. He had made assumptions, filtered through thousands of thoughts, and drawn conclusions from the scattered information. He wasn't completely sure, but he had a suspicion. Whisker tilted his head. Well then, let's hear it. There was a second of silence. Then Atticus spoke. Is there a way for the world to cross over to the next plane? Whisker smiled so wide, his sharp teeth flashed through the darkness. There was a second of silence. Then Atticus spoke. Is there a way for the world to cross over to the next plane? Whisker smiled so wide, his sharp teeth flashed through the darkness. Atticus's sharp gaze scanned him from head to toe, looking for even the slightest shift in expression. He still didn't fully trust Whisker. In fact, he didn't trust him at all. But he couldn't deny it, the information he was currently receiving was beyond valuable. At the very least, he would find out just what was happening. But Whisker didn't even bother to hide it. His smile only stretched further across his face, his teeth gleaming like white fangs through the gloom. Ding ding ding. Whisker chirped. Once again, you're proving to the world why you're my star actor. Whisker looked thrilled, but Atticus was anything but. He was far from it, in fact. Now it all made sense. So that's why they're expending so much effort, Atticus thought grimly. If a world can rank up to the next plane, then it'll mean more power for them in the middle plane. Ozeroth, did you know about this? Ozeroth's voice came quickly. Don't look at me, Bond. I never left the spirit world. I only fought in wars against the aliens targeting our world. Then why do you always say your name is feared across different worlds? Ozeroth cleared his throat, and then went silent. Atticus could feel the embarrassment coming from the spirit. Whisker watched him in silence, still smiling, while Atticus processed everything. After a few seconds, Atticus finally said, How? Whisker tilted his head slightly. How the worlds cross over. Atticus nodded once. Well, Whisker dragged out the word, then raised a finger. Power. Power. Atticus repeated, his gaze narrowing again. Yes, power. Whisker's grin didn't fade. You see, when you absorb a world's core and become its god, both your strength and the world's strength skyrocket. You evolve. You reach heights you can't even imagine. He paused. But that alone isn't enough to cross over. Atticus frowned. Then how do you reach that level? Whisker raised his hand. The red orbs that were once blue now turned red, began to shift. Slowly, they started merging together, one by one, folding into a single glowing mass of swirling red. You absorb more worlds, Whisker said. Atticus's eyes slowly widened at the revelation. He took a second, letting everything settle, digesting the weight of what had just been said. If everything Whisker said was true, it meant it didn't just stop with Eldorolf. They would still take over more worlds. Then his gaze refocused on Whisker. That's what you and your siblings are trying to do. Whisker nodded without hesitation. To Atticus, the questions only kept piling up, layer upon layer of madness. He had so many thoughts. Atticus shook his head. One thing at a time. He forced himself to regain his composure. He looked at Whisker again. You still haven't fully answered my question. What's the end goal? Whisker's grin remained on his face. Exactly what we're trying to do here, but on a bigger scale. Atticus's eyes sharpened as he realized. They're trying to move to a higher plane. Everything began aligning in his mind, like puzzle pieces snapping into place. One by one in his head, he listed the facts. First, Whisker and his siblings had been sent to the lower planes to conquer worlds by absorbing their cores and becoming their god. Second, it was possible for an entire world to ascend to a higher plane. Not just the beings, but together with the world itself. And third, everything revolved around those 2 points. Conquer worlds. Fuse them. Crossover. Rinse and repeat. The one who sent them here probably needs more worlds to push himself over to the next plane. It all made sense now. He was beginning to paint a picture of everything in his head. And as Atticus came to that realization, a heavy weight suddenly settled on his shoulders. His entire figure seemed to sink slightly, as though a physical weight had rested on him. It was insane. It was too much. So many things were happening at once. So many powerful players. And they were right in the center of it all, especially since Eldorolf was supposedly the top world in the lower planes. How was he supposed to handle this? As the silence dragged on, Whisker suddenly spoke. You should chill. You look like you're taking a shit. Atticus's eyes turned to him slowly. The man still had that massive grin stretched across his face, unfazed despite just delivering world-shattering news. Atticus exhaled. The way forward. He forced his thoughts to settle. There was no use brooding about it. Then, without wasting time, he began firing off questions. How many are you? Whisker shrugged. I don't know. How many are currently vying for Eldorolf? Probably all of us in the lower planes, Whisker said casually. But the ones I'm sure of. 3. Who are they? One is the guy controlling the Dimensari and Vampiros. The remaining 2. The Zorvans. The ones currently attacking your planet. Atticus's gaze grew colder. What about you? You don't expect me to believe you're not also trying to do the same thing. Whisker placed a hand on his chest with exaggerated expression. I'm hurt that my star actor doesn't trust me. Atticus didn't move. His gaze didn't waver. Not even a blink. Whisker sighed. All right, you've got every right not to trust me. Honestly, when I first came to this plane, that was the plan. I was also waiting for the cores to show up, like everyone else. But, his eyes gleamed. Then I found you, my star actor. And just like that, I changed my plans. Atticus's eyes narrowed. And what are those plans? Whisker grinned again. You mean my goal? Atticus nodded. Then, suddenly, Whisker's smile faded. His gaze sharpened, turning cold. His voice dipped, low and dangerous. I want you to kill my pops. Atticus's figure silently descended from the skies, landing on the Ravenstein estate grounds. The instant his feet touched the earth, his form blurred, vanishing from sight before reappearing in front of his advanced training room. He ignored the sounds and pulses of battle coming from Magnus's training chamber and entered his own without a second thought. With a flick of his fingers, he sealed the room, locking it off completely. No noise. No interruptions. His expression was serious as he stepped to the center of the room. Then, he closed his eyes. And he stood there. He didn't move, didn't speak, didn't even blink, just stood. From the outside, he looked calm, too calm. But within, a storm raged through his mind, thoughts clashing intensely. Minutes passed like this and still, Atticus didn't move. Until, light ignited in his chest. Then, the figure of Ozeroth took form before him, and his face morphed into a frown. Bond, he said, but Atticus didn't answer. Bond, Ozeroth repeated, more sharply this time. Still nothing. Ozeroth's frown deepened as he stepped closer, placing both hands on Atticus's shoulders. Then, Bond. The force of his shout blew Atticus's silky hair back, and he felt a wet splatter of spit hit his cheek. Atticus winced. His eyes snapped open, locking onto Ozeroth. He could feel something wet on his face. What? He muttered with a frown. A thin wisp of smoke rose from his cheek as the spit evaporated against the heat radiating from his skin. Ozeroth crossed his arms. What do you mean? What the hell's got you so on edge? Atticus's brows furrowed. We were literally there together. Or did you want to pretend you didn't hear everything Whisker said? So, Ozeroth scoffed. You're thinking too much. Don't worry, Bond. When they come, we'll crush them. But Atticus's frown only deepened. This isn't the time for your delusions. There's too much at stake. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Ozeroth's expression dropped. You're being too much, Bond. Too much. Atticus snapped. I don't think you realize the gravity of what we just found out. If you could step out of your self-centered world for just a second, you'd see the implications. Ozeroth's eyes narrowed. He said nothing. Seeing this, Atticus shook his head and closed his eyes again, his thoughts spiraling, faster and deeper. The storm in his mind appeared once more. Ozeroth went silent for a few seconds before finally speaking. Bond, you know what the greatest quality to have as a warrior is. He didn't wait for a response. It's the ability to stay calm. No matter the situation. It's an invaluable trait. Because when you lose your shit the moment things get dire, how do you expect to overcome it? Atticus opened his eyes just as Ozeroth kept speaking. What would you rather I do? He said. Cry. Wallow like a fucking coward. That's not gonna happen. I might be physically weaker than many, but in this entire world, there's no one worthy enough to bring down my pride. Atticus fell silent, watching the sheer amount of confidence pouring out of Ozeroth. His words were absurd, completely. They had just learned about the insane scale of the world and the powers that ran it, and yet this spirit still dared to say that nothing could bring him down. Atticus smiled. He was staring at a madman, and yet, he smiled. Somehow, that absurdity made him feel better. He shook his head and muttered, I'm sorry, I overreacted. Yes, you did, Ozeroth said. That doesn't sound like an apology to me though. You should kneel and beg. He smiled. Over my dead body. Atticus's mouth twitched before he added. All right, raising his hands. Let's just hug it out. Whoa, Ozeroth stepped back. The great Ozeroth doesn't do that gay nonsense. But Atticus had already closed the distance and pulled him into a hug. Ozeroth went stiff immediately, trying to squirm free. What is this, Bond? What are you doing? Stop being a baby, Atticus said. We're bonding. We're literally bonded. Ozeroth snapped. Atticus didn't answer. Ozeroth clicked his tongue. HMPH. I guess I'll let you bask in my warmth for a few seconds. Atticus leaned back. Now you're the one making it sound gay. What? No. Ozeroth flailed. You're the one who hugged me. You're the gay one. Atticus laughed. Right. Not that again. Ozeroth groaned. This time I have proof. He raised his hand, channeling the same technique Atticus had used to show the human domain his memories. A floating screen of light appeared, replaying the scene of Atticus hugging him. See, just look at how you were looking at me. The gayness is written all over your face. Atticus burst out laughing. Now who's being too much? Didn't you just give a speech about staying calm? Ozeroth clicked his tongue again. I am calm. I'm just passionate. So my voice is a little loud. Atticus shook his head slowly, staring at his absurd spirit. Right. The moment he said that, Ozeroth erupted. What do you mean, right? You're saying it like I'm lying. I am calm. Just because I don't sit around brooding like some edgelord doesn't mean. But Atticus only laughed, loud and unbothered, completely amused by the situation. The more Ozeroth tried to defend himself, the harder he laughed. Eventually, everything settled. The air quieted. They both ended up sitting on the floor, and the earlier tension was gone. Atticus sent a sideways glance toward Ozeroth. He was still talking, ranting, really, about how great he was. About how any threat coming their way should just go ahead and surrender already. Atticus didn't interrupt. He just smiled. He was genuinely grateful for this, his prideful bond. Soon enough, the joking stopped, and the mood shifted. The lightness was replaced by something heavier. They both knew it was time to discuss. Atticus exhaled. Now, what do we do? Ozeroth leaned back, arms behind his head. Aside from crushing whoever comes our way. Atticus chuckled. Of course. They had gotten a lot of information from Whisker tonight alone. Aside from the number of his siblings vying for control over Eldoralf, he had also asked for their details, their powers, abilities, habits, personalities. Everything. Whisker had been nice enough to share. And after piecing the information together, Atticus had come to one conclusion. The man controlling the Dimensari and Vampiros is currently the most dangerous. It had to be remembered, the siblings controlling the Zorvans were the ones who had created the Obsidian Order, and more importantly, they were the ones who had crafted the life artifact that had trapped him. Still, Atticus had decided that this man was more dangerous. He outplayed me. That had been the root of his anger. The reason he had been so on edge. He had just found out something devastating. Immediately after the battle at the military camp, after earning the ire of the Dimensari, Vampiros, and Drakon races, Atticus had thought long and hard about his next move. The man he suspected was pulling the strings behind those races was too much of a threat. And Atticus hadn't wanted to take any risks. He knew war was coming. So, he had decided, instantly, to activate the Aegis shield. It hadn't been a decision made out of fear. If it were only him, Atticus wouldn't have done it. He'd have taken the risk and let whatever happened, happen. If worst came to worst, he had means of escaping. But he had a family. People he had to protect. And for that reason, he sealed himself, and the others, inside the human domain, planning to grow powerful enough to withstand whatever that man threw his way. But now, he was starting to regret it. To think he would actually attack them. Atticus was still stunned by the man's move. While he had been trapped inside the shield, the man had stormed the other Apex domains and retrieved their cores. But he said some of them still survived, right? Ozeroth asked. Yeah, Atticus muttered. Fortunately, Whisker's brother hadn't been able to get to all of them. The Vampiros, Obliteri, and Eonians. At least they had enough brains to act, Ozeroth added with a scoff. Atticus didn't reply. Instead, he thought about what Whisker had told him. Luray, Mara, and Aark had apparently decided that their future would be safer with Atticus. They had wanted to come to the human domain. Unfortunately, by the time they made that decision, Atticus had already activated the Aegis shield, and they couldn't get in. But luckily, Whisker had found them. And of course, he'd shamelessly introduced himself as Atticus's best friend. Coupled with the fact that they had seen him at the Nexus banquet, when he helped Atticus, they had been inclined to trust him. Because of that, they were each currently inside Whisker's world. At least it's better than them being in his arms. Atticus wasn't entirely comfortable trusting Whisker with them, not by a long shot. But still, it was better than them being caught by that obviously hostile sibling. Ozeroth broke the silence. Are you planning on doing what he asked you to do? Atticus paused. Among all the information he'd gathered, there was something else. Something more personal. He had found out Whisker's supposed goal. To kill his father. Atticus wasn't 100% sure if he should trust it or not. After all, Whisker was still Whisker. Unpredictable. Chaotic. A little too smug for his own good. He had asked why, but Whisker hadn't been in the mood to share. Not even a little. Still, from that short exchange, Atticus had sensed it. The shift in Whisker's expression. The way he avoided the topic like it physically hurt. It was clearly something sensitive. So, Atticus had dropped it. But now, as he thought about the entire situation, as he laid everything out in his mind, he came to a quiet conclusion. He would probably do it. Because it aligns with our goal. Whisker's father was at the root of it all. He had been the one to send Whisker and his siblings here in the first place. Which meant, he was an enemy. One Atticus would eventually have to face and deal with, regardless of anyone else's agenda. As he reached that conclusion, Atticus calmed down. Whisker was right. I should face what's in front of me first. What about me? Ozeroth suddenly burst out. I gave you great advice too. Atticus gave him a look. Relax. It's not a competition. Ozeroth grumbled under his breath and continued talking, clearly not satisfied, but Atticus only shook his head and tuned him out. First, he thought, more to himself now, I'll face the current major threat. That was Whisker's brother, the one controlling the Dimensari and Vampiros. From Whisker's words, Atticus had quickly understood what kind of person he was. A planner. The worst kind of enemy to have. He had already proved this with his precise targeting of the other apexes. But that was only part of the problem. Unfortunately, Whisker's brother's actions had consequences, ones that would affect them. On his mission to retrieve the cores, he had launched coordinated attacks on the Regenerari and the Evolari, killing many of their top leaders. That, combined with the fact that the Dimensari and Vampiros leadership had already declared open war against humanity, and with the dragon leader dead, the entire alliance was starting to fall apart. As news of the deaths and chaos spread throughout the military camp, panic followed. Many warriors abandoned their posts, rushing back to their own races with claims of taking revenge. Orders were being ignored. Structure was crumbling. The powers that had once held the alliance together were fractured, barely clinging to authority. And to make things worse, the Zorvans had sensed the weakness, and they were pushing hard. Their war zones were being overrun, and the armies of the alliance were being forced back at a terrifying pace. Without a solid command holding everything together, the entire front was on the verge of collapse. And yet, at the center of all this madness stood Atticus and Ozeroth. Two beings who, despite everything they had just found out, had decided to stop thinking for a moment, and instead, were bantering like nothing else mattered. Atticus and Ozeroth bantered into the night, and before they knew it, midnight had long passed. Eventually, they had to set their banter aside and face their current plight. The alliance was crumbling, and the Zorvans were on the offensive. It wouldn't be long before they cut through the front line and began their carnage across the different races. Whisker also mentioned that some of the race leaders were still alive, but the surprise attack had completely destabilized them. The first thing he had asked Whisker after hearing about his brother's move was if the race leaders had been killed. Unfortunately, Orin, the Regenerary race leader, had been killed. But not the Evolari. Whisker's brother had attacked their capital directly. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, Genera hadn't been present at the time. She had only returned after the Evolari capital had been plunged into chaos, many of her leaders dead and her granddaughter nowhere to be found. She erupted, as expected, but there was no culprit to direct her rage toward. I have the human, Nullite, Dragon, Dimensari, and Orlithian cores, 5 cores. Whisker is with the Obliterary, Vampiros, Angel, and Eonian cores. 4 cores. Atticus's thoughts churned. I noted 6 more cores on Elitantron and Jezanet, which means I can assume the man has the rest, 4 cores. 2 can be identified, the Regenerary and Evolari cores. The other 2. After gaining the Orlithian core, Atticus had long since spoken to Magnus to inquire about the remaining races of Eldorolf. The Bone race had always been on his list ever since he discovered the cores, and Magnus had confirmed their existence. But a visit to the academy revealed that their core was nowhere to be found. Atticus had seen the leader of the Bone race and his queen. He had also seen the child, the one who had threatened him back then. He had never forgotten his promise to them. But he hadn't acted because Ozeroth had stopped him. The spirit had instantly fallen in love with their warrior-centered society and had somehow convinced Atticus, of all people, to let go of his grudge. especially considering that humanity had enslaved their entire race, and the one he had a grudge with was only a child. Besides, their leader had treated him well, even showing him his domain back then. In the end, Atticus decided to let it go, for Ozeroth's sake. Still, he had been disappointed that the bone core remained nowhere to be found. Aside from the bone race, Atticus also had a bone to pick with the Enigmom scientist at the academy. But he hadn't acted on that either, mainly because the man had only been following orders given by his grandfather, Magnus. Even so, he still held a grudge, though not one as intense as killing or beating the man. Atticus had simply sent word to Oberon, and the man had been fired and removed from the academy immediately. Aside from the bone race, there was one other race remaining. But with this one, Atticus didn't even know where to start. Their race had been extinct ever since the Zorvans launched their first attack on Eldorolf. Atticus was at a crossroads. If he counted the number of cores with Whisker, it totaled 9. Which meant the opposition held 10. I should stop making it complicated. There's no time. He decided to uncomplicate the matter and instead break it into segments. 1 month until the shield collapses. The Zorvans will either break through our line before then or not. Either way, I have to deal with these two. Elatantron and Jezanet were still up above the Aegis shield, waiting for its collapse. Atticus didn't even count the Dragon Elders as real threats, they would be blown apart by the shockwave of that battle anyway. The only reason he even considered Elatantron and Jezanet as opponents was because of the cores they had absorbed. Their powers had no doubt intensified. So he felt caution was necessary. And then, there was the last of his direct problems, Whisker's brother. The gardener. Whisker called him that because his powers were based on gardening, though not in any innocent way. Atticus's mind had once again been blown when he learned that spiritual energy wasn't actually the main energy source of the Middle Planes. Instead, it was only a derivative of something deeper. Will. It was odd. Atticus had never considered will to be an actual energy source. But after hearing Whisker's explanation of how spiritual energy had formed from will, it made perfect sense. Still, the gardener, especially his power, it was dangerous. Very. Atticus's thoughts shifted. It's still very uncertain. If not for Whisker, Atticus wouldn't have even known someone like the gardener existed. He had no idea where to find him, and more importantly, no idea if the man would show up right in the middle of his battle with Elatantron and Jezanet. I have to account for this, he thought to himself. After thinking through all the possible scenarios, Atticus reached the same conclusion he had been arriving at from the very beginning. He needed power. My elements are still a big problem. At the military camp, Atticus had been able to fuse 4 of his elements. One of the main reasons it had worked was because combining the 4 basic elements was almost a no-brainer. But now, he wasn't sure which combination to try next. Over the past few weeks, he'd been filtering through different combinations, but none had felt right. Either something was missing, or something that wasn't supposed to be there was. This had stalled his advancement to the 5th rank. Completely. Atticus hated it. The feeling of being stuck. He had the potential, but he just didn't know how to advance. It was infuriating. Regardless, Atticus kept trying his best to make it work. Aside from the pieces of the world's core in his katana, this would be his next best source of strength. He needed everything he could muster for the coming battle, especially with someone from a higher plane. With that thought, Atticus trained into the night, until daylight. Still, he didn't show any signs of leaving the training room. However, soon enough, the sound of construction reached his ears, and he stood up and went outside to see what was happening. As Atticus stepped out of his training room, he was met with the sight of another building being constructed just beside his. With one glance, he instantly knew what was going on. They're building a training room for Dad. Oberon and Garvin were working together, building the foundation, while Avalon stood a short distance away, grinning widely as he watched. The moment he saw Atticus step out, Avalon's grin widened even more. In a flicker, he disappeared from his spot and appeared right in front of Atticus. You're showing off too much, Dad, Atticus said with a roll of his eyes. It was as if any chance Avalon got, he would use that flickering technique. But Avalon didn't seem to care. My son, he exclaimed, pulling Atticus into a tight hug. Atticus tapped him on the back with a small smile. It's great to see you too, Dad. Atticus, I love you so much. Thank you, Thank you. Avalon repeated, squeezing him even tighter. Oberon and Garvin had paused their work, now staring openly at the father and son. Atticus couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed at Avalon's constant sweet words. All right, Dad. I love you too, he said quickly. Gay. Ozeroth's voice echoed in his head, but he ignored the spirit completely. Finally, Avalon let go, much to Atticus' relief, and gave him a warm smile. I can't thank you enough for this, son. Atticus smiled back, but his tone shifted, now serious. Do it by protecting the family. Avalon's hands gripped his shoulders firmly. You can leave it to me. Atticus gave a small nod in return. Then Avalon suddenly spoke. Son, I hate to ask this of you, especially after everything you've done for me, but would it be possible to do what you did for me, to Lyanna and the others? Atticus hummed, eyes narrowing slightly as he pondered. After a pause, he shook his head. I don't think that's possible. Why not? Avalon asked, frowning. The reason I was able to do it for you is because you already have the talent. Your body can withstand the stress the mana and elemental energy puts on it during the transformation process. If their bodies can't, they might die. Avalon's expression darkened. Is there no other way? None that I can think of right now, Atticus said. But I'll keep it in mind. If I think of anything, I'll let you know. Thank you, son. Avalon pulled him into another hug. As they separated, Atticus's mouth opened slightly, then closed, visibly hesitating. What's wrong? Avalon asked, his expression turning serious. Atticus was one of the strongest beings on their planet, anything that could make him hesitate like that had to be serious. Atticus sighed. There's something I need to tell you. All of you, actually. It's about our current situation. I'll say it tonight, in front of everyone. Avalon's expression turned grim. He didn't know what it was, but it could only be terrible, world-ending, in fact. He nodded solemnly. After a few silent moments, Atticus gave a nod to Oberon and Garvin, who had heard everything, before turning and stepping back into his training room. The entire Ravenstein estate was still buzzing with excitement at Avalon's advancement to the Paragon level. The Ravensteins were being sent gifts from different parts of the human domain, as families of varying tiers scrambled to curry favor or form any kind of relationship with them. Although it was already clear to many who the leading family of the human domain was, considering the fact that it was the family Atticus, humanity's current strongest, hailed from, Avalon's advancement had only served to remind them of that fact. Anastasia was busy attending to the different delegates that had been sent, receiving the endless stream of gifts. Lyanna was focused on finding out everything happening across the human domain. Ever since the discovery of the imposters in the Silent Nexus, she had taken it upon herself to locate, torture, and eliminate any imposters found, even those hiding amongst the citizens. Sirius was conducting intense training regimens for the Raven Vanguard in preparation for the war ahead, his usual calm replaced with a strict, militant demeanor. Nathan, on the other hand, was busy being happy and brooding at the same time. He cheerfully counted the money and gifts flowing in from the other families, then sank into a brooding mood the moment his thoughts shifted to the upcoming war and the funds already being poured into it. The rest of the families were also preparing in their own ways, each one bracing for what was to come. And just like that, the day passed, and night descended. Atticus paused his training and left the training room. Walking through the Ravenstein estate, he made his way to the mansion and stopped at the door. He simply stood there, silently, as though lost in thought. Then, he opened the door and entered, instantly arriving at the expansive living room. There, Atticus's gaze landed on the multiple people inside, people who looked as though they had been waiting for something. Waiting for him. Anastasia walked toward him and pulled him into a hug. Atticus received it with a smile. After a moment, she leaned back and said, Avalon said you had something to tell us, is everything okay? Atticus nodded, still smiling. I'll let you all decide that after I finish explaining everything. Anastasia's face only grew more worried as she stepped back, moving toward Avalon, who pulled her close protectively. The room fell into silence as everyone watched Atticus. His gaze was calm, and his aura, as usual, silently overwhelmed the space. He looked at everyone present. Oberon and Garvin, having already heard him tell Avalon about tonight's meeting, instantly understood that he had been referring to them too. Besides Magnus, Avalon, Anastasia, and the 3 stars, the other paragons of humanity were also present. A second passed. Then, Atticus's lips parted. So this is how it is. So this is how it is. That night, Atticus had spoken many words, and yet, to everyone who listened, it felt as though the world was unusually silent. Atticus had started his speech by clearly saying that he was still hiding things, but they were personal, and he had decided not to share them unless the need arose. It went without saying that Anastasia, Magnus, and Avalon hadn't been okay with that, but they had respected his decision nonetheless. And so, Atticus spoke on. About the current situation of the Alliance. About the history of Eldoralf. About the cores that each apex possesses. About its implications. About how many cores he possessed and also the opposition. And finally, about the opposition. The last part had been broken into segments, and Atticus first had to tell them what his thought process was when he came up with the assumption that there was someone controlling Jezanet and possibly the Dimensari. Afterwards, he went on to narrate his first meeting with Whisker and the meeting he had with the man last night. Here, he explained everything. The existence of multiple planes of existence. How Whisker and his siblings had been sent down here to capture worlds by absorbing their core. The true people behind the Zorvan threat. And lastly, Whisker's brother, who controlled the Dimensari and Vampiros. That's it for now. And by the time Atticus finished narrating everything, everyone in the room had somehow found a seat and lowered themselves into it. They stared at Atticus silently, with expressions ranging from sheer disbelief to utter horror. The fact was, none of them knew how to react. Finally, Anastasia was the one who broke the silence. Atticus, these cores, you can only get them by killing the one who holds them. Atticus met her gaze, which was filled with nothing but worry. There's another method, he said, but his voice was unsure. But it's just as dangerous. Sometimes, it ends with both parties dead. Anastasia's breath froze. Oh dear, she whispered, her grip on Avalon's arm tightening. Avalon tried to hold and steady her, but she slipped from his arms and stepped forward, pulling Atticus into a tight hug. You've been carrying so much, she murmured against him. Atticus held Anastasia, and his eyes shut slightly. He had long since accepted their situation. But even so, being held by her, it felt good. The others simply watched, still unable to say anything. The scale of what Atticus had just described to them was far too unimaginable. It took them many moments to begin to even comprehend it. And then, finally, after what felt like hours, a voice broke the silence. What now? All eyes turned. Oberon stood there with arms crossed over his chest, his gaze serious and fixed on Atticus. Of everyone present, he seemed to be the first to fully understand. The first to accept it. One by one, the others turned toward Atticus, waiting to hear what he would say. Honestly, Atticus began, there's no conclusive plan or way forward. Whisker's brother already went after the other apexes and vanished. I don't know where to find him, and even if I did, I'm very skeptical about going to look for him. The gardener wasn't just any threat. He was from a higher plane. And if Atticus went after him, it would be in the man's own domain, giving him even more advantages. The mood shifted instantly, turning somber. They had hoped, expected, that there was a plan of action after hearing the devastating news. But what they got instead was the truth. So, what happens when someone absorbs this world's core? Do the people die? Thorn asked. Atticus's eyes sharpened. That question wasn't as simple as it seemed. It was pointed. Thorn was testing the waters, wanting to know if surrender was even on the table. They become the god of the world, Atticus said. Dictating everything, which means your lives, your choices, your very existence, will depend entirely on one person's will. Thorn's expression hardened. That was dangerous. Far too dangerous. Just imagine a god wiping out an entire race simply because he woke up on the wrong side of the bed. So, there's nothing we can do but wait for our end. Bam! Everyone flinched, turning briefly toward Vexarius, who had slammed his arm against the floor in frustration, cracking the stone beneath him. They ignored him instantly. There's nothing we can do now but wait, yes, Atticus said. But it doesn't have to be for our end. We need to prepare to face whatever's coming with everything we've got. That's the reason I decided to tell you all this. Atticus's gaze swept across the room. The paragons, beings who were supposed to be proud, untouchable, now wore darkened expressions. Despite their strength, fear was clearly written on some of their faces. He didn't say anything else. They were already bound by mana contracts and there can be no betrayal. Now, They simply had to deal with their shit. That is all for now, he said. Once the Aegis shield comes down, we won't know what to expect. If you have any questions, now's the time to ask. There was silence for a brief moment, then a voice spoke. What's your plan? Everyone turned. It was Zephyrian, the paragon of the Nebulon family, who had just spoken. His question sounded similar to Oberon's, but it wasn't. Zephyrian wasn't asking what Atticus wanted them to do. He was asking what he personally intended to do. I've observed you long enough to know that you always have a plan, Zephyrian said. All eyes were back on Atticus. Unfortunately, he spoke, the information I have this time around is too little to form any conclusive plans. But like with any problem that may arise, I strongly believe that the solution can only be power. So until this Aegis shield collapses, I'll try and grow as strong as possible. Then that's what we'll do too. They turned to look at Magnus, who was leaning against the wall, arms crossed. His expression was serious, and faint cracks of lightning danced around his form. He looked ready for battle right this instant. Atticus threw a small smile in Magnus's direction, just as Oberon chimed in. That seems to be the most logical option, he said. Train like never before. Become as strong as we possibly can. He paused, thoughtful. That said, would it be possible to induce more paragons? The expressions of the others shifted as they each felt a flicker of hope. If they could create more paragons, maybe, just maybe, their chances would improve. But Atticus shook his head. He explained exactly what he had told Avalon earlier that day, and just like that, the flicker of hope was snuffed out. They asked more questions after that, some out of curiosity, some out of desperation, and Atticus answered each of them patiently. Eventually, after what felt like hours, he was finally able to excuse himself and return to his room. As the door closed behind him with a soft click, Atticus let out a long sigh of relief. That was crazy. Ozeroth's voice echoed in his mind, amused. For a second there, I thought you were going to tell them everything. Atticus didn't respond immediately. He walked to his bed and sat down slowly, his shoulders feeling heavy. Then, in a low voice, he responded. I almost wanted to, but I decided against it. Revealing the truth about his reincarnation terrified him, not because he feared their judgment, but because he had no idea how they would react. To find out the child they raised had, in fact, been a grown-up all along. But that hadn't been the main reason he held back. There's so much at stake already. Let's focus on one thing at a time. Dumping everything on them now would have been an overload. Too many bombs dropped at once. TCH, Ozeroth scoffed. Sounds like excuses to me. Maybe. Atticus exhaled. He knew there was a chance they'd lose this fight, that everyone would end up dead. The thought of his family's last memory of him being filled with betrayal, confusion, and hesitation, it wasn't something he could accept. It was selfish. He knew that, but he wasn't going to change his mind. I'll tell them after we survive this. That's the spirit. Ozeroth grinned. Oh, I can't wait to crush that blood bitch. The one you couldn't stop from escaping. Atticus raised a brow. Oh, look who's talking. Ozeroth snapped. Do you have any idea how many enemies have slipped through your fingers? Our bond was supposed to be legendary. We were supposed to commemorate it with that paragon's blood, and you let him get away. Atticus's mouth twitched. He knew exactly who Ozeroth was talking about, Blackgate. The paragon who had barely survived their battle in Sector 8. Then suddenly, his expression changed. A frown appeared on his face. That's right. I didn't see him. Among the paragons of the Obsidian Order who had come to the military camp with the Zorvan, Blackgate hadn't shown up. I wonder what happened to him. Afterward, Atticus decided to meditate into the night, hoping to calm his mind and recenter himself. But just as he closed his eyes, a knock came at the door. He didn't need to think to know who it was. A few seconds passed, then the door creaked open. Anastasia stepped inside, her eyes locking onto him immediately. The look on her face was so filled with worry, it was as if she believed he was seconds away from dying. Atticus, she said softly. Mom, he replied. She didn't say anything else. Instead, she crossed the room and hugged him tightly. Atticus returned the hug, only to realize she wasn't letting go. He relaxed slightly. She'll get tired eventually, he thought. This had been his belief, only for an hour to pass, and she still hadn't let go. Mom, he tried to call to her, unsure. But Anastasia only tightened her grip. Atticus sighed quietly and gave up. As the hug stretched on, he simply chose to use the silence for what he'd intended in the first place, meditation. It turned out to be the best decision. Because Anastasia didn't let go. Not for a single second all through the night. When morning came, Atticus gently lifted her sleeping form and laid her carefully on the bed. He stood over her for a moment, a soft smile on his usually cold expression. Then, leaning in, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Without a word, he left the room. There was only one place he needed to be now, the training room. Over the course of weeks, Atticus carried out many actions. The first was his training. He trained every single one of his abilities. But more than anything, he focused on the most powerful ones. The katana arts, the elements, the race cores, the second fold of the spiritual energy, and preparing the human domain for the clash. For the first, Atticus mastered it to such an extent that he could use the arts in multiple variations. He mixed the first art into the fourth, the second into the third, and so on, creating unpredictable transitions, increasing his versatility in battle. For the elements, Atticus continued testing different combinations, trying to fuse them. But no matter how many times he tried, he kept coming up blank. He couldn't find the right one. His annoyance grew, but he didn't let it get to him. So he moved on, focusing on the last race core in his possession, the dragon race core. Fusing with the dragon core had been painful, but compared to the last time with the other three, it had been almost easy. Afterwards, Atticus assessed his changes, and for once, he was satisfied. His body's durability had risen sharply. His bones had strengthened. His muscles grew even more defined and dense. And his pupils, they had narrowed into slits, filled with shifting, radiant colors. More importantly, he had gained the ability to cover his entire body in scales. Words couldn't begin to describe the durability of those scales. During his tests, they withstood the full force of a paragon's power without even cracking. Lastly, Atticus had awakened other new abilities, fire breath, and the power to transform into a dragon. Though the transformation was locked for now, Atticus wasn't too disappointed. He didn't like the idea of turning into a bigger target anyway. With that complete, he turned his focus to the spiritual energy next. After accessing the changes the dragon core had brought to his body, Atticus shifted his focus towards spiritual energy next. During his battle with Zalzareth, Atticus had broken through the second fold and increased his proficiency with spiritual energy. Though, after finding out that spiritual energy was simply a derivative of the actual energy, will, Atticus was at a crossroads as to what he should do. To Atticus, will was the purest form of power. It wasn't tied to elements or techniques. Instead, it was the essence of one's being. The force that defined identity, desire, purpose, and resolve. Every decision, every instinct, every belief, all of it stemmed from will. It was what made an individual who they were. And spiritual energy was born from will. Despite there being war and chaos in their world, the spirit race had always been a race known for their serenity and harmony. Their power reflected who they were, peaceful, tranquil, and deeply in tune with the world around them. Because of that, their will had naturally flowed into the world as spiritual energy. However, this was why Atticus was at a major crossroads. The spirit race had no problems with spiritual energy because it was who they were, but what about him? Atticus was many things, but peaceful and serene just wasn't one of them. Was this the right path for him? As he wrestled with that question, fortunately, Ozaroth had been there to offer an answer. Spiritual energy, as he explained, was still a derivative of will. It came from the same source, the same essence. Atticus was still using the same energy, only that it was refined and its potency was reduced to emphasize calm, serenity, and control. But at its core, it still followed the same principles. The first fold was about awareness, but awareness didn't necessarily have to mean serenity. It could be rage, grief, resolve, or even chaos, so long as it was true to the self. The second fold was integration, where your will began to influence the world. And Ozaroth believed the same applied to the raw form of will as it did to spiritual energy. Only, the paths would diverge based on who you were. From the very beginning, the most important thing had always been about channeling truth. As they reached this level, a question struck Atticus, one that he couldn't understand. When using spiritual energy, it felt completely and utterly different compared with when he used his will. His will felt like it was coming from the depths of his soul, while spiritual energy simply felt like he was manipulating some energy. The answer to that had been simple: spiritual energy from the very beginning wasn't supposed to be on the lower worlds. In the middle planes, the wills of beings had gotten to the extent that it bled into the world, forming an energy of its own. Then, another thought struck Atticus. A realization. He had always wondered why spiritual energy had appeared as an element in his status page. It was supposed to be an energy source, just like mana. It was as absurd as gaining a mana element. Atticus had really tried to understand it, as it didn't make any sense at the time, but now that he understood the true nature of will, the pieces began to fall into place. The reason spiritual energy was listed as an element was because it wasn't just an energy source. It was a derivative of will, and since will was capable of shaping reality itself, its offshoots could take form and identity just like any other elemental force. Which led to the next, even more important realization: if spiritual energy could manifest as an element because it was born from will, then didn't that mean he might one day be able to manipulate other derivatives of will as well? The thought excited Atticus. If the spirit race had wills focusing on peace, the other races in the middle plane were sure to have different derivatives. Still, Atticus decided to stop dwelling on the matter for now and focus on the second fold of spiritual energy. Reaching this milestone intensified his ability to see through lies and deceit. And also, he could see through a person's soul and see any and all weaknesses in their attacks. Aside from this, there were other abilities he could use, however, he had to reach certain conditions first. He had to harmonize his inner and outer wills and also be able to control spiritual energy to such a level that it repaired the world around him, such as fixing any broken object. During the weeks that passed, Atticus had been focused on reaching this goal. He did this by undergoing long sessions of meditation, trying to deepen his awareness. Aside from training his spiritual element, Atticus had also spared some time for his soulkin. Unfortunately, there were no trainings that he could do for the beast, only to constantly remind it that he wasn't going anywhere. He was still waiting for the egg to hatch. If there was ever a time Atticus needed all hands on deck, it was now. Any additions to his power would be welcomed with open arms. Still, after staring at it for some while, Atticus placed it back inside its chest and continued his business. The last thing Atticus did was prepare the human domain for what was coming. This was done in different steps, each thinking about the areas that humanity lacked. During this process, Atticus found himself getting drained multiple times, a fact that would shock anyone who heard it. What could he possibly be doing for someone of his caliber to get drained? Still, Atticus didn't stop. And after weeks of painstaking work and bone-chilling training, the day finally arrived. Atticus hovered in the air, staring at the human domain calmly. Below, only one word could describe the mood: dread. For weeks, they had waited, they had dreaded. The war that had been forecasted since the beginning, and now, it was here. Some families had locked themselves away in their homes, clutching their loved ones, praying in silence. Others lit beacons and lanterns, using them as flames of hope, believing that humanity would endure, no matter what came. Yet, the one who held their lives in his hands looked at them without any hint of emotion in his gaze. He saw the people scurrying around, hiding, he saw their fear, but no matter how long he stared, he just couldn't bring himself to care. He tore his gaze from them and looked up at the skies. There, the three massive warships belonging to the Dimensari, the Vampiros, and the dragons that had been hiding behind the clouds had now emerged, hovering openly in the air, waiting. This only intensified the fear surging through the humans below. Atticus felt multiple presences approaching from behind, followed by a voice laced with worry. "Son, are you sure about this?" He turned his gaze from the warships and looked at his father, Avalon, who had just spoken. Along with him, the other paragons of humanity had gathered, hovering midair, their eyes all fixed on Atticus with varying expressions. But that wasn't what caught his attention. None of them looked like they usually did. Instead of their elaborate robes, the paragons were clad in armor, each one brandishing their weapons, ready. Garvin Emberforge had been very busy over the past month, and with the help of Oberon, had crafted weapons and armor for each of the paragons in preparation for the clash. "It's the only way, Dad. I'll be fine, don't worry," Atticus said, voice calm. Even Magnus, who was rarely shaken, looked at him with concern. "We can fight. Atticus smiled faintly, then turned back to the warships looming in the sky. It's better this way, he said. The Dimensari and Vampiros leaders have both absorbed 3 cores each. Their current power levels are very unpredictable. This is the most logical choice. As he spoke the last word, his gaze shifted briefly to Oberon. Today was the day the Aegis shield was expected to fall. That alone had set the people on edge. But that wasn't what worried Avalon and Magnus. It was the fact that Atticus wanted to leave the safety of the Aegis before it collapsed, and face Elatantron and Jezanet all alone. Oberon, who had realized what Atticus's glance meant, nodded before speaking. He's right. We won't be able to withstand the force from their clashes alone. We'll only be dead weight. The other paragons didn't object. They each knew in their hearts that what Oberon said was nothing but the truth. Avalon and Magnus clenched their fists hard and didn't say anything again. They couldn't. Atticus, who saw this, smiled and said, "It'll be fine. I'll be right outside. If I'm in trouble, you can come get me." He had said it with a smile. And though the words were spoken, none of the paragons could ever imagine this monster ever being in trouble. If anything, they worried for his opponents instead. Avalon and Magnus slowly released their grips before nodding seriously. Seeing this, Atticus turned his gaze to the skies once more. His mind worked. "What do you think?" Ozeroth's voice came the next instant, filled with excitement. "Yes. This is how it should be. The whole domain will watch our battle and revere our might. Any other addition is an extra." Atticus shook his head. What had he been expecting? Only minutes remained until the collapse of the shield, and he had decided to leave. To him, it was the best choice. In fact, if not for the fact that he wanted to use every possible second to increase his strength, he would have left the day before. A battle with Elatantron and Jezanet was sure to be catastrophic. Without the Aegis shield, the human domain would be gone, and billions of lives would be lost. This was why he had wanted to fight while the shield was still active. At least then, he had fewer things to worry about. The hairs of the paragons suddenly fluttered as a rush of wind hit them. Their expressions shifted. They had just realized that as they stood near Atticus, they hadn't felt even a single breeze. But now, it was coming to them in full force. Atticus's body lifted slowly upwards toward the Aegis shield. He wasn't wearing any armor, not a single piece. He only had one ordinary-looking katana hanging by his waist. However, the sheer power he radiated at that moment made him appear more ready for war than any of the paragons ever could. His expression turned glacier. His aura began to spread. It went far and wide, encompassing everything and everyone. The people praying, hoping for something to save them, to help them, felt it. Their apex. Everyone, whether they were on the streets or in their homes, regardless of where, stopped whatever they were doing and turned to the skies. They couldn't see him, but they felt him. Their apex. Atticus reached the skies of the human domain, stopping just below the Aegis shield. He waited for a second. A small hole suddenly opened up in front of him, and then he moved out, the whole ceiling shut behind him. As soon as he stepped out, his eyes landed on the sight of multiple figures hovering in the air. Elatantron, leader of the Dimensari race. Jezanet, blood queen of the Vampiros. And the dragon race elders. Before he had even moved out of the Aegis shield, they had already stepped forward, waiting. Their collective gazes held a bloodlust so potent it could drown a world. "Do you remember what I said to you back then?" The silence shattered instantly. Atticus shifted his gaze, ever so slowly, locking onto the one who had just spoken. Elatantron. He stared at Atticus with such intensity that the air itself shuddered. "I told you," he said, voice like steel. "I will make you regret this."